Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
And there it is, right there. Oh God, there was a video I was just about to upload and it's telling me it's too big. So we have to share that in some other form. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. Well, here I am. Just let me do a microphone then. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. And there you are. So here we are. So there it is. So that's a long way around to say here we are. So good to have you here again. Good to be in your company. And how are you? How are you? How are you? What's going on? Tell me, what's the latest? What's the gossip? Who did what to whom and when? Who did what to whom and when? So tell me, catch me up with what is going on in your lives. So let's catch up. But let's catch up really matters relating to Nigeria. But before we do anything, the usual protocol, and apologies for the late start, by the way, I had to move it forward for reasons unavoidable. But before we do anything, the usual protocol, as I said, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We say that all the time. Some of you adhere to it, but not enough of you do that. Because if you try to mirror the viewing with the likes, is somewhat of a pattern. There is nothing to say that we shouldn't be getting an average of 500 likes on every stream both the people that watch it concurrently and the people that watch it laterly, in between that. And if you're watching it laterly, you can still click on the like button, by the way. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So do that. So click on the like button. You know we're always canvassing for that. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately and right now. So do that immediately and right now. Like and subscribe. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You know we're trying to harvest new talents. So if you're a new talent, if you have that voice and you say, oh, one of these days I'm going to join them. So today is that day of these days that you should join them. So pop on the screen. As you know, we prioritize our new faces. So if you're a new voice and you want to add your voice to the rich mix that is the platform, then come lend that voice. Then we come to you immediately and just corset you gently into the family fold. So come be part of the family. One man went to Mo. So there it is. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then of course your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, which has died a natural death, but I'm refusing to bury it yet. So all that. So like and subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard, and your invitation to come on the screen. So do all those. So what are we going through today? We're going through some headlines, and in the course of the sessions, I'm hopeful that the panelists will add additional headlines, and then we'll marry them all up. So a lot of the things that we'll be going through, they are catching up with the narratives that are already subsisting. So there are a lot of things that we'll be going through is somewhat catching up with narratives that is already subsisting. But this narrative is not subsisting. Federal universities remain tuition free. This is the presidency. So a lot of hoopla around increase in fees and whatnot, and all of these stealth tax that the Tinubu administration has been sneakily administering on the Nigerian person. So a lot of controversy around education and the hike in fees of that. So Tinubu comes out to correct. Federal universities remain tuition-free. Presidency. So what quite does tuition-free mean? So we'll find out in a moment. Then we'll go to this space as well. This is a developing story, but the impacts on the Nigerian state. And I feel that there are some subterranean actors trying to come at the Nigerian space via this route. I feel that there are some subterranean actors, and by that subterranean actor, when you see the headline, you will see who I mean. I feel that there are some subterranean actors trying to come at the Tinubu administration via this pathway. So there it is, breaking. Tinubu confirms coup attempt in Niger Republic, reacts. So Niger Republic, of course, that's the stronghold of the Fulani space. And I think via that, I think they want to seize that country administratively, militarily, in order then to use it as a launch pad, as an intimidation against the Tinubu administration. So there's an ongoing coup in the Niger Republic as we speak. How that is developing, we'll find out in the course of this session. How that is developing, we'll find out in the course of the session. It looks as though they may well have the president of that country under house arrest. But all of that, so all of that in the mix. So wait to find that out. So wait to find that out. This now next headline, you will be hearing it from the horse's mouth, because I'll be downloading this clip in a moment, and I'll play it to you so that you can hear it in his own words. It's Tinubu's son giving messages of reassurance. I guarantee you, the hope we have been looking for is here. President Tinubu's son, Sheyi, tells Nigerians. So there is the clip. So I'll download it. Let me actually see if it will give me. Yes, I'll download it fairly swiftly, and then I will play that in the course of the session. So we'll find out exactly what is inspiring that. Of course, he's leaping to that is defense. So no quibbles there. No quibbles there. So now, what dominated the headline, of course, the kerfuffle at the court, Federal High Court in Lagos, the correctional service officials versus the DSS officials. So the fallout from that, breaking, DSS breaks silence on fight with prison officials over custody of Emefiele. So we find out now how the DSS is positioned. So traditionally, they don't usually come out to speak. They just say they just do it and you'll be damned. That's how they usually do things. But is this a pivoting now under a more transparent sort of dispensation? So we find out exactly what the story is from the DSS's point of view. So we find that out. And then we go on, like I said, we're catching up with old stories, and we're catching up with this story as well. Jaye Law, Davido should not apologize to irate northern Muslims. His music artistic expression, says Shoyinka. So there is that space. So it's a revisitation of that space, actually, and they seem to have Davido in some sort of a vice lock at both the faith and that region. And if it doesn't yield, they can vest. So, I mean, we've seen them in action. So Davido has reasons to be worried. So he has taken down that video. But will he go the full hog, and issue an apology? And should he? And does it diminish in your eyes? If he does issue that apology, if Davido apologizes for this, does that diminish him in your eyes? This is one thing. Yes. Don't know. Answer. This is one thing I would like us to to reflect on. If he apologizes, because of course Wole Soyinka is telling us it's an artistic expression, which is what it is. So anyway, we'll go through that. Let me not fumble at the mouth too much, but it's somewhat irritating. Jaye Law, Davido should not apologize to irate northern Muslims. His music, artistic expression. So this is Shoyinka, of course, an artist of some form, of some sort himself, leaping to the defense of his fellow artist. So an artist leaps to the defense of a fellow artist, but the DSS throws their operatives under the bus. Emefiele trial, Nigeria's secret police, DSS, to investigate lawless personnel over free-for-all fight with Nigerian prison officials. So a real departure from the books. So this is a real seismic change from what usually traditionally obtains. So we go back to this one. Yes, we go back to this one. Justin, President Tinubu releases strong statements on Niger Republic coup. So he has reasons to be worried, of course, because usually when a coup happens in Africa, then there's a series of succeeding coups that happens in other pockets of nations. So Tinubu, he being the chairman of ECOWAS, he moves very quickly to seize charge of the situation. A coup. Tinubu meets, dispatches Beninese president to Niger Republic. I'm not quite sure that the president of Benin will be the best person because he's a francophone person and they are more like Fulani type. So I'm not quite sure if their language will mesh, even though they're both French-speaking people. So a lot of that. So a rich mix of everything, and of course the usual handsome welcome from the audience. Prince Daddy leads the charge, and Ayo, of course, traditionally as always. So there it is. Thank you, Prince Daddy and Ayo. Keep them coming. So a rich harvest of plenty of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. We are heavily canvassing for new voices. You be the new voice of the day. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I continue to present it. You continue to ignore it. So do all those, but especially the like and subscribe. So do all those. Let me take as a tradition that micro intermission by the Kegites. And then when I come back, we launch straight into the throes of it. But first, your calabash to the ready as we join Egbe Elemu. Water, only water, only water.
Sima.
Water. Oh yes, you come from Nigeria.
Water, 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 water.
Water, only water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. And by the way, there's still plenty of spaces left on the studio for whoever wants to join us. It's dependent on whoever turns up. Or that's how the session goes. So if you want the session to be engaging, then you have to pop on the screen. So pop on the screen if you want it to be engaging, but engage with this. So we thought that they had consigned these things to the annals of history, and that Tinubu sounded warning when he took charge of the ECOWAS chairmanship just as early as a week or two ago. But very quickly, Tinubu confirms coup attempt in Niger Republic, Riyadh. So this is a fast developing story, and we're not sure the level of success yet. And maybe in the course of this session, people will confirm that a military takeover has taken place in Niger Republic. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is also chairman of the Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS, has whilst confirming the coup attempt in Niger Republic, condemned it. Correspondents report that in a statement, Tinubu said that ECOWAS will not tolerate any situation that hinders the democratically elected government of Niger. So the ECOWAS leadership will not accept any action that impedes the smooth functioning of legitimate authority in Niger or any part of West Africa, Tinubu said. He said that ECOWAS is closely monitoring the situation in Niger and will do everything within its powers to ensure democracy is firmly planted, nurtured, and thrives in the region. Tinubu said that he is in close consultation with other leaders in the region, and that they are committed to protecting their hard-earned democracy in line with the universally acceptable principle of constitutionalism. As the chairman of ECOWAS, Authority of Heads of State and Government, I state without equivocation that Nigeria stands firmly with the elected government in Niger and equally conveys the absolute resolve of leaders in our sub-region that we shall not waver or flinch on our stand to defend and preserve constitutional order, Tinubu said. Emerging reports says Niger guards have held President Mohamed Bazoum inside the presidential palace in Niamey, the country's capital, Also, presidency sources says ministries next to the palace have been blocked off, and staff inside the palace have not been able to access their offices. The coup attempt in Niger comes at a time when the region is facing a growing threat from military coups. In recent years, there have been 4 military coups in neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso. The full statement from Tinubu reads, unpleasant development in Niger Republic. Information filtering in from Republic of Niger indicates some unpleasant developments around the country's highest political leadership. It should be quite clear to all players in the Republic of Niger that the leadership of ECOWAS region and all lovers of democracy around the world will not tolerate any situation that incapacitates the democratically elected government of the country. The ECOWAS leadership will not accept any action that impedes the smooth functioning of legitimate authority in Niger or any part of West Africa. I wish to say that we're closely monitoring the situation and development in Niger, and we will do everything within our powers to ensure democracy is firmly planted, nurtured, rooted, and thrives in our region. I am in close consultation with other leaders in our region, and we shall protect our hard-earned democracy in line with the universally accepted principle of constitutionalism. As the chairman of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, I state without equivocation that Nigeria stands firmly with the elected government in Niger and equally conveys the absolute resolve of leaders in our sub-region that we shall not waver or flinch on our stand to defend and preserve constitutional order. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Chairman, ECOWAS Authority, Heads of State and Government. So there it is. That's the development then in the Niger Republic. And events are just quickly moving at a rapid pace. So now let's now see where things are now. Let's see where things are now. Coup. Tinubu meets dispatches Beninese president to Niger Republic. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has met his Beninese counterpart, Patrice Talon, at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, over the attempted coup d'etat in Niger Republic. The meeting ended with Tinubu, who is currently chairman ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, dispatching Talon to Niger Republic to find out the state of affairs there and report back to him. Niger Republic President Mahmoud Bazoum on Wednesday was held by disgruntled members of the elite presidential guard, who in turn were given an ultimatum by the army to release him. So, it may well be a coup that does not succeed, because if the coup is not backed by the army, then the chances of it succeeding is somewhat remote. But if these are presidential guards, if they are able to negotiate power with the army, then the coup might succeed. Members of the guard on Wednesday morning sealed off access to the president's residence and offices, and after talks broke down, refused to release the president. At the Aso Rock Palais, Tinubu told State House correspondents that the meeting dealt with ways to resolve the problem that caused the coup attempt in the Niger Republic. So it's usually just money, isn't it, really? The Nigerian president disclosed that the Beninese president would head for Niamey to see things and report back to him as the chairman of ECOWAS. On his part, President Talon, who spoke in French, said that the situation is serious enough that ECOWAS and President Tinubu asked the president and president of Nigeria, a neighboring country of Niger Republic, with Benin Republic, of which I am president, also a neighboring country of Niger, for us to take it seriously and act quickly. We have to take it seriously, by the way, because often instances, what happens in those countries often spirals into our country. And you know, we have like a borderless relationship with them. If you can stroll from Buhari's house into Niger Republic, and it's less than a 10-minute walk, and there are no borders. So the moment that that country completely collapses is a basket case anyway, you know. But the moment that country completely collapses, it will just hemorrhage into, and there's just an abundance of guns. You know, all of the guns that came through the Sahels after the Gaddafi defeat, that came through the Tuaregs, etc., a lot of them are harbored within those Niger Republic sort of spaces. So there's plentiful of guns there. And if there's no semblance of even the shells of a governance there, and the place degenerates into anarchy, Nigeria will be overwhelmed. On his part, President Talon, who spoke in French, said the situation is serious enough that ECOWAS and President Tinubu, as the president and president of Nigeria, a neighboring country of Niger Republic, with Benin Republic, of which I am president, also a neighborhood country of Niger, for us to take it seriously and act quickly. I believe that all means will be used, if necessary, to restore constitutional order in Niger, but the ideal will be for everything to happen in peace and in harmony. So all means necessary usually speaks to a deployment. So this is the first big decision that Tinubu will make internationally. Let's see how he handles this. And by the way, a close personal friend of Tinubu, the president of Niger, by the way, you recall, of course. So as the president has committed, the mediation action will be reinforced this very evening so that this situation can be settled in peace between brothers. Because even when what is not acceptable is done, it is necessary that in peace we can correct this. This is our first option, and we think it will be successful. So we think it will be successful. It's usually a payoff, but we see how that goes. But a developing situation, so long as they've not taken down that precedent, then they can be negotiated down. It's usually hunger, isn't it? They want a few dollars. That's just what it is. And is Nigerians, are the rich Nigerians of Fulani extraction, are they sponsoring this, by the way? That is really what my thinking is. Justin, President Tinubu releases strong statement on Niger Republic coup. I think we may have captured that already. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria and chairman of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, on Wednesday, July the 26th, described the developments in Niger Republic as unpleasant. So unpleasant is rather a curious sort of word, because unpleasant is not the word. Unfortunate would have been the word to use there. Access to the residence and offices of Niger President Mohamed Bazoum was blocked off earlier in the day by members of the elite presidential guard. So if the presidential guard are the ones actually looking to kill off the president, then there it is. Reacting, President Tinubu said the leadership of ECOWAS, of the ECOWAS region and all lovers of democracy globally will not tolerate such a situation, Channels Television report. Tinubu said in a statement that the action, okay, so I think we've captured this already. So we've captured that already, but there it is, a fast evolving situation. So if you have thoughts on that, come join us on the screen, especially if you're a new voice, we're waiting to hear from you. So to the education space, federal universities remain tuition free. So now, this is now addressing now that space that is faster, that is simmering in the underbellies. Because remember, 2 sessions ago, we were going through figures, the increment from 19,000 to 190,000, which a lot of people argue. I think Bishop was even arguing that 190,000 is even still too cheap. But all of that space now being addressed by the presidency. The federal government has refuted reports claiming it has increased tuition fees in federal universities in the country. According to the special advisor to the president on special duties, communications and strategy, Dele Alake, the reports are inaccurate and not correct. A statement released by Alake denying the claim reads, we are aware that some universities have in recent weeks announced increase in the amount payable by students on sundry charges. However, the fact remains, and we have confirmed that these are discretionary charges by each university for hostel accommodation, registration, laboratory, and other charges. They are not tuition fees. So these are stealth fees being applied by these universities, essentially, is what they're saying. Authorities of these universities even made this fact clear in, let me take it from the top again. We are aware that some universities have in recent weeks announced increase in the amount payable by students on sundry charges. However, the fact remains, and we have confirmed that these are discretionary charges by each university for hostel accommodation, registration, laboratory, and other charges. They are not tuition fees. Authorities of these universities even made that fact clear enough in explaining the rationale behind these new fees. For avoidance of doubt, federal universities in Nigeria remain tuition-free. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu remains committed to his promise of ensuring that every Nigerian, regardless of economic situation of their parents, have access to quality tertiary education. In addition to the students' loan scheme, under the students' loan bill signed into law by President Tinubu last month, which will go into implementation ahead of the next academic session in September, the federal government will also strengthen other mechanisms to support indigent students. Part of the government's plans to make sure all diligent students complete their education on time, notwithstanding their parents' financial situation, include work study, merit-based scholarships, and grants. So I don't quite know what they mean by work study, but there it is. So that's their plan for you. So now this Sheyi Tinubu headline. I'll only give you the headline, and then I'll play you the clip when I finish all the readouts. So I can guarantee you the hope we have been looking for is here. President Tinubu's son, Sheyi, tells Nigerians in a video. So we wait to hear from Sheyi Tinubu. But let's go back to where we were yesterday and see now how the DSS justifies their action. DSS breaks silence on fight with prison officials over custody of Emefiele. The Department of State Services, DSS, has reacted to the scuffle that broke out between its officials and that of the Nigerian Correctional Service over the custody of former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. Correspondents report that the DSS, in a statement on Wednesday, said the incident was unfortunate and does not in any way reflect the professional disposition of the agency. So it's not unfortunate, and it does reflect the disposition of the agency. Because, of course, we have seen countlessly these instances. So it's not anything new or novel. We saw it in the treatment of Showore, and we've seen it severally. So this is exactly their standard practice. It also said that it has initiated detailed investigation into the matter and will take disciplinary action if necessary. The scuffle occurred on Tuesday after Emefiele was granted bail by a federal high court in Lagos. The court ordered that Emefiele be remanded in the custody of the Nigerian Correctional Services until he met his bail condition. However, DSS officials attempted to rearrest Emefiele, leading to a physical confrontation between the two sets of security agents. The DSS said that it respects the judiciary and will not go out of its way to undermine it. It also said that it has a robust working relationship with the Nigerian correctional services. The statement reads, the public will recall that Mr. Godwin Emefiele, suspended CBN governor, was arraigned at the Federal High Court, Ikoyi, Lagos on the 25th of July, 2023. The service has noted that the incident that took place between its staff and those of the Nigerian Correctional Service and wish to state as follows. So let me take a sip of water. Yes, and wish to state as follows. Number one, the incident was unfortunate and does not in any way reflect the professional disposition of the DSS. Number two, the service did not and would never encourage the incident under reference. Number three, the service has tremendous respect for the judiciary as an arm and the institution institution of government, and will not go out of its way to undermine it. The DSS recognizes the judiciary as a crucial component in nation building, national development, and security management. Also, the service has robust working relationship with sister security and law enforcement agencies, including the prison service. Number four, whilst noting that the personnel from both agencies exhibited undue overzealousness, the service has further initiated detailed investigations into the matter. This is with a view to identifying the role played by specific persons, as well as undertaking disciplinary actions if necessary, and drawing some lessons going forward. For emphasis, the DSS has not broken any law. Okay, so this is really the part that we want to get to, because this is what we debated endlessly yesterday. For emphasis, the DSS has not broken any law in handling the Emefiele case, despite efforts by some elements to skew the narratives to the country. The service had since alerted the public of sinister plots to discredit its leadership. In pursuit of its assignment, it will strive to remain professional, maintain ethical standards, and high sense of discipline. The service will ensure that it will not be used for clout and fame chasing or delusional heroism. So this is a new language now that has permeated into everything. So the DSS now recognizes now that a lot of clout chasing and fame chasing is going on. So there it is right there. Yeah, it will, however, remain focused on its national security mandate and therefore enjoin well-meaning Nigerians to support it in achieving the desired security goals for the nation. It is imperative to note that we have no other country but Nigeria. We shall join hands with love and tolerance to build it. So the language has suddenly softened from that DSS space. Signed Peter Ofunaya, PhD. So he's vaunting his credentials there. So he vaunts his credentials, but a person that doesn't need to show off about his credentials anymore, Professor Wole Soyinka. So we're back to the Davido space. Jaye Law. Davido should not apologize to irate Northern Muslims. His music, artistic expression, the prof lips. Let's have a look. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has weighed in on the ongoing uproar surrounding the controversial video posted by singer Davido on his Twitter page, which has sparked widespread criticism from predominantly Muslim communities in northern Nigeria. So now I think they are testing their reach, these people, because having now conquered their region now, they are now through the threat of their region trying to reach into the south. On Tuesday, a horde of angry youths in Maiduguri, is always Maiduguri, isn't it? On Tuesday, a horde of angry youths in Maiduguri set Davido's, let me see if we actually have this. Let me see, because there's a hyperlink here. So let me see where it leads to. If it leads to a video clip, I may not be able to play you it, but oh yes, it does lead to a video clip. Let's see. No, it doesn't. All right. All right. On Tuesday, a horde of angry youths in Maiduguri set Davido's banner on fire even after he had deleted the video from his social media page. They demanded an apology, just as several prominent figures called for the cancellation of the multi-award-winning singer, leading to intense debate on social media. In an impassioned opinion piece published online on Tuesday, Mr. Soyinka asserted that no apology should be required from Davido for his Chinese artistic expression. He emphasized that demanding apologies and resorting to censorship deviates from the true pursuit of justice, which should be sought through more lawful through more meaningful avenues. No apology is required. None should be offered. Let us stop battening down our head in the mush of contrived contrition. We know where contrition, apology, and restitution remains. Anyway, it goes into is long. I'm not going to labor through Wole Soyinka English. It's just you end up stumbling over words. So let's just so that's that. Let's go here. Okay, I think we've actually covered this. I think we've covered this in the previous readout. So Emefiele's trial, Nigeria Secret Police DSS to investigate lawless personnel over free-for-all fight with Nigerian prison officials. So I think we've covered that already in a previous readout. So we covered that in the previous readout. So let's get to it then. It may well prove to be a short little one. We've got Ajanle Koko, we've got Kumi, and we've got Thomas. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with you, Kumi. Kumi, are you ready to go? Kumi, are you there?
I'm here, but woman, I'm busy now, please.
All right. What about you? What about Ajanle Koko? Are you ready to go? All right, Thomas, are you ready to go? Have you got your Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So, I wonder if you are following the development in Niger Republic. This culture of coups, which we thought we are consigned to the annals of history, they are back there again, but it's close to our borders now. Niger Republic, President Bazoum, or whatever his name is, he's now being under house arrest as we speak. So what are you making of that space and the goings on there?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you have. Woman, the situation going on in Niger Republic, I won't be surprised if at the end of the day, the government is toppled and we have the military commandos in charge of power in that country. We have it in Mali, if I didn't get it wrong. Mali and which other country?
Burkina Faso. I think we have it in Burkina Faso as well.
So what is going to stop them if they want to do it? Is their country, and it could happen. So if by tomorrow we have an announcement that the military has taken over the country, we shouldn't be surprised. So it's their country. The politician all over West Africa, except Ghana and Republic of Benin, doesn't show any form of responsibility in the way they govern their people. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. We see no respect to the rule of law and bad governance. So I won't be surprised if it is announced that if we wake up tomorrow and we have it that the military is in full control of the country. But in the report you read to us, that the military is not totally in support of it, except the commander.
Yeah, the elite guard is the elite guard that sees hold of the president.
Yeah, the elite guard. So I don't know what is taking the military for more than 24 hours to clear up the.
It's a delicate balance, isn't it? Because the elite guard have cordoned off the presidential palace and they've held the president and staff there. So if they storm it, then those people can take down the president. But they are signaling to the elite guards that they're not in support of what they're doing. And Tinubu is putting pressure on them internationally.
Well, Tinubu can put pressure as he like. Will that change anything if those guys are really serious of taking over the reign of power? It cannot stop them. And the reason why I say so is that we see what is happening in Sudan. It's the same thing that is trying to unfold here. Is the elite guard in Sudan that is fighting against the military authority. So elite guard that was, set up by the former president. They are the one that are fighting against the military authority because they wield so much power. They have equipment, and they are not taking control. I mean, they are not taking, command from the military authority. That was what resulted into full-scale war between the two of them. And we can see what Sudan has turned to. So this is what happened in a country where you see irresponsible leadership that doesn't respect the rule of law, that doesn't, govern according to maybe the constitution of their country. This is what the disaster that they inflict in their country. They plunge the country into civil war. And I won't be surprised if this situation in Niger turn out to be the same situation that we have that is playing out in Sudan, because the elite guard is totally in charge of the presidential, the security of the presidential palace. And they have so much security. I mean, they have so much equipment. They have, all the machinery or whatsoever to defend that the presidential, the seat of power. So they could go into war with the military, just the same way we see what is going on in Sudan. So Nigeria is a country that should get ready to protect Nigeria. And if
but the way our border is with that country, there are existential threats to us, because a lot of the insurgency that we're witnessing in Nigeria, it comes in from that cusp. So if that country, if that country collapses, the fallout of it, we will feel it.
Oh, surely we will feel it. Already, Niger and Chad are feeling the heat of the war in Sudan already. A lot of refugees have moved into that country. So if the situation in Niger should result in a full-scale war, then definitely we're going to have refugees from that country troop into Nigeria, and definitely we're going to have some of these people with arms and those criminals running into Nigeria. Are we ready to protect our border against this kind of refugee influx and criminal into our country? Are we ready? That is what I will advise the president to concentrate his effort on. How can he secure our border? I know we have a very long, almost a 1,000-mile border between, a stretch out of almost 1,000 miles borderline between the two countries. So, what can they do now to secure our borderline with that country? And if necessary, if Nigeria has to take side to cross, those that are taking over the power or trying to take over the power, what plan do they have in place now? So Nigeria should.
Africa is slowly reverting back to this military coup thing, which we thought was consigned to the annals of history. But like you just read out the list now, Mali, certainly Burkina Faso, and now it's looking like Niger.
And Chad
and Chad. And by the way, countries bordering us, by the way. So what are you making of that development? A lot of them francophone countries, by the way.
Yes, a lot of them francophone countries. They are. Chad as well is governed by military. So Nigeria,
is there a Fulani angle to this? Because a lot of them are Fulani countries too.
Well, I don't want to. I don't know if there's a Fulani angle. What we know by history is that these countries are not stable countries when it comes to they are not stable in terms of they don't have stable government. It's always from one hand to the other, coup after coup. This is what we have seen this country to be. The democracy that we have enjoyed for 23 years has stretched without interruption. I don't think those countries have experienced a stretch of 20 years without any military interruption. At any time they have democracy in place of that country. I stand to be corrected though. So, but I won't be surprised.
What do you think? What do you think ECOWAS or indeed because the condemnation has also come in from the African Union as well. But outside of condemnation, what can they do? Because all they ever seem to do is to condemn. But outside of condemnation, what can they do?
They cannot do anything. They are toothless dogs. Only Nigeria can act. The strength of ECOWAS in terms of military is in the hand of Nigeria. Take out Nigeria, ECOWAS is nothing. ECOWAS is nothing. They all fed on Nigeria. Nigeria is the big brother. Nigeria is the mother of all ECOWAS states. If Nigeria doesn't make any move on anything, there's nothing they could do. So Nigeria is a country that Tinubu administration now should come up with strategy to crush that government or those guys that are trying to take over if they feel it's going to be a threat to Nigerian democracy. If they believe it's going to be a threat to Nigerian democracy, they should have a kind of deal or cooperation with the military, who, as you read in that article, are not in support of this thing. They should cooperate with them to see how they can flush out those guys. That is the best way. If the military, if the head of state or the president have to sacrifice his life for this in order to have peace in that country, in order for Nigerian democracy not to be threatened, they have to do something. That is the best way. They can't allow full-scale war to erupt in that country. If a full-scale war to erupt in that country, Nigeria will suffer for it, seriously. So it is time for the Tinubu administration to bring its service chief together, bring them on the table. What is our strategy? This is the situation in that country. What can we do? And they should as well speak to try to see how they can resolve it peacefully. If the guy in charge of presidential palace is not backing down, what is the way out in taking him out of the place so that there could be peace in that country, there could be stable government in that country, and in such a way that Nigerian democracy will not be threatened. Nigeria have to do something. I mean, Tinubu have to have a sleepless night planning strategy on how to resolve that country. That's my take on that. Now, he cannot sit by. It cannot just be talking. Talk cannot do this thing. It has to come out with a plan to get that situation under control. It must come under control. That country must not go into full-scale war. Otherwise, Nigeria will suffer for it. We're going to have influx of refugees. We're going to have influx of criminals with arms coming into Nigeria, and that will be very, very grievous to our security that is already not in good shape. He has to do something. That's my take on that.
Oh, all right, Prince Daddy, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, yes, Walmart. Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks.
Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was gonna just chime in real quickly after.
Thanks.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it kind of made it easier. You said is the elite guards that have the president on the house arrest, and the army is not really directly involved in it, which is great, which makes Tinubu's job easier to negotiate with the army to take care of the situation. So it's actually it's not as bad as it looked. I didn't know that. Of course, when it comes to this military, guys, just like it happened in Nigeria, it's about selfish interest with their propaganda about concern for the nation. But we know what Buhari, Abacha, while Biden have that great opportunity. But Abacha and Babangida, what they did, they looted the nation, the country. So it's always about the country resources or the funding for the country that they go after. And Nigeria, I mean, we don't give a lot of credit to Nigeria because there's no democracy in the world that's perfect. But somehow, some way, since 1999, we've been able to maintain a seamless transition from one civilian rule to another. That in itself is a great testament to Nigeria's democracy, regardless of how people want to demean the current state of our democracy. But to Niger, I think Tinubu. I don't see this elite, the coup itself succeeding. I think Tinubu is going to have an impact on what happens. We just have to incentivize the military to help squash this insurgency, so to speak, or the takeover of the government. You can allow them to create a problem for Nigeria, especially in the northern region. There's so much problem there already, so you can allow that. You can allow that. And I was actually thinking, quite frankly, that eventually Tinubu is going to marshal in Nigerian army to go in and take them down if he has to. But again, I'm assuming right now we already have a relationship with the Nigerian army or military that it can communicate on how to go about this front to squash. Go
Yes,
ahead.
yeah, Prince. Tinubu might not necessarily need to roll out the Nigerian army. And by the way, he's has them limbering up on the ready. So here he is asking them to get prepared.
Note that you must work, and you must work effectively. We must see the result.
So that's them limbering up. I'll play you that clip in a moment, but that's not really in relationship to this. But let me bring you this. It says, Niger, because the president, he has been tweeting out of captivity. The president of Niger Republic, he has been tweeting out of from within captivity. Niger army ready to hit back after coup bid. Presidency says. Niger's presidency said the army is on standby to strike back against members of the Presidential Guard who seized control of President Mohamed Bazoum's official residence and the presidential villa. The President of the Republic and his family are doing well, the presidency said in a brief statement on X, formerly known as Twitter. And by the way, do you know that Elon Musk has changed Twitter to X, this ridiculous guy from South Africa? You know, just clownish a little. And by the way, there's another story that I wanted to bring, but I'm not sure how you guys will be digesting it. That guy that did Kaiser Sosa, what's his name again? I'll bring it to you in a moment. Let me just do this one first. It says, the president of the republic, president of the republic and his family are doing well. The presidency said in a brief statement on X, formerly known as Twitter, an earlier statement in which it said that elements of the Presidential Guard engaged in anti-republican movements failed in their attempt to obtain the support of their fellow members of the Guard, and the army was subsequently deleted. Bazoum has been detained by coup plotters who are attempting to seize power by force. The 15-nation Economic Community of West African States, in a separate statement, said it has joined the African Union. Algeria and Nigeria are urging soldiers to abandon the tentative power grab. Several armed pickup trucks could be seen outside public broadcaster in the capital, etc. So it looks as though he has the army on site still, Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, that is good. I mean, that's what I say. It's a plus. So this whole coup attempt can be foiled. Really, it's not as bad as it looks right now. But Angelico did sound the warning how bad and dangerous it could be if it's allowed to foster and turn to something else. That we don't want, not at all. We don't want that. And Tinubu is a strong supporter of democracy across Africa, especially in West Africa. So it is not going to allow it to happen. I see the Nigerian army playing a role in it for sure. Absolutely. What do they need? Did they need weapons? Did they need funding, some financing? Yeah, it will incentivize them to do something about it. And that's as the head now of ECOWAS, right? It doesn't want that to be part of his legacy, military rampant takeover in different nations. And I know you're trying to draw kind of what do you call it? A denominator with these other countries that it seems to be nations where they have maybe Fulani population or in charge, or perhaps French speaking countries. That's where the coup seems to happen the most. So that can be a factor there also. But with this, sometimes this things that happened by, of course, criminal elements in the military, like perhaps this one, without any external or international interference. But at the same time, again, you never know how these international organizations or individuals that influence this African leaders or military to destabilize the nations. So we have to look at, I haven't been paying attention, but is there something unique about Niger right now? Have they found a new kind of a mineral? What is their purpose? I know Niger, right? That's where American has its military base. Is that not right?
Yeah, that country, and also France will harvest a lot of resources there. There's some sort of precious something that powers up France, that they get 90% of it from that country. People will
Yeah.
come into to expand on
They
that.
have
But
uranium. They have
yeah,
land.
yes, exactly.
Okay. So that usually that's a revolving you know theme in most of these countries that are unstable. There's always that influence of natural resources being exploited by a certain group of people or countries around the world. So we never know. These things, they tend to look benign. Oh, some military elite guy taking over the presidency, some crook. It's so complicated. We don't know the full details many times. Of course, we at the end of the day, of course, we want to blame the Africans or the people that do the coup, because they're doing it against their own people, not subjecting the people to hardship and pain. That's part of their selfishness. But people can be incentivized or to do things they don't want to do, even against their own interest. And this may be the case, but I strongly believe that this is not going to go that far. It's going to be foiled, and we're going to see a quick resolution to the problem as soon as possible. Thanks.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I think Darati wants to quickly speak on this before he bails out. But before I come to you, Darati, at some point I would want to discuss this story. I'm not quite sure if anybody else is following it, but it's something that I've been following, and it has reached its crescendo now. This one here is Kevin Spacey. Let me bring it up. So this guy's life has been on hold for about 2-3 years. Just a plethora of sexual allegations. But it looks as though he has been cleared of all charges. Kevin Spacey cleared of all charges of sexual assault against 4 men. So his life has been destroyed, of course, and I also thought he was guilty, but it looks as though he's not. A London jury has found Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey not guilty of 7 sexual assaults and 2 other sexual offenses against 4 men. The Hollywood star, 64, had faced sex offense charges that allegedly took place between 2004 and 2013, during which time Spacey served as artistic director at the Old Vic Theatre in London. He pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Spacey had tears in his eyes as the verdict was read and thanked the jury after the panel found him not guilty. The verdict also comes today, July the 26th, which is his 64th birthday. Justice Mark Wall had sent the jury at London Southwark Crown Court out to consider its verdict on Monday, local 12 something local time. After 12 hours and 26 minutes of deliberation across 3 days, the jury returned on Wednesday and delivered its verdict that Spacey was not guilty on all charges. Spacey had won 2 Academy Awards for his role, The Usual Suspect and American Beauty. He has returned to acting in recent years after leaving House of Cards. Direct to the coup in Niger Republic. Darati on mute now. You said you wanted. All right. Let's move on. If you're not speaking, can people hear me? By the way.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Hello, man.
Yeah. You said you wanted to speak, and then you. Yeah. So let's hear from you.
Hello, man.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. Please like and share. that the issue in Niger Republic, it's a very worrisome situation. And it was this morning I heard that about the news that the military is trying again to take over after we already have three already. Three. It's not Burkina, we have Mali, we have Burkina Faso, we have Guinea. It was Guinea that came in first, followed by Mali, then Burkina Faso, then Chad. Also, technically, yeah. Then now we're having Niger. This is a very big problem at our fingers, at our fingertips. And it's going to, if we are not careful, it's going to consume the whole of West Africa. Now, the issue at hand, I want to believe that it's a battle of wit, for resource control and stuff like that. Probably some people within the military or the lead guard felt somebody is cornering one contract or the other, and probably is not letting the boys have a taste of it, And don't forget, uranium is at the heart of one of the minerals that these guys produce. So, and America and some other countries, are interested in it. They want to cut off. They are doing their way of finding a way out for alternative uranium source, that will be secured, much more secured by from Russia. Russia happens to be one of the largest producers of uranium. Too. America still buy from them, and they still mine from Niger Republic and so on and so forth. So, but let me go to I'm just talking about some of the causes of these things and poor governance on the part of some of these head of states as well, overbearing attitude. But in this case, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
In this case, a particular issue like this happened in the Gambia in 2016, and Tinubu played a prominent role in making sure, and Buhari himself, then Tinubu. I think Tinubu was even the one that donated the aircraft that took away the Gambian strongman. Jame. So, and I could remember very well. I watched it on NTA. I was in Nigeria. I watched it on NTA then. But if you look at the role that Nigeria played in restoring democracy in that country till date, democracy in the Gambia would still not have been able to hold its peace if not because of that. The military, one way or the other, are still looking at probably a way to threaten because of this resurgence of this nonsense across the West African sub-region. That year, I could remember somebody was telling me what Nigeria did that time. Nigeria had to deploy its cadre.
Back to the Niger Republic space. People are reporting in the comment section that the coup has been successful. So, what does this mean for Nigeria, especially given the proximity of that country to us?
That is a very big problem for us. I will have, another problem that could have happened in the case of Niger is, Niger is a vast country. I hope we know that there is a vast country. It might not be easy to intervene. If it were to be a country that is on the coastal edge of the West African sub-region, so that means a bit easy. You can coerce them from different angles, from the north, south, east, and also use the military navy can use naval power to send some signals. But in this case, you have to bring in forces from the northern part, which is mostly desert. It's a very vast country, and the guys that are even bordering them, and also they are also members of the Burkina Faso bordering them in the northeastern part, western part of Niger. Is also It's also a military dictatorship that is ruling there right now. So I've been thinking about it that it's going to be a bit difficult. Although Nigeria might want to step up to do something, but what can we really actually quickly do like that? Because of that space. That space is big. It's big. In the case of the Gambia, we're able to, kind of send emissaries to the Gambia, use Senegal, Ghana, and some other guys, set up some naval frigates from Nigeria, and we're able to pressure this guy to allow the constitutionally elected government to take over with immediate effect. So, but in this case, it's a bit difficult because the allied guys they are the closest to the presidency. If they want to take out the president, it's as very easy. It's very easy for them. Not even the army. Before the army will have anything to do with them, they already did their stuff. And if they have their thorough links within the army, hierarchy, then anything can happen. They can also negotiate with them.
But what we are hearing is that the army is not in support of the coup at the moment. So that's what we are hearing.
If the army is not in support, I think it's still possible that they, one problem I have is this. This is the same thing that happened in Mali. When it happened like that, then the army put forward one guy. I can't remember the name of that guy in Mali. As the prime minister. The same man that took over the world as the Govt had to do another coup again to topple that man again. So the main thing will have been to take those guys out once and for all. As far as they are still there, if the ECOWAS or Tinubu is not able to negotiate with them to drop whatever they have as their plan, in taking over power.
Tinubu has sent the president of Benin Republic to go and assess the situation and report back. So the president of Benin Republic, of course, that's a francophone country. Niger Republic, a French-speaking country as well. So they are moving very quickly to have that intervention. And with the army not fully on board with the elite guard at the moment. So if swift movement can take place, they might still be able to avert it if they've not killed the president yet.
Yeah, yes, it's still possible. This kind of thing also happened in Guinea-Bissau. We watched sometimes ago when I think about last week or so, Tinubu was in Guinea-Bissau. They also did the same thing. This thing happened within 2021, 2022. They already took Mbalo. The Allied Guard already took Mbalo, cordon off the presidential palace, and so on. But when the pressure came from Nigeria, and the pressure was very hot, they had to release him, and that was the reason why Nigeria had to set up GAMIS and this Guinea-Bissau. Yes, Guinea-Bissau military intervention unit, and that was what that was where they did the last ECOWAS. And you can see they were reinforcing them. Even till now in the Gambia, there's still some Nigerian contingent in the Gambia trying to hold on or push back the military, to not to be able to. So if that is happening, definitely the army can still join. If there is no under deal also behind the door to not to do anything, not to act. So, but if that is, they can still take these guys off. The Allied Guard they are not many actually. Only that they are closer to the president, and of course they normally have a lot of state secrets in their hand as well. So if they are able to negotiate with them, okay, let's march on with Nigeria with the air asset, because you can only use air asset there, air and ground assets in that particular area. But don't forget, this thing will work if the foreign powers that are operating within that space, 3 foreign powers are competing within that space as I speak to you now. America is in there. America has the base there. France has a leg in that country, and Russia is also finding a way to deepen his relationship with these dictators. So in order to spite France, in order to cut off France,
it is almost a certainty that there are puppet masters pulling the strings of these elite guards. Because even if you describe them as elite guards, often instances they're just a ragtag of maybe Tuareg types. They are not really sophisticated or have any real function of the brain. It's like you said, international players orchestrating them almost certainly.
Yeah, that's what is on ground. But I think that then when the Gambia issue came on board, Buhari to date, if you ask any Gambian, they will tell you they normally still view Buhari in very high. They normally like, oh, this guy he helped them to at least quash that nonsense that time. So if Nigeria really wants to do something, they can still try to do something if it has not gone beyond the level that it is. If the army does not have another deal underground with this guy, if the army decides to face the elite guard in this case is not the same thing as that of Sudan. That of Sudan is a different ball ball game. It's a very different ball game. The elite, the one that is happening in Sudan, those ones, they have access to resources, they have everything, money, power. You know, everything was given to them by the president. So those ones are even different from these ones. The elite guys are just guys that are around the presidency. They condone people without, don't have anything to do with the president. And when they want to take power, they can easily use them also. They themselves can even turn against the president at any point in time and take off power. So the Nigeria will have to make a statement if the deed has not been done yet. I'm looking up to Nigeria to do something based on what Tinubu also said.
What can Nigeria do? Nigeria cannot move militarily because because that has an international dimension. And for them to move militarily, they have to get an international mandate at the very minimum from ECOWAS. I think a mandate from ECOWAS could let them parachute immediately in. But that's a high-risk strategy. So all they can do is diplomatic moves and international pressure.
Woman, can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, you can come in.
Okay. Thank you, and good evening to all of you. Protocol duly observed. You see, I think I'm going to surprise most of our people, our panelists here today, and those that are listening, to us. If I wouldn't, in as much as I am a pro-Biafran, I wouldn't want Nigeria to go into, sort of intervention in Niger Republic. If you go back, I think one man, you can just browse there as I'm talking to see what we lost in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Sudan. In Liberia alone, we lost over 6,000 soldiers, apart from hardwares, military hardwares. Nigeria invested over $7 billion in Liberia alone. And that took a toll on Nigeria. Till today, we did not benefit anything. Nigeria didn't benefit anything from it. Unlike US, that will go into war and benefit from it. Nigeria doesn't have resources enough to take care of over 200 and something million Nigerians. As we speak today, Nigeria has over 137 citizens of that country below poverty level.
Yes, but Vin, Nigeria cannot afford Nigeria cannot afford for Niger Republic to collapse just because of the closeness of its proximity to us.
You see, what is happening is this Francophone. Go and look at the money the Francophone countries contribute to French government on yearly basis. Is over $30-something billion on yearly basis, whereas their people are living below poverty level. These people, these Francophone countries, are trying to move away. They want to move away from the strangulation of the French government. If you look at Mali, Mali is successful today. They carried out a coup and they're successful. And the first thing they did was to form an ally with Russia. Burkina Faso did the same thing. In fact, Mali gave French soldiers that were domiciled in Mali 1 month to vacate. Come again?
Carry on, but bring it home because we're talking about Niger Republic. But bring it home and then we move on. Yeah.
Okay. These people, they are doing their things the way they want to do it. I don't think there is anybody that can decide for them on what to do and how to, the kind of leadership they want to have. What they are fighting is Francophone, the French dominance and the extortion that is going on in these Francophone countries. That is what I want to contribute, sir.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. So, thank you. So, unless anybody else has any thoughts on that space, then we move on to another talking.
Can I have a minute, woman?
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on, Bishop. Bishop, then Mike. I think Mike wants to come in as well. Bishop, then Mike. Yeah.
I just wanted to chip in one thing from what you guys said. Most likely, the coup is likely going to be successful. That's one, unfortunately so. Secondly, written all over this coup is the handiwork of France itself. So if the last speaker is saying that this coup is necessitated because these West African countries want to break away from France dominance, they are not correlating at all. There are quite a lot of diplomatic, what do you call it now, that's gone on. And the coup should have failed about 4 or 5 hours ago when they were still trying to persuade the president to resign. I don't know if he has, but the fact that they have been able to hold on for this long, almost 10 hours after, is an indication that most likely, and they were able to disperse the rioting, the protesting crowd, and everybody is calm. It's like, okay, you know what, let's just move on. So most likely, the man had agreed, because people that should ordinarily rise up for him did not. And I can see the handwriting of France seriously in this group.
Well, one man, can I speak to what he just said now? Can I speak to what Bishop just said now? I think France. I think you might be correct.
Go on. Well, very briefly, though. Then
I think you might be correct. One man, if you look at it very well, this week tomorrow, the Russian African Summit will be kickstarting in St. Petersburg in Russia. So, France is also planning something, because they are looking at it. This whole Russia-Ukraine war is sending a lot of signals to African countries that we need to break off. So probably France, I'm also suspecting, fine, there are some guys that are against France, but I'm seeing France itself planning to even be placed smart to take out some French presidents, Francophone countries presidents, which they think that might want to form an ally, because Africa is beginning to speak with one voice. We begin to see Pan-Africanism resurging again amongst the head of states, which has died for a long time. The last person that was speaking was Zimbabwe and Gaddafi. They ousted them out. They find a way to ease them out. Now, a new set of guys are coming up, and because of the pressure from the youth and some few guys, civil society organizations. So maybe France also planning to take out this guy before Africa regroup. Because if you look at it, Africa is regrouping in order to follow. I follow Farid Zakaria in that interview with the French president. You will see that something is going on within the mind of that Emmanuel Macron. He knows that with the way things are going, Algeria wants to join BRICS. Those guys wants to join BRICS, and they know if they lose these guys, they are doomed. France is doomed. So there may be their handwriting. There is handwriting on the wall that shows that their hands is there. So because they know that it's either they do their own coup, or probably a Russian-led coup occur that will eventually throw them out of that space, but especially France and US. Within those two countries will be thrown out. So probably everybody just playing the person that strike first. Probably that was what is happening. But if you look at Mali today, I think yesterday or so, Mali cancelled French as the official language. French is no more the official language of Mali. So we should expect some of those things also from Guinea and some other guys, Burkina Faso and the remnant of those Francophone countries. They are the ones that have been holding us back for a long time. We look at it. So and they know if these guys can get to the front burner. I watch Professor Akiyemi's Professor of International Relations was talking about the clog to the wheel of progress in Africa being the francophone countries. Without them, you cannot get anything doing on Africa. So I think it's it's a long battle. And you look at what Tinubu also said at African Union Summit in Nairobi, talking about the new scramblers of Africa, the new scramblers. So it shows that he didn't just say that kind of thing. He must have said that based on intelligence reports gathered. There's some guys that are planning something evil, in order to throw the continent into another problem. A lot of evils. I think we need to just.
All right, Darati. I don't think you can hear anybody, but yes, hold steady. So
yes,
let
yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I was trying to.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, just stay steady.
I can hear you.
Yes, I know you can. Just stay steady. I was trying to insert when you were saying that.
I can hear you now.
I know you can hear me. Just stay steady. I was trying to insert that when you said Tinubu, it sounded a warning to the new scramblers towards Africa that this might well be the response of the scramblers. Because that wind of change seems to be coming, but the resistance against it, because they are so dependent on resources from Africa. But somebody sent in this clip that they feel it is the death nail. Somebody sent in this clip to suggest that this was actually led to. This was.
Wasu na ganin cewar lokaci yayi.
Oh, sorry, that's in Hausa language or whatever.
Wasu na ganin cewar lokaci yayi ma da za a kawar da sefa a samu kuɗin eko na yankin ƙasashen sai da yawo. To kana maganar sefa ta taimaka tattalin arzikin Niger ta kasance a yadda take, kamar kana goyon bayan kuɗin eko kenan ko kuwa?
Muna so mu samu ya zamanto kuɗinmu guda da Najeriya, saboda babbar ƙasa ce ta iyakanmu wanda rishin
I suspect that none of us will understand that, but what he was saying in there was that the person who sent it in, he says this is what got this man in trouble. He was advocating for his country to abandon the franc CFA in favor of a West African legal tender, and if not, they will align with Nigeria and improve the Naira so that it can become a legal tender in Niger. After all, most of his country's transactions are done with Nigeria. So I think it may well be that French cost. But Mike, let's hear from you, Mike.
Yeah. So like you guys have been saying, I mean, most coups, all these coups, majority of them are something orchestrated by either France or one foreign power. But to me, it was, and when they do this coup, it's not like France is flying in to do the coup themselves. They use people within their own military to do the coup. So if somebody, and coup is not something easy to carry out, to be honest, by the way. Now, for someone to be able to sit in another country an ocean away and organize a coup in your country, it means that your military or security architecture, structure, is the knowledge of it is exposed, because they have to have the knowledge of your military blueprint or map, to know that, okay, this is the person to approach, to give them, because what they do is just show up, and once CIA guy will show up, open a briefcase with $2 million and say, hey, here's the money, this is what we need you to do. So it means these countries, and Nigeria was there before, we have to figure it out. Nigeria was once there where they could easily call someone to carry out a coup in Nigeria, call someone like Dimka, show him money, okay, go do it. But we find a way to figure it out. We structure the military, security structure. We created DSS. For you to go keep president, for one general to say he wants to go and carry coup, the probably DSS will probably take him out, So Nigeria have figured something out. So unfortunately, these other African countries, kind of like they are where Nigeria was like 40 years ago. That's why I'm like, why is he so, coup after coup? I'm like, what kind of are these people still thinking? And I think these Africans have to get to a point, they need to understand that you can't have a system where the president is all and all. where if someone wants to take over your country, you have to just take over a president. That's it. You have to you change that system where a president is not all and all. For you to come take over a country, you need to take over a system, not a president. You know, Africa is still there. I mean, they haven't learned from the past. I mean, all they have to do was take out Kruma, take over. That's it. Take over Sankara. That's it. Burkina Faso is gone. I think Nigeria, if Nigeria wants to lead, first thing first. And by the way, if there are countries that should be taking advantage of all these countries that still have stupid, weak architecture, it should be Nigeria. We should be the one orchestrating coup in these countries, putting puppet there. We should be the one organizing coup in these West African countries, these countries that are so weak, and putting our own puppets to be ruling them. To be honest, if Nigeria have to,
especially the ones bordering us,
exactly.
The president of Niger, Benin Republic, Togo, Chad, all of is Nigeria that should be installing the presidents of this. They should be under direct control of Nigeria.
Because those countries
and their militaries too, they should be under our control, just for our own security.
Yeah, indirectly. That's the kind of moves we should be making. Like, okay, this country is next to us. They're so weak. Their system, their security architect is so useless. Their soldiers are more so ragtag. Their minorities, their generals are. If you look at their generals, they look hungry. Have you seen Nigerian general looking hungry? all the generals in Nigeria,
they are pot-bellied. They are pot.
The Nigerian generals.
Have you seen that image of some meeting that they were all asleep or in there with their belly hanging out?
Every general in Nigeria is a millionaire. And that's one thing Nigeria figured out, because they realized that's when I think between Babangida and Abacha, I don't know, when they realized that the way this school was being organized was this foreign power, they just show up and call one general and offer him money and he would do a coup. So what Nigeria figured out is, okay, let's just make every general money is the list of their problem. You remember that one time when Boko Haram started, when the Americans...
Mike, it is not Nigeria that figured it out. It was Obasanjo that figured it out.
No. So Abacha time alone, it was already figured out. No, it wasn't Obasanjo. Abacha...
no. You don't want to listen.
How about you listen to me first? You can't say it's Obasanjo. Why didn't they do coup during Abacha then? I already figured the DSS, creation of DSS and restructure of the Nigerian army. You understand? The DSS alone, the state security, the SSS is what the creation of the SSS is what killed that whole ability to be for generals to be saying they want to carry coup. You understand? So that's why it started.
No. Hold on. Let's because Ajande Koko was interjecting, but let Mike land, then Ajande Koko push back. Go on, Mike.
Yeah. So another thing Nigeria did was we have the Defense Academy, and we kind of create the design. You become more educated. They design the education system within the Defense Academy, where
the Defense Academy has been existing for years.
I know. I said they restructured the education system within there, where the generals, officers, they are all educated about the potential, how the way the world works, how these powers can try to use officers to turn down their countries and all those things. So our officers are very educated and very knowledgeable. One man, do you remember when Boko Haram started, when the Americans wanted to send their expert to come and work with our military, and then one of them wanted to trying to influence one of the generals, right? One of our top officers to start working with them to try to link him with the Washington to expose secrets of the Nigerian military structure. Remember, the general quickly locked down a U.S. guy. He kicked them out. Said, get out. Because he was already aware of it. He's educated enough to know. So he saw it coming. You understand? When these other African countries...
African?
No. That was during the one time when Boko Haram first started, when U.S. quickly sent some of their military experts to come and try to work with the Nigerian army. So they want to use that opportunity to penetrate our military. You understand? So they were trying to call the commander to discuss some idea, use him to expose the Nigerian information, kind of like spy situation.
Huh? That was AFRICOM when the American wanted to establish their base. When Major General Victor Malu said no, they cannot do it in Nigeria.
Oh, when he locked them out of the building, kicked them out. So he's already, So that means our officer was already educated about all those countries, the moves, all those things.
1 minute now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was telling you that it was Obasanjo that reorganized the military that make it impossible for coup to play out in Nigeria today. When he became the president in 1999.
Don't tell me about because they fired those generals. Don't tell me about that one.
Hold on. Who told you because they fired you? That is not the reason. After he settled down as president, he now came out with a restructuring of the military in order to sustain democracy. He came out with restructuring, and he restructured the military in such a way that there is no way that you want to plan coup that it will not leak. So give that credit.
Okay, give us detail of the restructuring then, so we can be.
How would I have to give you details of?
Then you don't know. Then you don't know what you're talking about. Then if we can't give detail of what you're talking about,
okay,
I give you my own detail. I say the creation of the DSS. I give you my own detail. So give us your own detail. You can't just say the person just say although he say we like to back people like.
Mike, the DSS cannot stop a military coup in Nigeria if you really want to.
Go and carry a coup now. Do you know how DSS is structured? Do you know how do you know how DSS they are the way you structure? They are squad, and they are literally around.
You don't know.
I'm telling you from inside.
Nigeria. What do you know about Nigerian military? You might
listen. Before the DSS,
do you know about Nigerian military? Do you ever work in Nigerian military before?
Have you ever worked in Nigerian military? You that you're asking, you are the expert.
What Obasanjo did, everybody knows it. And when he was doing it, we heard about it. It was in the news that he was restructuring the military, and it's there's you just give that credit to because you hate him or you don't like him.
It's not about hate or no like. Why didn't they do coup under Abacha then? Why didn't they successfully carry coup under Abacha then?
What do you mean? Why
did they not successfully carry coup under Abacha?
What do you mean?
Vince, stay muted. Let Ajanle Cook and Mike have that conversation. Yeah.
Was it not? Do you think Abacha died a natural death? Was it not terminated?
No, it was the Nigerian army that carried coup now.
Was Abacha not terminated?
We are talking about internal coup. You are talking about poisoning somebody.
Look at this.
Was it coup that killed Abacha?
Okay. When the president is gone, so what else?
We are talking about coup. We are not talking about assassination. There's one between assassinating somebody, poisoning somebody, and coup d'etat. We are talking about coup d'etat. It did not success. It didn't happen under Abacha. That's because the DSS was created. And the way the DSS is structured is not by rank, it's by squads. And they are all over. You literally DSS can be posted by your house. You won't even know they are there. They control all the advanced technological things to spy, to record, they are monitoring the generals, they are struck general, your conversation, they are hearing it. So the DSS, before a general can do a coup, the DSS will already know. And they will take out that general quick. So when Abacha created that DSS, when coup was dead in Nigeria, all the general is shaking. How do you think Abdul Salam, all of them? Wait, the DIA, this thing. Abacha, they were being recorded, they didn't know. So the DSS was already all over them. That's what I'm telling you. You're telling me it's about
DSS, Mike.
What you don't know. Nigeria.
Who was it then? Who was Abacha using to watch everything, to police all the rest of the army?
It was the Shia Abameyi that leaked the coup.
You don't know. You don't even know.
That what? Not DSS.
It was who?
You don't know how military structure, and that's why the coup of Dia, it was a it was a kind of organized coup. They just
bro, you guys are talking like expert like inside the place. You know, you were there when they were planning it. Let's stop this being sentimental. The fact of the matter is the DSS listen, the DSS is structured in a way where they are even ahead they are above the general. The general is ain't shit. And listen, the DSS, they work directly with the president, and they have DSS have full access to any installation, any facility in the country. They can walk into a general's office to search. They can walk into the military base. The DSS has that, and they work their order is directly from the president, not from any general. And even the DSI themselves, they don't have like a ranking position where they have one general like giving orders and things. They are divided into different sophisticated squads where only the president know who is who and who is what. So it's so organized where even America cannot plan a coup in Nigeria. It's very difficult.
So what is the function of SSS? You know about
that's
SSS?
them. That's what they call them, Department of State Security. What does what can be more powerful than state security?
No, what you don't know. Are you telling me that we don't have SSS before Abacha came?
No, DSS is SSS now. It's the
SSS. That's what I'm telling him now.
Hold on. Okay, where you are saying, were you telling me there was no SSS before this thing came in? What do you call it?
Abacha. I
Abacha.
was telling you between Abacha and Babangida, during that time it was created between one of them. Babangida created or Abacha created it.
This is what you don't know.
He was not there before. He was not there during my Murita the other era. He was not there.
Just learn from somebody that know and older than you. Listen.
Forget age, man. Let's stop this Nigeria. I'm older than you. Doesn't mean you have more knowledge. I beg. Let's stop this. I'm older.
Just stop. If you don't know, let me lecture.
I talk to a lot of old people every day. They don't know. Most of them don't even.
You don't know. Let me lecture you. Before they changed the name to SSS, it was known as NSO.
Okay, I'm not talking about NSO. Whatever NSO is, maybe that's why they changed the name, because this one,
just forget it.
This DSA, I know when most of them were being trained, when
engaging in this
all those Sergeant Rogers, all of them, when they were all organized. Trust me.
Argument. I don't want to engage in argument. I want to engage in
Mike, try and learn now.
Yeah,
learn from who?
Now, my brother.
I'm not. Listen, when I'm talking, I'm not talking out of my own opinion. It's something I did research. I know people very well. Do you know that the ADC of Dia, the guy Olaniwaju, you know that he's sorry, my brother's wife. Go and look at last name is Olaniwaju. Our uncle, our mom's brother is the guy. Is the right next to Dia. The guy was sentenced to death. He's the ADC of Dia. That's him. I'm talking. I've spoken with people like that. You're telling me about Lexus Ajanje Kuku. They break things down to me about you know people. And you think I'm coming here just giving my own opinion? I speak based on research and findings and things that I know. So I'm not one of those people that just go and listen to gossip on the corner and say, Obasanjo is going to do this, and I come here and be sharing it, believing it. I spoke with people in the inside. Go.
Okay. Were you not the one that told us here that you serve in U.S. military that turned out to be lie?
So you say I didn't serve in the U.S. military. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, didn't you tell us that you serve in U.S. military and people said it was a lie, and you were asking you questions?
People said I didn't serve in the U.S. military.
And forget about it. One man, move on.
Well, I can send my info to one man so he can prove that. Well, you know what? You think me? I give it. Oh my! So you're telling me I didn't serve in the U.S. military?
No, people are asking you questions. Don't answer the question now. So
which question did you ask me that I didn't answer?
And we were telling you this organization has been existing, but they are just changing the name. And you are saying this and that. And the Abacha created this, Abacha. They are in place. It was the name that they were changing from time to time. So what are you talking about? And you want to continue to argue. So and we telling you, Obasanjo did a lot in order to sustain democracy by reorganizing the military so that coup cannot be planned without being leaked, and you want to continue to argue. So you can.
But I'm asking you to give me detail of the how you organize. You can't give me details. So what am I going by? Just
why would I to detail?
What am I going by? Yeah, you got to give me explain how you did it. That stop coup. You can't give. You can't. You have to tell me. Explain how.
You cannot. Everything you are even saying about what.
Wait.
You are not.
A new president can come in today. Wait.
You never serve in the military. You cannot.
Okay, whatever, man. Okay.
Nobody can hold whatever you are saying as the truth.
I'm not forcing you to hold what I'm saying as the truth, but at least I give my explanation. I give logic. But you are telling me that you reorganize the military, and we say, okay, explain how you reorganize it as stopping coup. It's like a new president coming today and say, okay, let's create one new, let's expand the army, and then we say that's the reason why there's no coup. You can't say that. I have to explain why what he did is the reason why there's no more coup. You have to bring the details down.
We are not giving him the opportunity to explain.
All right.
It's not. I asked. It's not explaining. What else do I need to ask? I say explain how Obasanjo reorganized. What did he do? Which reorganizing did he do? And explain how that reorganizing is stopping coup. Because I give you my own explanation on how the DSS works. Why the DSS? Why there would be no coup? Because the way DSS is structured. I give my own detailed explanation. But you can't give us one. He just wants to be praising Obasanjo because he's man.
I told you that the DSS you are talking about has been in existence. You are saying, oh,
okay, let's agree that it's been in existence, but it still doesn't kill my argument that the way I explain how the DSS is structured, why there will be no.
It has been existent before.
Okay, let's admit that it has been existent.
Name from one name to the other. So your point has been defeated right there.
Okay, let's accept that. Okay, let's accept that it was. Wait,
make it impossible for coup to be planned in Nigeria. So
okay, let's accept. Let's say for the sake of the argument, we accept that the DSS was in existence.
DSS cannot stop coup. If military want to plan coup, military have their own intelligence. They know how to do it.
Independent of the government.
What we are saying.
Are you saying the military is independent of the government?
Hold on. The DSS is not military. What we are telling you
is DSS is the security architect. They call it SS state security. What does state mean? The state, the nation, national security. The SSS is in charge of the national security, not the general.
Wait, Mike, hold on.
Vin, I beg, wash your mouth, man. Woman says you wash. Let me actually go talk.
What we are telling you is that the military structure, DSS is not part of the military structure. It's just an intelligence services, right? And the structure, they have their own intelligence unit within the military.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is that Obasanjo reorganized the military. Forget about DSS. Military can crush the DSS if they want to crush them.
How can you cross?
Just listen, man.
How can you cross a non-uniform organization? It's like saying the SSS. It's like saying the CIA. It's like saying the CIA is independent of the U.S. military. That's what you're saying. The CIA know every detail. When you talk about the full total blueprint of the United States, wait, let me say this, woman. The full knowledge of the entire United States military, the CIA has it. They have the absolute extreme.
Don't bring American.
I'm trying to tell you this. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to draw parallel. The people, chill out now. The organization that have the full complete knowledge of the entire American security architect is the CIA.
Military and paramilitary.
Wait now.
Not the same way. Structure.
Can you allow me to talk? If they call SSS, wait now. If they call SSS the state security, meaning the state, the whole nation, security nation, and you are telling me they won't have knowledge of the military. Come on now, they won't have knowledge of the military. Are you kidding me? They will have everything. The military report.
All right, we're just looking around.
I want to come in, so let's allow Bishop.
Yeah, let's Bishop have the final word on that space, and then we move on. Bishop, let's hear from you, Bishop.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Thank you. Let me say welcome, Ajani Koko. We'll talk that one later. And yeah, welcome. Ajani Koko is right. Obasanjo did a lot that made military intervention in Nigerian politics a thing of the past. That's quite a lot that's not in the public space. But with all his, what do you call it? We'll give that credit to him. And I know what I'm talking about. There was a particular, about 3 sets of regular combatant officers. Obasanjo retired almost about 60 or 70% of them because they have had haste. As little as serving in a committee, in a political committee, just whatever committee, as simple as sitting in the State Security Council, that they were giving them this what do you call it? As little as being an ADC for 2 months, Obasanjo cleared them out of the military. And that was a huge price to pay for wanting to.
Provisional ruling council.
Not just provisional. No.
Sorry.
Provisional ruling council is at the national.
Sorry, Bishop. Vin, I want you to read what is on the screen. And this is why I always mute people. Black experience is saying we are not learning anything. when you are all speaking at the same time. So this is why I mute people, but carry on, Bishop.
So yeah, why he might have some it was an in thing then for young military officers to be ambitious. One day they will be old enough, from lieutenant colonel, to be involved to participate in coup. It was really in thing. It was an open thing in the Nigerian military. Obasanjo came and he nipped that in the bud. It came at a huge price. We must admit that, but he did it. Saying that it was noticed. He did quite a bit. Some of them are not conventional. The way he handled some military will not tell good stories about Obasanjo till tomorrow because of what because most times they will just relax. Okay, let this session go. When this session don't finish their own, it is our turn. So everybody is always gearing up. Today they will say, my fellow countrymen, and when Obasanjo came, and I'm one of the few people that confidently say military interregnum or intervention in Nigeria is already a thing of the past. It's an aberration. It's a primitive past. It's not something that's going to happen again. Coupled with something that has happened, but without wasting too much of our time, Obasanjo contributed more than 70% to the forestalling of military intervention in Nigerian politics.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So let's move on. Let's go on to this. Still with Ajanle Koko, and then from Ajanle Koko, I'll come to you, Solly, because after you end up falling asleep. But Ajanle Koko, are you following the narrative of Davido versus the Islamic faith, where he published a video that included elements of imams praying, and they forced him to take it down? So he took it down out of just the noise that was coming off the back of that video, but not satisfied. They are now inviting an apology. Wole Soyinka leaps to his defense. Davido should not apologize to irate northern Muslims. His music, artistic expression. So where does art cross the line into religion that leads to all this? Where are you? Are you following this narrative, and where you wait in that divide, Ajanle Koko?
Yes, one man. I don't know in that video where what do you call him? Davido crossed the line. But Davido has done well by taking out that video in order to allow peace to reign. But for them to call on him to now apologize, I think those people should check themselves. They are going too excessive by calling him to now apologize. He has not offended anything. He did not in any way did any anti-Islamic anything whatsoever in that video. So I have seen a lot of traditionalists calling on Davido. Among them is Professor Wole Soyinka, that he should not apologize. He should not back down. What he was doing was purely artistic, and they complain about people that dresses the way they dress and the way they pray. The dressing is not the way it is not Islamic way of dressing. It is the way that people in that region of the world dresses. It has nothing to do with Islam. That is the way they dress. In that, just like Yoruba wearing agbada and Igbo wearing okpuchi, what do you call that kind of dresses that Ishago. So it has nothing to do with Islam. So, but Professor Wole Soyinka coming to speak, I think he has done very good to send a message to these fanatics, I call them fanatics, that look, as far as art and culture is concerned, musicians that are expressing their artistic work, either by their video or by their lyrics and rhythm, should not be bullied by fanatics. So he has done good.
Ajale Koko, we've always been in this space. I'm not sure if your memory goes back to some British Indian author, Simon Rushdie or Rushdie, that wrote a book called The Satanic Verses, and the Ayatollah of Iran declared a fatwa on that guy. This is going back about 2 decades ago, and that guy is still under police protection till today.
As a matter of fact, Rushdie was attacked in US, in New York recently. He was almost killed. He was almost killed. He was stabbed. I think maybe in the eye or in the head. I don't know if anybody followed that news. Sometimes like late last year or maybe early this year. He was attacked on the street of New York by, someone that was still, that was trying to carry out this call by Ayatollah Khomeini that Rushdie should be eliminated. So, but as far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria is not an Islamic state. Nigeria is not a Christian state. Nigeria is a multi-religious state. It's how is it called? Is it
secular?
Secular. Yeah, Nigeria is a secular state. So one religion should not bully any other religion or artists. It should not be tolerated. I think we should speak up against it. And I'm glad that Professor Soyinka has shown courage to say, look, this is not acceptable. And him calling on, Davido, not to apologize to them, I think is a very good advice. He should not apologize. He has done good by taking down that video, at least to make peace.
Ajale Koko, let me ask you a question. One man, is Davido Muslim or a Christian?
I think is he not a Christian?
They are Muslim. I think they are Muslim, isn't it?
Yeah. But yes, I think whether they are Muslim or it doesn't even matter. But for some group of people trying to speak as if Islam is being offended by that video, I think they are just fanatics, and they are just trying to create problem. And Wole Soyinka should be commended. All of us should stand with Davido, and this kind of rascality, religious rascality, should be condemned. They're just trying to gain popularity by trying to bully other people. It should not be tolerated. So, look, traditionalists should not tolerate this nonsense from religious fanatics from both sides. Those foreign religion practitioners, these people that people that practice Islam and Christianity, they bully our indigenous tradition, religious, for too long. And it is time to put a stop to them. It is time to, and Wole Soyinka is playing the role of a real traditionalist, saying, look, enough is enough, and this must stop. So I stand with Professor Wole Soyinka in this regard. Stop. Enough is enough, and they should leave others alone to practice their religion the way with them. So Davido did not do anything wrong in that video at all.
Do you notice anything going on in the landscape? Because as early as last week, we were talking about the Emir of Ilorin declaring that Isheshe practices is no longer allowed in Ilorin Emirates. And now Davido releases a video clip. And by the way, you can see on your screen, his manager has already apologized, and they forced him to take down that video and issue an apology. Are we being that sensitized to somewhat of a single faith dominance over the night? Because now he's not going to do anything in that direction anymore, and other artists are seeing this backlash. They will curtail their artistic expression to accommodate for that. So are we headed somewhat to a single faith sort of country, the direction of travel?
Look, woman, this headline that you just brought, that the manager apologized, I don't know why he has to do so. I don't know his fear. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. But, you know, even if you listen to Islamic leaders, they condemn all this Afrobeat and other music. They condemn music, the entirety. That music is not...
it's haram.
It's haram. So fanatics will not listen to Davido's music. So what is this manager trying to achieve? Why is he backing down? Why is he apologizing? They will not listen to it. But people that are going to listen to it, they will listen. And Davido music and all those Afrobeat are beyond Nigeria. They are all over the world. They listen to them all over the world. The whites, the Russians, everybody, the Koreans, Japanese, they listen to this music. They love it. I was at the show that, attracted about 50,000 people. I was surprised that all these Nigerian boys' music.
Are you still going out to boogie down? What sort of shows are you? Look at what's going on here. You are still going out to boogie down, eh?
No. I don't go to boogie down. I went to promote my my product, and it's just like a kind of
yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So and I was surprised they're playing that, and you can, I saw these guys even singing to the music. I said, what is going on? I was shocked on that day. So it is beyond Nigeria. It is not those guys' music have conquered the world. So I don't know why this manager is. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. Well, he has apologized. If that is not enough for them, and they still ask for Davido, I will advise Davido not to apologize for it.
I saw a headline where Murik, that Kintola something, he was asking the DSS to arrest him, to arrest Davido.
Yeah, that one is a fanatics now. I mean, during the last presidential, we saw the role he played by saying it is time for Muslim to be president of Nigeria. I mean, Muslim in Yoruba land. It was trying to divide people against each other along religious line in Yoruba land. That people that have been president in the past or political leaders of Yoruba are Christians. It is a time for Muslims to lead Yoruba, to be our political leader. It is time for Tinubu, all those nonsense. So that kind of person, that you put him in this place, he is a fanatics, and people should not honor his call. And I don't think the state will honor his call. So that is who he is. He's a religious fanatics, and those kind of people, they should not listen to them. So the case of Kwara State, that the Maya saying that that one is just joking, because in Kwara State, Yoruba dominated areas are more than where you have the Fulanis. I think they have 21 local government, and Yorubas occupy 16 or 17 out of that 21 local government. Yorubas dominated that. Where you have the king of Yorubas, they are about 16 or so. So, but that one is being kicked against. You see the Sheshe people standing up and saying it is not possible. You have the right to practice your religion. According to the Constitution, we have the right to practice our religion as well. So this religious intolerance, I think it is time to speak up against it. it doesn't really matter where you belong, whether you are a Christian or Muslim, but where you want to stand for the right thing, which is that Nigeria is a secular state, everybody can practice their religion peacefully. It is the right time to stand up, even if it's your own religion leader that speak or say anything bad against other religion. You should stand up against him and say, this is not right. This will bring this harmony among us, and we should not encourage that. So I think Wale Soyinka has done the right thing, speaking up for traditional religion and kicking against the call by those fanatics that that Davido have to come and have to apologize. The manager has apologized. I think it should end there. It should not speak. It should not say anything. There's nothing they can do to him. They don't have. His music is not in any way accepted by them. So he got nothing to lose. Fela live his life. Fela did not give a damn about any religious this. He even sang against them. He sang against Muslim and against Christianity, that they are religious of what is this of slave criminals, or how did I describe them? This colonizer, and he sang against them. What happened to Fela? Nothing happened to him. Fela today, his music is taught in the best music school in the world. Fela music is taught in the best music school. You want to talk of school of music in London? You want to talk of school of music in some state in America? Fela music is taught. So a musician that believes in his work must focus on it and do it well. So Davido should not listen to these people. He should focus on his work and go ahead to do what he knows that is right, and not listening to bullies, these religious bullies. That's my.
All right, thank you. Zita, did you want to come into that space? Was that the space?
One man.
Zita.
Hi, everyone. Good day.
Hello, Madam Zita. How you doing?
Hey, Baba Jali Coco, you dead, dear?
I don't
Long
come.
time no see.
I did hear you yesterday. Now I said, "Nama Zita the talk." So
welcome,
Madam Sita. Before you go on, please, I have to greet you, my sister. May God continue to bless you, give you wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. What you taught us yesterday, my sister, I can't even quantify how I was educated yesterday. May God continue to bless you.
And when was that? Was that after I left? The exciting conversations take place
it was after you left.
After I leave. Yes.
Madam Sita, I think we have to give you the mother of this platform. I'm giving you the mother of this platform.
Zita is a young lady. I'm not quite sure if she has the.
Not about age, one man. It's not about age.
She's not giving the seniority to be an age.
No,
she's still at the apprentice. All right.
Okay, let me say this, one man. I've not said this before on your platform. You see, all those people saying, telling me, Madam Zita, come and speak in one man platform. I'm giving them a target. By December, your platform should be 500,000 subscribers. If they don't want me
from 40,000.
Twitter be that now.
Yes. And they must subscribe and they must donate to the platform. Yes. I'm begging them. They should just do that so that we can continue and be happy.
By the grace of God, that will happen.
Oh, amen. Okay, one man. Actually, I sent you something on the video because two of my colleagues, one from Brazil and one from Ukraine, they are ardent supporters of the video. Then we are the people actually that called my attention to it. For me, I care less of what the video is doing or what he's saying, but they feel they're scared for him. But before I go into this, I want to use this case of the video to put my voice in this thing. It has been happening over the years. And whenever it happens, we talk about religion. If we can remove that word religion, put it aside, and we ask ourselves 3 questions. I will start the first question. Let me ask the first question. What is that thing that we are so passionate about? What is that thing that when we wake up in the morning, we feel steamy about, we believe in, we have faith in, we adore, we love so much, we cherish? Sometimes it's like our mentor. When we remember it, we are like, hey, our day is gonna be good. Or we watch them keep moving. We are like, yes, we are happy. We keep them somewhere in our heart that we remember every minute of the day. That's the first question. The second question is, how would we feel if we think that thing should be in inverted commas? If we think that somebody somewhere is trying to misrepresent that thing, disrespect, dishonor, or probably destroy that thing? That is number 2 question. Then the third question is, how much are we willing to tolerate that person? It might not be your religion that you're passionate about. Who cares? Their own is their religion. It might be your husband, it might be your wife, it might be your child, your job, your car, your house. I've seen people in life take out their fellow human being because of their job. You know that. Because of their house, because of their wife, because of their husband. That is passion. Sometimes people became unimaginable impetus about their passion. Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. is one man I'm not a fan of, but there is something he said. Although he said it, he still was doing it. He said, if there is something you are doing in life that does not preserve lives and property, do not call him. But most of his speeches end up doing that. That's why I want to mention him, because we say we do it anyway. So let's remove that criticism on the Muslims because we are using the word religion. Let me give 2 or 3 examples to buttress my point and make everybody to understand what those people are passing through. Now, in 2022, election was held in Osun State. APC party hired somebody that later hired them. Whoever hired who, I don't know. This young man went to the status of Awolowo and was dancing naked. The attack was so much that it popped up on my phone that I have to go back to watch the video of what he did that is generating all this noise. They almost took that guy out. He apologized online and apologized in person. And up to today, some people who hold Awolowo so dear to their hearts still believe that most people in Osun State did not vote APC because of that singular act. What am I talking about? I'm going too far. One man in Finland has a dream. That dream becomes his passion, that he has already ordained himself or inaugurated himself the prime minister of one Klakuku land. He's taking people out just like this. I want us to remember the word I used before. Passion. Passion can make humans do unimaginable things. But if we look at
are you excusing this, Zeta? Is that what you're doing?
First of all, I said I am not part of things that take human life or property. I made mention of that. But I am not going to criticize them. Rather, I will apologize and tell them to calm down. That's what I'm going to do. I will not criticize my Muslim brothers and sisters for their passion. But because I tell you one thing, one man, I do have a passion. It's not my religion. But I tell you something, if anybody is dancing
Yes, it's
masquerade,
cognac, isn't it? You told us it's cognac. Yeah, carry on.
if somebody is dancing a wiggery into my passion, I assure you the person is flirting with disaster. So I will not, because I know that every human, whether you like it or not, somebody might deny it, but you have a passion. And I know how much you can go if you think somebody is trying to disrespect your passion. Some people, it is just a politician that doesn't even know them. People's life were taken because of a politician just a few months ago. What are we talking about? Let's remove the word religion and talk about passion. Yes, we might not see Davido doing anything wrong, but they are. That's why I said think. Invited comers, they think he's trying to misrepresent their passion, and they are reacting. That being said, I keep everything I have just said aside. Let me talk about Davido.
So they are entitled to declare a fatwa on him.
I am not saying they're entitled to killing people, but I am saying that people do it for their passion.
All right.
I have to make my point very straight. So because people do it for their passion and get away.
Wama, we are allowed to interject, Madam Zita.
You can when I'm done. Sure. People do it on every day. Some people even take people out because of their job. So I am not going to say, why do they regard the way they regard? I'm not going to say that. Never. But I will say, oh, please calm down. He has apologized. Goloshoyinka is one of the men, him and Chino Achabe, I respect in Nigeria. But you see this one, I am not going that route with him.
Okay.
No.
Let
me finish. I will soon round off. You can ask me questions. Then, let me address Davido. He is a very brilliant musician, so they said. He makes a lot of money. Do you music?
You've not shaken body to his music before?
No, I don't even go that route.
No.
So what I'm saying is that he's assumed to be very brilliant. He has managers and his crew. And I ask a simple question. Among all the things that are in the world, is that all they could come out? They dance self, how beautiful it is, dancing in a mosque and wearing that. Is that all they can come out with? Thank God we know their passion. Why can't we stay out of it? That being said, let me talk to my beautiful Muslim brothers and sisters. They have apologized. Let it go. I feel you. I know how you feel. Because I know how I feel too. And I've witnessed how some people feel when you want to misrepresent their passion. Thank you. You can interject now.
Mama.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Madam Zita, I've seen people being taken out for a stick of cigarette. It doesn't make it right. I've seen people taken out for something as mundane as winking, just winking at the other man's babe in a club. It does not make it right. Now we are growing a culture of intolerance. I've said this here before. We were having an argument many years ago. And I say, in as much as we are finding it difficult to be able to be tolerant, religiously tolerant, let us be religiously blind. I have not seen that video, and I don't really want to see it. I've come across it several times, just that I did not play it. I refused to play it. But I said something here about 2 or 3 days ago. What these people displayed, led by some few people, and people lashed on it, was gross intolerance. And in as much as I'm a very liberal person when it comes to religious issues, I don't put religion on my head. If I cannot say, I said it out loudly when the church was misbehaving in the last, build up to the last election. And I'll be a hypocrite, a damn one for that matter, if I cannot say what these people did was bullying. And they will do it again, and they will do it again, and they will do it
Can I
again.
respond?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
You said so when you were talking. Now, I've had commentaries of other people. And if we continue with this attitude of intolerance, there are sometimes things don't go down well with you. You know what? Let me tell you something that happened many years ago. Many years ago. Anybody that lived in the Southwest, you know that it's very offensive for you to put leaf in your mouth to mock the deaf. I don't know what that means for whatever reason. Yeah, you can provoke a deaf.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, you never had that?
Never.
Odia mo witness Rio.
So there is this doctor.
They can behead you.
There's this Dr. Adeshino that I came across many years ago. I don't know where he is now. Of course, we believe because he was old then and he had a daughter. Then the daughter was from care or something. Dr. Adeshino was hard of hearing. Well, was a lecturer. He had PhD. And he said, and there was a school then that, deaf, he was teaching deaf. And I happen to know some deaf language too. And he said, when people put leaves in, he was addressing some young deaf that were angry and got into a fight because somebody put leaf in their mouth to mock them. And he said, you know how you can be bigger than them. So when they put leaf in their mouth, go and uproot a whole shrub and give them to eat. Then they are hungry. That's why they are eating leaves. And you will not know the magic that's I say somebody is putting leaf in your mouth. Why are you getting yourself worked up because somebody is putting leaf in his mouth? That means he is hungry. Go and cut more leaves and give him to eat if that is going to satisfy him. That was the approach of Dr. Adeshino. The Lord bless his soul. Now, approach to things will continue to embolden if people that are educated, supposedly, let me put that one in quotes, encourage this bullying and silencing of other people's opinion. If I depict Islam the way I see it, all you need to do is to come and educate me, not to bully me and threaten me with death, and that fire and brimstone will fall. That's not how to win people. Islam is my first religion. My name is Abdul Kadri. If I got converted to be a Christian, it's my choice. If I don't want to worship anyone, I want to go the line of Ishashi, it's my choice. The idea of going the route of threatening. I read a lot of quotes, even from some people that I really do respect. I have some. I was just wondering, and I dropped my opinion about it online. Look, we have gone past this idea of bullying people because of religion of our foreign religion, for that matter. So for me, people can be passionate about what they are passionate about. It is their right. But you know what? Your right stops where the other man's right begins. Maybe, I don't know, people that I respect and I really believe their opinion said there was nothing offensive in that video. That people finished praying and they were dancing after prayer. It was not even in the mosque like you make it to appear. According to what they said, that it was outside. And they finished praying and they were dancing. And so what? And because one person just said, oh, they are insulting Islam. Oh, and other people lashed onto it. That is bandwagon mentality. That is a hate mentality. That is unacceptable in this age and time. It is unacceptable that somebody will say, because somebody did something, I don't like it, I declare a fatwa on him, I condemn him, everybody should do the same. No! The man has not even been hard to know his side. So if anybody is saying that they support what they do, it's okay if for peace to reign. But sometimes the price we have to pay for peace to reign, we are just pushing down the evil day. We are just postponing it. Because one day, there will be another Salman Rushdie. That was one thing. I remember Salman Rushdie, the satanic verses issue many years ago. And many has happened about that. How can one person, because some people offended your religion, you declare fatwa on them, whether they belong to your religion or not? Is that not some level of insanity? Look, we should grow to the level of telling the deaf, the people that are mocking the deaf, oh, you are hungry, take more leave and eat so that we can have peace and walk away. So that people are taken out because of their passion does not make it right. I've seen people taken out for just winking Just winking. Nobody said the date the guy did, but in the club, just winking. Say the guy was winking at you, and it led into some kind of fracas, and it led into people pulling out guns and shooting and the rest. And at the end of the day, they had corpses littering the floor. So if I have the opportunity of talking about, I just wanted to react to what you said about people about their passion. I don't think it's terrible. Thank you.
Can I respond? One man.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Whenever I speak, I make emphasis on the words I use. First of all, when I started, I said remove religion. Because when you base it on religion, you start comparing it with some of the religion that their worshippers has turned to Yahoo empire, turned to the churches to business centers. When you compare it, you say, what the heck is wrong with them? That's why I said remove religion. And I still maintain that word religion should be removed. And then we talk about passion. And I said that I am somebody who is on the side that whatever you are doing, or whatever you are pushing, or whatever you believe in, or whatever is your passion that has to take life and property, I'm not part of it. Again, I said that I do have passion. And if somebody is trying to misrepresent that passion to my own thinking, because this passion, the misrepresentation, I use the word think. And I said it must be in invited commas because it's only you that have that passion. Is seeing that misrepresentation. That person might not actually be misrepresenting it. And I said, if I think you are trying to misrepresent my passion, you are flirting with disaster. I use that word here. And I now said, yes, I will never condemn the Muslims. If I'm going to condemn the Muslims for the way they react to their passion, because I don't want to use the word religion, then I'm going to condemn the whole world the way they react to their passion. If we agree on that, that's fine. My Muslim brothers and sisters react the way they react because of their passion. And I am telling them, okay, fine. I got you. I feel you. He has apologized. Let it go. And I went again saying, by the way, I thought they said this guy is intelligent. He makes so much money singing songs. Is that all he could come out with? Because it's not even interesting in the first place. So what are we talking about here? It's easier to say, why would you feel this way? But we do feel that way sometimes. That's what I'm just saying. It's easy to tell somebody you are going too far now, calm down. But we do
Okay,
this sometimes.
Madam Zita, let me correct one thing, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Good. Number one, it was not Davido's music. It was not his song. It was not his video. It was one of his, what do they call it now? Is it protege or what do you call it?
Protege.
Protege, the one he's mentoring. And the guy is a northerner, he's a Muslim that did that video. It was one of the ones he just mentored, that he's interested in, according to the story I read. Anybody can correct me. So it was the guy's video. The video was not in that video. He did not appear in it. It was not his song. It was just that he just posted it. The guy did the video and he just posted it on his timeline, just to promote the guy. So it was not his video. It was not his song. It was not in that video. He did not appear in it.
What did I say different now?
No, you said his video.
It was the person,
I'm just correcting that.
The person he mentored. There is nothing different in it.
No, I'm just correcting that.
And the somebody did something and you are proud to push it out.
It's not his video. No. That's a misrepresentation.
All right,
of facts.
all right. That's really that's a tangential point. But round off your thoughts on that space, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Woman, you have to Madam Sita's point about passion.
Come in now. Yeah.
Real quick. There was a time when similar thing. Yeah, this lady named Yemi Alade, she dressed up like Oba of Bini. And
yes,
you remember that?
we did that here. Remember, carry on. Yes, I remember. Well done.
They were threatening her life. Like she must not
They
step foot
wanted
in
to
Benin.
be. They wanted
Yeah.
to be head.
So that thing about passion. So I just wanted to add to her point. So we just need to kind of find a way to educate people and preach to people. Like, listen, your passion doesn't. I mean, you have to find a way to control your reaction. It's okay to express your feelings, but how you feel about something you're passionate about. But you just the level of reaction is what I think we all disagree with here. To trying to kill someone because you feel like they disrespected your belief or something, So I think that's where we all, can agree on. But so just to be fair, All right, Sean.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So well put.
Can I say something before we move on?
Yeah. Go on, Ajani Koko.
Yeah. In response to Ms. Zita position on passion, as far as we are concerned in Yoruba land, religious tolerance is something that we uphold to the highest esteem in Yoruba land. We don't allow one religion to bully the other. So these fanatics that is coming up with this kind of way of bullying other people, I think we cannot accept it as far as Yoruba land is concerned. We cannot accept either Islam.
Sorry, hold on 1 second, Ajale Koko. Joe, make sure your mic is switched on so I can put you on. Not your camera necessarily, but your mic. Otherwise, you are not connecting fully with the device. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, we cannot accept either Islam, Christianity, or even traditional religion people to bully one another because it is not our culture. We are intertwined when it comes to religion. Nobody have Christian, doesn't have Muslim, doesn't have religion. Traditional religion practitioners among them. So when we see some people, because of their fanaticism in Islam, acting in this manner, I think we should not succumb to them. We should stand by what we believe in, that no religion should bully another. So the issue of passion in this respect does not come in at all. As far as Yoruba land is concerned, it is not about passion. It is tolerance that matter to us. Let's tolerate each other. If somebody is acting irresponsible, or we can say it, but we should not threaten each other. And that is who we are. And we shall stand, we should keep that culture, we should stand by it and defend it, not only because of today, but on the way forward for the future, and till their kingdom come. We should defend it. So that is my position on that, woman. Thank you.
Woman.
Yeah, come in, Vin. Yeah, come in, Vin. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, woman. You see,
Man, anytime it's my turn, plenty people used to come in. 30
okay, go ahead.
All right. Let Vin land, and then you give us your commentaries on that video, and then I want to play you a clip as well, Solly, and then you can lead the response on that. But Vin, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. You see, I call this just like Ajani Koko said, and my brother, is it Abdul Karim or Abdul Kadri said, I call this fanaticism and the religious rascalism. That's what I call it. And I am not surprised with what is going on in Nigeria today, because you've allowed that there is no passion in what these people have done. I am a Christian. You cannot insult Jesus Christ today, which I hold supreme, and I issue death warrant on you or threaten you, because I believe that the God I serve is a spirit, and he, that being, will fight for himself. That is what is there. I'm not surprised, because today in Nigeria, you will sell beer, alcoholic beverages in other parts of Nigeria, but you cannot sell alcoholic beverages in 12 states of the northern Nigeria. So why will you not blame them if you allow such thing to happen in a secular country called Nigeria? Why will you not blame them when they are issuing this kind of threat to Davido? Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So to you then, Solly. You know, Solly, I have thought you were asleep, you know, because you often fall asleep on us. But Solly, the floor is
For
yours.
one man,
Solly.
it's not the first time, or it's every time. You always allow 2 people, 3 people to enter. Even if my turn is next, somebody will say, sorry, thank you, Tolly. They will talk for 1 hour, 2 hours. Before
You know,
I
I have to be tough. I have to be tough like to Niger. Maybe I'm too soft. I have to
One,
be tough
one
like
man,
to
what is
Niger.
this? What is this mommy boy doing here about this time? You should go to bed, man.
He should be in bed
I'm
already.
supposed to be
I
sleeping.
thought it was
Go to bed.
I've been waiting for
What
2
are you
hours.
doing?
I've been waiting for 2 hours. I'm supposed to be sleeping. That's not supposed to happen.
Let's allow you speak before mommy will come after you. Let's allow you.
Yes.
Sally, go to bed, though. Ajali go say you go to bed.
Yes, that video. Let's hear from you. It's quite an annoyance, you know. I'm with Wole Soyinka that he should not apologize, but it's not my life on the line. But what are you then making then of this artist suddenly caught in this religious controversy?
He shouldn't have apologized. He didn't even apologize. It was Israel. I don't even know who that guy is to him that apologized. And the video unfollowed him for apologizing. The video didn't apologize. It wasn't his song. It wasn't his music. Nigerians just like Nigerians. I'll just say Nigerians. I'm not even going to point at a zone because it's a general thing. North, east, west, south. Even when they live outside Nigeria, they selectively bully people. You know, it's very annoying. You see when it comes to Lagos matter, people from the east to start insulting all the Yoruba people for nothing. Then when it comes to sit at home, they keep mute. People in the north now, they just use that opportunity to be bullying the Davido. Meanwhile, it is one of their own people, and they are doing leg over. They are playing everybody like football. Their goal is not to fight for their God. Their goal is to bully the guy. And Nigerians always turn everything to a trend, even if they don't know what is going on, even if they don't understand. They just say, oh, everybody is doing it because they want to feel among, because they just want to trend. They just want that 5 minutes of fame. They don't even know what it's about. They just join in, just like a trend. So it's just selective bullying. When you see them outside Nigeria, they're always scared of white people, always cowering. They cannot talk, they cannot speak up. But if it's a black fellow from their own country, you will see how they will raise their chest. You will see.
Just on what sorry, just on what you said, you know, it's quite a curiosity. When you see a Nigerian fresh out of Nigeria, it's the most law-abiding person in whatever country that he's in. But in Nigeria, it's especially in an Oyibo country. Yes.
Selective bullying. And you think that it's just coincidence, but it's not coincidence, because when you put them in the same situation with different people, the way they react is always different. Just a bunch of cowards, you know. And I'm happy that Davido did not apologize. He shouldn't have deleted. There is no danger coming to him, because the real people that should be fighting for this thing should not even be watching the video in the first place. Now that they know that it is somebody from their area, are they still going to go around burning the picture of the person from their area? No, they are not. The people burning Davido's picture, they know he's not the one. They know. Let's not form ignorance. They know. They know. They are just bullies. And that is why their area is entrenched with their own people finishing themselves. And I don't want to say they deserve it, you know, but it is some kind of karma. Because where you are supposed to be raising your chest, where you are supposed to be raising your arm, where you are supposed to be shouting till you have no more breath, you will see them cowering, keeping mute. They will not say anything. They will not even want you to criticize him. Meanwhile, they are dying. Even fowl dies better than them these days. Chicken dies better than them, but they will keep mute. They will not say anything. Somebody sang song from their area. They quickly dribbled this thing.
I'm sorry, woman. I'm
Wait,
sorry
let
for
me finish.
interjecting.
Quickly,
Please, can you just moderate? No, I'm not interjecting. I'm not interjecting. I'm not interjecting.
No, can you hold
I'm
on,
not
please?
interjecting. I just want to drop a word.
No, can you hold on? Let him speak because he's waited for so long. So let him speak.
I know. I say I'm not interjecting. I just want to drop a word.
No, hold on. Carry on, Solly. Solly, carry on.
So they just saw the opportunity and they just wanted to just bully somebody. Then when government treats them the exact same way, they will be wondering where it all came from. You know, I used to deny that thing that you are a representative of, you know, your leaders are a representative of you. I used to deny that fact, but it is true. Most Nigerian leaders are a representative of their own people. However, most Nigerian leaders are treating their people in general. That's how the people are. That's how the people are. So these leaders couldn't have come from somewhere. They wouldn't have come from nowhere and started behaving like that. No, they are behaving almost like you. So when I see people criticizing government, no, you are not. You are criticizing yourself. You are. So that's just what I wanted to say on the topic. It's just pure nonsense. They are not fighting any religious battle. They are not defending. Even the people that gave you the religion see you as monkeys. In 2023, they still believe you are monkeys with tail, that you are just hiding your tail. So what are you defending?
All right, come in, Bishop, and then I'll move Solly on to a different topic.
It's past. I did not want to interject. I just wanted to say you should moderate his word. You cannot say people are dying worse than chicken. They are dying than no. That's not.
Are they not?
No. Don't go that route. I'm not arguing with you.
When I went to Nigeria, I went to a bus stop. Excuse me. People are dying like, in fact, rats is even dying better. Because when I went to Nigeria, I went to a bus stop. I saw a human leg there. Nobody acted like it was something out of the ordinary. They just walked and did like it's nothing. Is that not worse than a foul? I've seen videos where these people are harassed. I don't want to say the word, but they are unaliving women with backing children in that northern part of this nonsense country, that these people are raising their chest. Why are they mute on that? Where is their energy to be screaming and shouting and be burning pictures? Where is their energy for that? Woman with a child on her back, and they finished her and recorded it. But these people keep mute.
All right. Moderate the language. Hold on. Moderate the language because a lot of people are. Solly, can you hear me? Moderate the language because a lot of people are asking you too. So we feel your passion, but moderate the language.
They just don't like the truth. I've not said anything out of the ordinary. I've not said anything that YouTube can bar. So
the audience are uncomfortable with the tone of it. That's just what it is.
They're uncomfortable with the truth. They're uncomfortable with the truth.
All right. Let me play you this clip. And then let me play you this clip. This is Sheyi Tinubu. So hear him.
I want to say thank you for the faith you have in our president, and I guarantee you, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not fail. Nigeria, the hope that we've been looking for and hoping for is here. The president that we've all wanted is here. I want to say thank you for the faith you have in our president, and I guarantee you, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not fail. Nigeria.
Let me try one more time.
I want to say thank you for the faith you have in our president, and I guarantee you, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not fail. Nigeria, the hope that we've been looking for and hoping for is here. The president that we've all wanted is here. I guarantee you, my brother.
Did you hear? Did you hear any of that?
One man, is that, did he say thief?
Huh?
Did he say thief?
Thief? I don't think he'll call his father a thief. Is that the obedient? Are you listening from with an obedient ear?
No. I wanted to know what he said there. He said, "Thank you for the
faith."
Faith. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if he plays better.
Thank you for the faith you have in our president, and I guarantee you, President Ashwaju Bola Tinubu will not fail. Nigeria, the hope that we've been looking for and hoping for is here. The president that we've all wanted is here. I guarantee you, my brother.
All right. So to you, Solly, then that's Tinubu's son asking you to keep the faith. Are you keeping the faith, Solly?
I've watched the video previously. If I'm being honest, one man, some people will benefit, not some people, some regions will benefit from this presidency like never ever before, and some will not. So what he's saying is talking out of some truths, but not total truth, and his voice sounds a bit slurry. So that would be from drinking, but I wouldn't say he's drunk, because even me, when I drink small wine, my voice gets a bit slurry. But he's just revealing some things, but he's not revealing the whole thing. One thing about, I wouldn't say all, but some leadership in the Southwest, they still have some form of shame, because in general, Nigerian politicians don't usually have shame, but there's still some form of shame in the Southwest. So even if they want to do their normal things, they still somewhat implement things, in terms of like that will benefit the people in the long run. Maybe not totally, but at least push forward, better than nothing. So that's what I just believe is hinting at something, but not saying the total entirety of it.
Do you not think it's just coming out simply because his father's administration is under such heavy pressure, and then he's just lending his voice to whoever is willing to listen to him? Is he not just being daddy's boy?
He doesn't need to lend his voice. The only people complaining are people that have never run a business before in their life. They think that starting a business or starting something new is like, oh, you start today and tomorrow you are a millionaire. These are people with worker mentality. And that's what those are the only people criticizing. People that are educated, people that are business owners, people that have actually gone through things are not the ones criticizing. Let those who are criticizing continue to criticize. They will be left behind. While others are looking for opportunities to move forward, the criticizers will be left behind. And by the time they realize it, it will be too late, because there's nothing they are benefiting from crying and wailing. And there's nothing that they are going to benefit from crying and wailing. It is just human beings looking for the easiest part as usual, because human beings always move to what is the easiest part. What is the easiest part? Is to cry and complain instead of finding solution to the problem. So he's just talking on knowledge that he has, but he's not revealing anything. He will not talk like this if he didn't know something. There's no need for him to come and start reassuring Nigerians. It's too early to be doing that if that's what he's doing. They don't need his voice. They don't need his lending hand. He doesn't have any role to play. So I don't see any agenda.
You don't think he has a role to play in his father's administration?
He doesn't have his speech is not going to change anything in the country. Basically, his speech is not going to it's not going to change a single thing in that country. So when somebody has an agenda, it can push things. It has the ability to take action. From what he said, it's just drunk speech. What is he going to change? Nothing. Who is he going to influence? No one.
All right. Solly, speak to us about this headline on the screen. Eniola Badmos, Nigerians buy cheapest petrol in the world. And she's not making that statement in abstraction, because we've looked through the chart of how much petrol costs globally. And Nigeria is one of the top 7 lowest petrol paying. You know, petrol is cheaper. Certainly where you are, I'm sure it's cheaper. It's more expensive. So what are you making of that headline to the reality of
Nigerians want to move. Nigerians want to move to first world countries level, right? But they are not ready to pay the price for first world country level. You know, if you want to drive your car in Holland, you know you have to pay road tax. That road tax is for maintenance of the road. So all these Nigerians always crying, there's no maintenance. They just build and everything is just crumbling. If they tax you for the maintenance, are you going to be ready? You will not be ready. If they tax you for everything that people are enjoying in first world countries, are you going to be ready? You are not going to be ready. You were enjoying fuel for years. You did not research and this fuel complaint is just another form of bullying too, because everybody was going to remove the subsidy. So what is the complaint about? What is really it's just another form of bullying, focusing on the wrong things, wasting time instead of adapting. Complain, no solution. So just bullying, very lazy set of nonsensical people that their life was miserable before the fuel subsidy was removed. Their life is still miserable after fuel subsidy. Nothing changed. They didn't have solution.
But the misery is amplified now.
Why didn't they create solution for their problems before fuel subsidy was removed? It's now that they notice that they have problem that they want to solve. You know, so it's just a bunch of excuses. If you want to complain, make sure that you know exactly what you are complaining about so that there will be solution. Not that you will just mosquito bite you. You say it's because Nigerian governments did not give you net.
Sorry, are you not being a bit unfair? Did you want to come in, Dewale?
No, let me. Solly. Nigerians complaining of this high price of the petrol.
It's not even high. It's not high. Fuel is 1,700. Fuel is 1,700 naira here. How much is fuel in US?
Oh, hold on. Are Nigerian workers, are they paid the same way you are paid over there? Are Nigerian workers paid the way people in US are paid?
Did they not say they will revisit minimum wage?
What did you say?
They have already said they will revisit minimum wage.
They will revisit. Have they? Hold on. So
is Rome built in one day? Rome is not built in a day.
Hold on.
So let me answer this one.
Hold on.
Rome is not built in a day. They didn't tell you that they are going to abandon them, did they?
In America, when you feel like your pay is low, you demand more pay. That's it. You demand pay increase from your employer, because if an employer increase prices, that means he's making more money. So if you are a worker, you demand for higher pay from your employer. It's simple as that.
Hold on.
You negotiate your pay. In America, everybody negotiate their salary. You negotiate your pay.
Look, I just came back from Nigeria, and I know what Nigerian people are going through, particularly the poor. So, those of you that are here that have not been to Nigeria recently and are looking at it the way you are looking at it, that, okay, yeah, it's a solution, it's a way to stop corruption and all these things. But the suffering and pain that this thing has inflicted on Nigerian people, you people you don't know it. You need to go home.
Can I hold on.
Let me land.
Let him land. Yeah.
You need to go home and see things physically for yourself and talk to people. When you talk to your people, then you can know the way they feel. Don't
Ajale Koko, we lost you, but yeah, come in, Solly.
Can I reply what he's saying?
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have a budget, right, for a family of 4, right, everybody will be able to eat, and everybody would at least, maybe even if they are not full, they will be able to...
Sorry, Solly, 1 second. Joe, if your microphone is not switched on, I'm not able to connect you. It's as simple as that. So make sure your microphone is switched on. Sorry, carry on, Solly. Yeah.
So if you already budget for a family of 4 people will be able to eat comfortably. But then you take 10 more families and put them in the same house, and you're expecting the people not to suffer and be hungry. We are overpopulated. We are overpopulated. People are going to suffer. I'm not saying, oh, it is a good thing, but to think is not going to happen. To not expect it is being ignorant.
Thomas, let me help you hard to this point real quick.
On ignorance. It's definitely playing on ignorance.
The
country situation, the country situation, yes, is harsh.
One man there.
But
yeah, I'm here,
also,
but you dropped, so Solly is making a point here.
Yeah.
Overpopulation also plays a role. You can't just every time want to remove the citizens from this equation and just continue to want to point fingers at everything. You have to add everything all up. It's not this problem has been brewing for a long time, and we've not addressed it. Even now, we are still not addressing it. And if it's not addressed, it will keep on getting worse. Yes, with this situation, we have to put this in logic and say, okay, last, what is going to play out in Nigeria's situation is survival of the fittest. Whether we like it or not, I'm not saying it's the best, I'm not saying it's good, but it is what is going to happen towards the future of the country. You know, it's definitely going to play out, whether you like it or not. A lot of people are not going to survive this. But at the end of the day, if we look towards the far future, is it going to be beneficial for them or towards greater future? Is it going to be beneficial in general for majority of the people? Yes. Are some people going to suffer because of it? Yes. Or do you want everybody to keep suffering and we should continue to hold our hand for as long as possible? How sustainable is that future?
All right.
Can I add one thing real quick?
Yeah, you can add that thing, but before you add that thing, add that thing, and then somebody sent in something for Ajale Koko. So you add, and then before Ajale Koko comes in, I'll be out this.
Okay, thank you. You see, whenever price increase, right? A lot of Nigerians do. They only look at one side of the equation, right? A price increase, they look at maybe salary earners, that government salary earners. They didn't increase their salary, so it's going to hurt them a lot. Yeah, we agree. But what they don't look at is the other side of it. That whenever price increase, people that are selling good also increase their price. That means that's more income for them. So it really doesn't take from them. So price of things go up, you increase your own price as well. That means you earn more income to pretty much meet up with the increase in price. So it's not like when they increase price, everybody else, like no one else's income is increasing. You understand? So, and most Nigerians, they are not really salary earners. They're entrepreneurs. They are traders. You understand? So you are selling something and the price of something increase. You realize that, oh, wow, I have to factor this increase into, the cost of what I do. So increase your own price as well. So when people come here and say everybody just suffer, everybody's this and that. No. That's not true. It's not true. Actually, some people's earning actually increase as well. And I'm an employer of somebody. If I'm an employer of labor, I increase the price of my goods and services. That means I earn more money. Automatically, I will increase also the salary of whoever is working for me, unless I'm a wicked person. And if I don't do that, the person that works for me has got to be smart enough to say, "Boga, price don't go up. You said don't increase the price of this thing we are selling. How about increase the size of the price of my income as well?" So it's negotiation. You have to negotiate. So that's just what I want to chip in real quick.
All right, let me chip this in as well, Mike and Ajale Koko. So this is a tale of two nations. A tale of two nations. Now, who are those two nations? They are Ghana and Nigeria. So no change there. So a tale of two nations. Minimum wage in Ghana is $40. So that's the minimum wage in Ghana. The minimum wage in Nigeria, the equivalent is $38. So the Ghanaian's minimum wage is $2 more than the Nigerian minimum wage. A liter of petrol in Ghana is $1.14. So that's a liter of petrol in Ghana. And by the way, Ghana is an oil-producing country too. A liter of petrol in Nigeria is 78 cents. So it's 78 cents. So that's petrol. So that's a separate argument. A bottle of Coke in Ghana is 62 cents. A bottle of Coke in Nigeria is 31 cents. Nigerian university tuition average are $65. Ghanaian university tuition average $1,503. It says, please fact check me. Things are not easy in Nigeria. The government must increase the minimum wage and work with the private sector to improve the economy. Having said that, Nigeria is not the worst country on earth. Quite the opposite. There are much more benefits to being Nigerian. Many countries would die to have the economic conditions we have in Nigeria. Things are not perfect. They can be a lot better, but Nigeria is still a great country. So that's Reno Omokri. So we often say, no, you can't compare to America. Well, you can compare to Ghana. And really, we are comparing downwards if we are comparing to Ghana. And the living expenses in Nigeria are still significantly lower than in Ghana, and especially how much we are paying for education, a derisory $65 as opposed to $1,503 in Ghana. So all of that, Adanle Koko.
One man, I'm here. Reno Mokri is talking about my country. I'm here.
Yeah, you can come into the person that sent it in, he wanted to throw it at Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, go first. Yeah.
Let me tell you, comparing Nigeria and Ghana is like comparing apple and oranges. Both are incomparable. The economy of Ghana is not in any way of the same match with that of Nigeria. Even Lagos State economy is bigger than that of Ghana. So who is talking? Omokri, for him to go down this low, I'm surprised in him. I respect him a lot, but I don't know what he's trying to achieve.
Which country would you say? Which country would you say Nigeria is on par with? Which country would you compare Nigeria to?
Let me tell you this, one man. Nigeria is a country now where majority of Nigerian does not have happiness and enjoyment in their country. A country where you live in, where you are born, must be where you derive the most happiness and enjoyment, and not where you suffer the most. That is what Nigeria has become for Nigerian people. And the people that are responsible for this, how do I describe it? For this, for what Nigerian people, the hardship and pains that Nigerian people are going through are irresponsible.
Ajanle Koko, hold on, Ajanle Koko. Which country would you would you say Nigeria is on par with? Because we say we can't compare it to America, which is too advanced. You say you can't compare it to Ghana, which is too small. So which country would you say roughly has a parity with Nigeria that we can say they're a similar size country with a similar size base, and that this is their quality of life as opposed to ours. So what is the equivalency for Nigeria? And that's for everybody else, by the way. So, but Ajale Koko, yeah, Turkey.
No, you can't compare.
Turkey is too advanced for us. Turkey is too advanced for us.
So, but which country can we? Nigeria is
is unique and peculiar. Yeah?
Look, Nigeria is the way the economic reality to Nigerian people now. Don't talk of Nigerian people that live in the cities, in the big city like Lagos or Ibadan. Let us go to rural area and compare it with other countries. Nigeria is like, it's same as Niger or Chad or those countries where people does not even see hope aside anymore. Nobody is hopeful anymore for anything because they are going down every day. They are going down into poverty day in, day out. The people in the city themselves now, and that's why I'm saying, just travel home or talk to your people and let them tell you. People that are talking all of this, people run business, people do this, nobody is making money anymore. People that are running business are running it at loss. Workers are struggling to even eat, to feed themselves. Talk less of even paying the school fees. The riches.
I don't think smart businessmen be running business at loss because all they have to do is increase their price.
Let me talk now. Don't interrupt me. USA. The same thing is happening in USA now.
I run business in the United States. Inflation just went up there. Price of everything went up in America. And what I did was increase the price of my own service too. In fact, I'm even making more now than before prices went up.
That happens everywhere. There's nothing.
Mike, you're not a military officer.
You enjoy interrupt. I mean, when we are comparing, when you are saying US and this and that, do you not have constant electricity in US? Do you not have good road in US? Do you not have?
So what does that have to do with price now?
Hold on. The enabling environment you have in US to run your business easily is not the same that you have in Nigeria.
Well, we're not talking about running business. You're talking about price of things.
Forget about that. Don't interrupt me because you enjoy.
Is that not what they say they are working on in this administration?
But what I'm telling you, But what I'm telling you is that life is so hard for people over there that people that even have vehicle now cannot even drive their vehicle every day because of the high cost of petrol. It is, I mean, imagine.
What percentage of Nigerians have vehicles?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
But Ajali Koko, the same thing.
You're talking about the rich. Life is hard for the rich. They are not the only one with vehicles.
I don't know the way you guys reason. A price of a product.
Are we back to
one man, can I seek your indulgence, please? Ajale Koko make one comment now. We often agree with Ajale Koko's comment, but you made one comment now that people are running business at a loss. If you are running your business as a loss, that means your head is not correct. You are a mumu.
Bam.
Why will you be running your business at a loss? Ajale Koko, can you expatiate on that? Thank you.
Okay, let me expatiate. When you have a country where you have people paying more for petrol, and the result and the price of petrol have affected the price of everything in that country. Cost of transportation, cost of food, cost of living, everything has gone up. So people have to limit their resources or their income, manage their income in such a way that a lot of things they have to shed it away. They don't have to buy. There are certain things that they buy that they don't buy anymore. So
Ajahn
what I'm
Lekoko,
telling
but
you,
you just excused Ghana for the same thing a few
hold on,
minutes ago.
let me land now. Forget about Ghana. So what I'm telling you here now is that you have a situation where the purchasing power of Nigerian people has been demoralized. Nigerian doesn't have much to spend as they used to. Imagine a product that drive every economic activities in that country have a sharp increase from 190 something now to 670, over 300%. That is a product that drive every economic activities in the country. And you are telling me that businesses are not struggling? Do you know what it means for business to struggle? You go and ask people in Lagos or anywhere if they are making money as they used to. Go and ask them.
That
They will
is
tell
what
you.
that is
So
what
Ajahn Lekoko, please.
when you people that sit in advanced world,
Okay, we should continue paying subsidy for the whole
when you
West
sit
Africa.
in
Ajahn
advanced world,
Lekoko, please,
where,
can you just
where
permit me?
let me land now. I mean, so when we in advanced world that have everything work good for us and don't care about the way things work for our people back home, then we can't get it right. And I'm just telling you, I just came back. I talked to people at the lower cadre of the society, the people called the poor people, the middle class, and the rich people. Even the rich have their wealth, the value of their wealth in dollar value has shrink. They lost ground as far as the value of their wealth is concerned. The middle class, everybody complaining. I mean, what are we talking about? Let us face the reality. Prices of commodity, goods, and services has gone up sharply in that country. And we
Is that
don't.
not everywhere in the world?
Ajahn
Yes,
Lekoko,
hold on. Let
Yes or
Ajahn
no?
Lekoko land. Let Ajahn Lekoko land. Yeah.
I want to come in.
Yes.
Ramante,
So hold on, everybody. So thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So what I will do is because I'm conscious that a lot of people have been here for a while, they've not spoken. So I'm going to take it round so everybody gets a slot to speak. I'll go first to Bishop to have his interjection with Ajahn Lekoko. But Bishop, I want you to pick it up from this data because I think it's an interesting comparison. The minimum wage in Ghana is slightly marginally higher than Nigeria, but the cost of living in Nigeria is significantly lower than Ghana. They have oil in Ghana, as I'm sure you know. They are paying $1.14 per liter. We are paying 78 cents. They are buying Coca-Cola for 62 cents. We're buying it for 31, and we are paying on average $65 for university tuition. They are paying 1,500. I think as near as comparisons can be made, you can compare Nigeria somewhat with Ghana. It's a third of our size in every way, but it's a base enough to draw that comparison. So when we make all these complaints, do we factor all of this in? So start from there and just speak to the conversation as it has gone so far. So give us about 5 minutes or so, and then I'll take it around everybody. Bishop.
Okay. Thank you once again. Thank you,
Yeah.
gentlemen. Good evening, fellow compatriots. Please click on the like button. Even if you will not do anything for today, just click on the like button.
Like you know, they hate us so much, they won't like us, but I carry on.
Please, I won't ask for the 2 or the 3. Just click on the like button alone because I'm looking at the numbers now of people on the platform today, and the number of the like is completely unacceptable. So if you are listening, I beg of you, click on the like button. Now let's go to what Adaleko just said. In the past 3 days, on Sunday night, I left you very quickly because I wanted to speak. I have a few questions on income parity to ask, but I needed to leave because I had an early morning and a very long day. I was in Michigan. I was in a village in Michigan in the United States, And honestly speaking, I want to look at an average in a country, in the two cities actually. I was in Milan and in Marshall. Now I'm in North Carolina in a city they call Kingston. It's not better than an average village in a city in Nigeria. In so many instances, you know, and the cost of living there is something else. I bought gas was high at $3.89 per gallon. A gallon is 3.75 liters. I bought gas yesterday when I was coming from Michigan to North Carolina for 3 points. So when Adaleko could give the example of Ghana, it doesn't really add up. Let's be very objective. Now, I am not expecting that Nigeria will be turned around on a platter of gold. I know there will be challenges. We have to make amendments. The people he is talking about, I am very much involved. I have businesses that are running in Nigeria. We have to moderate our profit margin. Some people were making profit as much as 400% in Nigeria on some business transactions, 300%. 100% is a normal. People want to invest 100 naira and gain 200 naira, 1,000 naira and gain 2,000 naira. It doesn't work like that anywhere in the world. So what most people are doing now is they are cutting down on their profits and they are cutting down on their wastages. So what it simply means is that if you are doing a business with 1,000 naira before and you were gaining 1,000 naira, that is 100%. Now you are going to cut down. You can increase your price a little bit, but you are going to cut down on your profit. So instead of 100% or 200% as you used to make, you'll be contented with making 20 or 30%. And that's how economies work. You will not do a business in America where you will get 100% profit. It doesn't happen. So the issue is in Nigeria is, and I'm going to be very fast with this because of the time. I don't want to. We have to decide, do we want to move forward? Or we want to continue lamenting and complaining and murmuring and grumbling and remain in the status quo where we have always been and we have been complaining for years and years and years without any changes? If the truth of the matter is that we must bite the bullet. We must face the fact things cannot continue to be the way they have always been. Governments must make the necessary decision. Now, I was looking for a president, an incoming administration that will take necessary decisions, even though I know those decisions are going to be very painful. If Tinubu is doing things today and people are clapping for him, I can assure you all those things will collapse in a couple of weeks or months or years down the line. Oh, you want people to do this? Oh, okay, I do it for them. That is not how to make changes that are enduring and are sustaining. Do I feel the pain in the land now? Yes. And I also feel the pain that we must cut down on a lot of things, wastages, as the case may be. We waste a lot of money. And then it is a fact that things are tough. Things are tough also in America. I was in Las Vegas about 3-4 weeks ago. I knew what I saw. People that were thrown out of hospital because they cannot pay and they don't have insurance in Las Vegas. The economy of Las Vegas is like 5 times that of Nigeria. It's not just double. So if you are saying
Las Vegas is a city, it's not America now. What are you talking about?
I know that. Hold on, now you compare.
Hold on, you go to New York City, you won't find such a situation in New York City.
You go
to New York City.
Hold on now.
Go to New York City.
The
healthcare problem that you have in Las Vegas is not in New York City.
Baba, you did not allow me to interject you.
You did not allow me to interject you. You just compared Ghana. You just compared the economy of Lagos to Ghana a few minutes ago. You compared the economy of Lagos to Ghana. I'm just buying, I'll be taking a cue from what you said. So please hold on. When I'm done with my 5 minutes or 7 minutes, as the case may be, you can interject. You did not allow me to interject. I wanted to call your attention to something. So please hold your peace. So you compare the economy.
Carry on with your thoughts.
You compare the economy of Ghana Lagos to Ghana. So I'm doing the same thing. Ghana, Lagos is just a city or a state in Nigeria. So I'm comparing the economy of a city or a state in America to Nigeria. Now, what is the economy? That the economy of Ghana is only competing with Lagos. I'm saying the economy of Nigeria is only competing with California or New York, as the case may be. Look, we want a Nigeria that works, but it will come at a price. And that's my appeal. I'm not contesting. I'm not contending. I'm saying I will be surprised if the changes that will take us to the desired destination is going to be on a platter of gold. I will have been very, very surprised. I know it's not. I know it's going to come with some level of discomfort and pain and agony, as the case may be. If we can endure and move up a little bit, because Nigeria is the world is a global village now. We cannot be immune from what is happening in other places. So if we can endure this, everybody, every known economist have always prescribed 2-3 things. One, remove the fuel subsidy. 2, cancel the multi exchange rate, and what again? Reduce the waste in governance. So if we have done 2 of those things that we are talking about, and we are waiting for the civil service reform that is going to collapse a lot of the parastatals that are now adding value, then why are we saying? Are we thinking that those things are going to yield to turn around and we'll be living in El Dorado overnight? No, it's going to come with some degree of things. I'm willing. I'm ready. I speak to my mom every day. My mom is 90 years old in a couple of weeks. And I know that I've had to increase some of the things. But the truth of the matter is that most times we need every Nigerian, both the government and the people, we need to calm down on some things that we are wasting resources on. The future is bright. I don't share the thoughts of Wale Tinubu. We should not have spoken, unfortunately. If
you don't think he should have spoken?
No, he shouldn't have.
Why not? I thought he should have, given the circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're asking me my view. My view is that he should have, because chances are that, number one, it is likely, 90% likely to be misconstrued. That, it's a family affair that is in Nigeria. It's likely. It's harmless. What he said is, it doesn't make any sense. But because of the peculiar situation we are in, it's going to be misconstrued and turned around and say, the daughter is this. Maybe the son is the special advisor. You know how we lie about things unnecessarily. So if I were to be him, I would have kept a low profile within my circle of friends. Preach the gospel of hope. I am preaching the gospel of hope. Nigeria is a great country. We are going to. Our challenges are there. Yesterday, I did not talk because I was there from the beginning. I was waiting for you before I joined you. When you sent it, I eventually joined because I listened to Ajanle Goku visit to Nigeria, beautiful Nigeria, my motherland, wonderful Nigeria, and all he could tell the children, could expose the children to, are the evils, the mistakes, the challenges of Nigeria, and not the beauty of the land. And I was a little bit, that the problem, the poverty. There is poverty in a lot of places in America. I just mentioned a few places to you. I am sitting right here in my car, not even in an hotel, in my car in Kingston, North Carolina. And if I want to compare, if I want to give you a narrative of what I've seen today, Oga, it is appalling. But hey, that's not what they project to us. What they project to us is the El Dorado America. So what I'm saying in essence is that we have challenges. We're going to overcome them. But those overcoming them will come with some degree of pain. We need to tighten up. We need to sit up. We need to cut up on some little excesses, both in the leader and the led, both the politician and the ordinary people on the street. So if we are able to do that, it is going to be better for every one of us down the line. That's my view.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, stay with us. There's still a few topics I want to take your opinion on. But like I said, I'm conscious that people have been hanging around for so long. So let's get a 5-minute monologue from let's get a 5-minute monologue from Vin, who joins us here in Ghana. Here in Ghana.
Thank you, woman. You see, Breno Mokre comparing Ghana with Nigeria is something that I cannot wrap my hands around.
Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa. I think when Goodluck Jonathan Obasanjo was here,
it was, but it's not number 3 now. But carry on.
Okay, no, it's still about 400 and something billion. West South Africa is about 300 and something billion.
No, with all of the policy changes, Nigeria is now behind Egypt, which is number 1, and South Africa, which is number 2.
No. Egypt is behind Nigeria with just very narrow margin.
Okay.
Sorry, Kulata coming. Who are the top 3, Kulata?
Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria. We just devalued our currency, guys. Forget about last year. Currency has been devalued.
Okay. Thank you, Kulata. You see, if you look at, I am going to look at it in this perspective. There are certain, economic indices that favors Nigeria and do not favor Ghana. When you look at our exchange rate here, our exchange rate in Ghana is $1 to 11 Ghana cedi, which is below 700, maybe let's say about 600 naira.
Vane, please don't say that. You guys rebased your currency. If you left it the way it was, it would have been thousands. No. You redominated your currency, so don't bring that.
They decimalized.
They redesigned, so don't bring that. That's just that you're not talking to kids.
Okay. Whether redenomination or not.
Goodluck Jonathan did that, by the way, a few years ago.
Didn't Goodluck Jonathan do the same thing?
Obasanjo wanted to do it, but they stopped him. It was the governor of Anambra right now that wanted to do it, but Obasanjo prevented it.
Don't let me lose my
Vin, I'm just saying, you can't give us while you're here. There are learned people on the call.
So I am not also learned.
No,
I don't know.
If people equally learned.
Okay, you just have to listen. You have to
carry on.
People were talking, people didn't interject. You just have to listen. I don't know what is wrong with you people. When you come in, you begin to undermine people, demean people with your own way of narrative.
Don't take it personal. Continue. Just continue.
My brother, please, man, let me go on. Can you just? I know how you've been
carry on.
And that is the reason why I left this platform for so many months.
Vin, carry on. Just carry on from where you were.
You see,
sorry, Vin. When you say something that is patently not factual, you'd expect that people will interject. But carry on.
One man, redenomination of Ghanaian currency is the same thing you did in Nigeria. It's the same thing. The difference is
it is not the same thing. We will not allow you to be saying all these factually wrong things. It's not the same. We've never done it. We wanted to do it.
Let other people do that for you.
What kind of thing?
It's not the same thing. Kulata, let other people it's not the same thing, please. It's not. Now I understand. I just don't want it to be it's not the same thing, please. If you want to continue, can we have that conversation?
All right, carry on, Vin. That wasn't even your main point, but carry on to your main point. Yeah, carry on.
Look, when you look at the poverty level of these both countries, Nigeria is a bigger country. Ghana is a smaller country. The poverty rate of Ghana today, that is why I want to punch on what Reno Omokri said. The poverty level in Ghana here is below 25%. I do not know what is going to be at the end of the year because there are projections from World Bank. Get me right. If you take 100 people in Ghana here, 24 are below poverty level. Nigeria poverty rate is 44%, which means if you take 100 people in Nigeria today, 44 out of 100 are poor. This is how you look at it. There are so many of them. In economics, there are things that favors other countries and will not favor. Living standard in Ghana is very high. Living standard here is high. I can attest to that. We have constant electricity here. We have water here. But most of those things are not prevalent in Nigeria. I pay what I pay for my. I pay
What
what
of security? What of security?
security is. I'm not telling Ajani Koko, my senior brother. I am not saying that all is Uhuru in Ghana, but we have over 85% security in Ghana. If you come to my small city, Bolgatanga, in that city, you have CCTVs monitoring everything that you do, checking people. If you go to Accra, you have CCTV cameras monitoring people. It is hard for you to commit a crime here. If you, I don't know whether you people had, you see, these are security. I just want to expatiate on the security.
So, sorry, what do you mean 85% security? 85% of what?
We are 85% free in Ghana here. There is no much that level of insecurity.
What measure is freedom? What freedom? I don't, please qualify what you're saying.
What's the most common crime in Ghana, Vin? What's the most common crime?
You see, there are a lot of crimes that are going on in a country. That is why I'm telling you that the insecurity you see in Ghana here is not. I will not say that.
Do you have carjacking in Ghana?
Well, I cannot remember the last time I had carjacking here. But
What
we
about
have.
what about armed robbery?
Yes, bullion van attack. There is one that happened, I think, a month ago, and they've been arrested today. They've been arrested, and two of them are Nigerians. Two of them that have been arrested are Nigerians. It was a bullion where a police officer was shot in the head and killed in a filling station. Two of them are Nigerians, or one of them is a Nigerian. So you see, the level of insecurity here is very, very minimal. And I'm not telling you that it is Uhuru here. So when Reno Mokri is comparing Nigeria with Ghana, I don't think where he get that from. Ghana is a smaller economy compared to Nigeria. If you Reno Mokri wants to compare Nigeria, he should compare Nigeria with Morocco. Should compare, in fact, it should compare Nigeria with some European countries that are moving forward where Nigeria is backward. Egypt, South Africa, Tunisia, these are the people he's supposed to compare Nigeria with. And they have smaller population. But Nigeria has these human resources, HDI. But they are not making use of them. Instead of pulling them, making use of them, and make Nigeria a great nation, they are dragging them below poverty line. Before Buhari left there, I think mid 2023, the poverty rate in Nigeria was 133 million people. By the time he left, 4-point-something million was added to it instead of pulling them out. These are the things that we are talking about. And most of these things will create insecurity in that country. People will not have, just like Ajali Koko was saying, you can determine the wealth of a country, whether your country is moving forward or even progressing in economy, if your people, those that below the bar, are enjoying the dividend of democracy. Like when people are saying you buy a liter of petrol in US, so amount of money. If your refineries are working, do you think that Nigerians will buy? You have to. It must be cheap for Nigerian people because any increment, any tampering on that petroleum product will raise the prices of things in Nigeria, in any country, because that is what drive goods and services.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry, my guy. What's the inflation rate in Ghana? Do you know?
You are looking for trouble. I mean,
no, we can't just let someone just come and be doing rhetorical. Excuse me.
42%. Technically, it's a fact that Ghana is insolvent.
Is insolvent? If not for IMF that they begged, and pleaded.
Even at that.
That gave them. Excuse me. The inflation in Ghana is 42% or something like that.
42 or 43%. Yes.
It's 42 or 43%.
It's 23 in Nigeria.
It's 23 in Nigeria. Excuse me.
You have more people.
Hold on, Vin. What Kulata is saying to you is that you are cherry picking the comparison. You are not looking at
picking. Where Reno is comparing like for like, apple for apple. Is minimum wage for minimum wage.
Did they compare
minimum wage? Excuse me. That doesn't have a minimum wage for minimum wage. Price for price. This for that. You can see both countries because Ghana is a country that maybe only 3 cities or 4 cities have over 500,000 population. So it's not really exactly a big country. Like you have the Accra, you have what's the name of that other city? Then barely any other big cities. The rest are villages. So you can't just be nitpicking and cherry picking. What we're trying to say is the price of things are expensive in Ghana. Is at the end of the day, they had enough money to invest in some areas, even though they're currently financially reckless. So you cannot be encouraging Nigeria to go on a suicide mission and go bankrupt when we don't have additional money to invest in infrastructure, invest in electricity, and invest in critical sectors that we've abandoned because people just want to buy cheap petrol that eventually gets sold in Ghana. So don't come and just try and bamboozle us here.
I did not say that.
I don't care what you said. We heard you right. I think we heard you right the first time. If you say it another way, it's not going to come out in a different way. You can't come and bamboozle us.
If you cannot suffer now, you will not enjoy it.
I don't know what they are
defending enjoying now and be
what are you defending now?
All right, no, hold on, everybody. One voice. Yes, carry on.
I don't know what they are defending in this your Nigeria.
I came for you. Wait, hold on. You've been talking a lot. No. You've been talking since. You are the same person that will come here and start lamenting that our revenue to debt ratio is 90-something%. The country is dying. It's not like you just like to shout about the country dying and not see the sacrifice that needs to be made for the country to survive. Last year we were claiming
they don't want to sacrifice.
Last year we were claiming.
Sorry, you heard me. One voice. Sorry.
We were talking about bankruptcy. We're out of money. But you're encouraging every single thing that will get the country bankrupt. So what exactly do you want? Do we want a country, or do we want to just be giving free stuff? Then we don't have any money. Right now, right now, from an accounting perspective, we flip the script. Yeah, people are suffering, but now the books is better. We could take $1 trillion, we could take close to $1 trillion and put it in our, put it in our, whatever they call that thing, and buy dollars to massage it. Give it another 12 months. How much will we be able to get? The books have changed. Yeah, the economy will rebalance. People will suffer in the main period. But do not be encouraging bad practices and then complain about we can't afford this, we can't afford that, we're going bankrupt. We should make set our priorities straight and do what is right for the country. People will not make it. Yes, it's true. People will suffer. But at the end of the day, it's for the better sacrifice. We pray it works. But let's not keep on lamenting and encouraging something that we know, all of us here know, is running us to bankruptcy. Revenue to debt service is like 90-something%. How are we supposed to sustain that? You should continue borrowing, and then when we borrow, we now say, we're borrowing for this, but please don't take out subsidy. What are we talking about?
All right, two things. Prince was just highlighting 167 people watching, only 10 likes. So that's so please correct that. We did the likes, and Mysterious is telling us that his wife finds Kulata super annoying. it's not
Mysterious
just your
obedience, one man.
it's
I'm
just not
I'm doing my
just your
job.
wife.
I'm
It's
doing
not
my
just
job.
your wife, by
I'm
the
doing my
way.
job.
It's all of us.
When I listen to when I listen to Kulata and some other people
Mommy is in
defending,
so that's the thing. Mommy
yeah,
is
but
in.
now ready for it. I'm ready for it. When I listen to you guys defending, I mean, how do I describe it?
That is not defending. That's being objective.
Incompetence of the highest order that this administration have displayed. I
A
just shake
2 months
my head.
government.
Yeah,
A 2 month administration.
No, Bishop, one voice. Yeah.
No, we are interjecting now. So what do you mean? We are interjecting. I just put in a word.
No,
I
let him
just
land.
only put in a word. Just one.
All right. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Incompetency and irresponsibility that this administration have demonstrated for this short time that they assume power in Nigeria with the increase of this petrol that have virtually affected.
Have you frozen in time, Ajale Koko?
Okay, while Ajale Koko is frozen.
Why are you saying that they have done? Let me land. Please give me 1 minute.
You were caught up in suspended animation.
The hypocrisy of the likes of socialists like Ajale Koko is they're the ones that say Nigeria is not doing anything for Nigeria. Now, when they decided to stop giving everybody free beer, then we start complaining. But no, the country, Nigeria has never done anything. Nobody increased price of petrol. They just removed the subsidy we're paying. The free stuff that they were giving us, they took it away. So the same you will say, Nigeria has never done anything for anybody. This, that. We can all complain, but can you govern? Can you govern?
Look, let me tell you one, Kulata. You don't gain anything when government is pushing out a measure that pushes people into poverty, that make life miserable for people. That
What's the alternative? Bankruptcy.
Hold on. That make life very hard for people in their own country. You don't. I mean, this America that you don't see government rolling out measure that will put people into poverty in this country. Bishop was saying that he buy gas $3 somewhere. He buy that. Is it not affordable for him? If it's not affordable, will he be buying gas?
No. Ajale Koko, don't go there. Please, can I go ahead?
And we are here. All of us left that country to come here. You don't want to leave this country where you live. But then you are praising the hardship that
Ajale Koko, you told me not to compare America with Nigeria. Now you are doing the same thing.
People don't want to leave this country. They don't want to leave this America.
When you came here, hold on a second.
They don't want to leave this America. Yes,
Ajale Koko.
It's turned into a free for all.
Ajale Koko, when you came here, who gave you free stuff? Who gave you constant price of petrol? When you came to America, who gave you free stuff? Who gave you constant price of petrol and say petrol is perpetually?
Can I tell you? You want me to tell you?
Let me just land my point now. It's perpetually 20 cents. It's perpetually 20 cents. They made the sacrifice so the country can invest in areas so it's okay for you and I to come. They did not sink all their wealth to just make one particular product cheap, and then they have zero alternative. It's opportunity cost. Something has to give. So when they run a normal economy, they go and subsidize agriculture, productive sector. Not everybody come and buy petrol in perpetuity, 15 cents per liter. Then we buy petrol. Then we cannot afford any other thing.
Let me respond to you quick.
All right, respond to him quick, and then we move the conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, Mama. So you have the price of petrol increase to like 300%, right? And you have the currency, the value to like 150% within a short period of time. And it looked like that currency will continue to devalue. What does that represent? What does that mean to you? Economic collapse. The people are going to run into a very serious economic hardship and economic collapse for businesses. Businesses are going to collapse in that country.
How are you going to
what we are witnessing?
Kulata, can you let me put a question forward to you?
To people.
To you and Ajale Koko.
People told me the hardship they are going through with their businesses. Serious hardship. People that used to make like maybe on a daily basis on their business, maybe they make 20,000 a day. They are hardly making 5,000 because people are not buying. People doesn't have money to spend.
Worldwide now, that is
okay.
Stop that nonsense.
It's only Nigeria that
Kulata, can you hold on for a second, please?
You are just virtuous.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead. I'm mute now. I muted myself.
Good. Thank you. I just want to ask one question to you and Ajale Koko. Number one, did the government devalue the naira or they just remove the arbitrage? That's number one. Did the government increase the price of petrol or they just deregulated that sector? That's number two. And the number three, you said people were making profit of 20,000 naira before. Really? In the same economy that we have declared dead and buried many years ago? Because I've always been here and I hear the way we condemn that nothing, absolutely nothing.
Bishop, restrict it to those questions. But let Ajale Koko go first. So
it's the question I'm asking. That's the last question.
Yes,
I'm not saying anything beyond that.
Yeah, hold on. Let Ajale Koko go first. So Ajale Koko, ask the first question and let Ajale Koko. But Ajale Koko be succinct because we have to get other voices as well.
Yeah, I will be succinct as well.
No, hold on. Let me guide it. So let me guide it. Ask the first question, and then Ajale Koko give a succinct answer to it. Then ask the second question, a very short answer, and then we have to get other voices in. So ask the first question.
The first question: did the government actually devalue the naira, or they just remove the CBN multiple change arbitrage?
Ajale Koko. Now you can't. We couldn't stop him talking before, so now he can't talk anymore. Hold on. Ajale Koko. Hold on. Yeah, Ajale Koko. Yes.
Yeah, whether they remove it.
No. He wasn't asking. No. Hold on. He wasn't asking for your opinion. He was asking for facts. So don't give us your subjective view. He's asking you.
They removed it.
Yeah. So
yeah. They removed the multiple exchange rate, and that pushes up. Brought about the devaluation. So
based on
Nigeria did. So the government did not devalue the naira.
So let me tell you, a responsible government must
no. So sorry, Ajale Koko. Because now you are going to let him ask the second question. Ask the second question.
Okay, thank you. Did the government arbitrarily increase the price of petroleum, or just responded to the yearning of majority to just remove the subsidy and deregulate the petroleum sector?
No. The government control everything. So the government is in control of the importation of this. Hold on. So it was the responsibility of the government to make sure that this price does not get out of hand, and this price does not, that you keep it within the reach and affordable price for the people, and not
that wasn't the question.
They didn't manage it well.
Ajale Koko, hold on, Ajale Koko. That wasn't his question. His question was that did the government increase the price of petrol, or they just remove subsidy and release it to the free market? So
they removed the subsidy. It is not the removal of. They removed the subsidy, which is highly irresponsible. What is the benefit for Nigerian people? There's a way they can manage it. Keep the subsidy, fight the corruption around that mismanagement of the subsidy, and let people enjoy their country, enjoy the product that the government, God, the Almighty God, bless the
All right.
country.
Just to manage the time, the third question and a short answer, and then we move on. Bishop.
Thank you. It's not question, sir. I just don't forget.
No, you were talking about Ajanle Koko's anecdote about his a person making 20,000 naira profit and now making 5,000 naira.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. So I asked a question very simply. Let me reduce my air condition. I asked a question very simply. You said that people were making 20,000, so they were actually making profit. But we have always been here complaining that all businesses have been dead. So people were actually making
No. I'm not saying profit. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying profit. What I was saying is that people that make sales like 20,000 a day, now sales have dropped down to like 5,000. What does that mean to you? That's a poor performance, and that will, and the economic reality in the country now, it won't be, it might not be able to meet its need. I mean, it might not be able to meet its end meet. It might not be able to have its way around this the reality of the time, and its business is dying every day. That is what that is what that means.
All right, thank you. So let's move the conversation on.
Internet.
Let's go to Kumi.
Majidi,
you're up there.
What happened with this internet? Come and check this thing. My internet is not working. Come here, man.
It's unbelievable. It's not just us. So Ajale Koko talks to everybody like that. But Kumi, you're up next. Hello? Okay, Kumi is not there. Akulata, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, so these figures now, Ajale Koko skirted around it. But the point he was making was that Ghana is not a fair comparison with Nigeria.
Come on, man.
Will say it's a valid point.
It's not valid. It's a very, very fair comparison. I mean, minimum wage is about the same. GDP per capita is roughly the same.
One man, please.
Kulata,
please.
General.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kulata, can you please answer those two questions Ajale Koko just take now, if you don't mind? One man, please.
It won't take me time.
Yeah, thank
you. Government did not increase the price of petrol. Government removed the gifts they were giving Nigerians. Nigerians that believe government has done nothing for them. Nigeria has done nothing for them. Okay, now that is proof Nigeria has been doing something for you since the 70s. They just stopped doing it. So they did not lift their finger to increase the price. They just stopped paying a gift that is making the country almost bankrupt. So that's answering the question whether government increased the price. No, they just removed their subsidy and they start selling it for what it's worth. The same way Gary is worth X in the market, you go and buy it for X. That's what they did. So rather than maybe Thomas, Cornell something is subsidizing your Gary, Cornell something is okay, I'm not paying for your Gary again. Buy Gary, they did not increase the price. Same thing for Forex. Government was subsidizing Forex. And why are they subsidizing Forex? For the like of Emefiele and his gang to be using the Forex to round trip. In few circumstances where you maintain this kind of dual rate, you can use it to quickly develop some sectors of your economy by giving preferential exchange rate to build one or two things. But it's not something that you just allow to go for perpetuity. And when you allow it to go for perpetuity, it's just that 100 or 200 Nigerians that are super rich that can buy the next 15 generations, make them millionaires so they can be buying G-Wagon and Maybachs for the rest of their life without lifting a finger. And so government said, okay, we're not subsidizing this. So what's the result? The result is you buy whatever at the price, prevailing price in the market. Your Naira trades at what it's worth. So it's now up to you to say that, okay, I want to be productive, so my Naira will trade better. And look at it now. we're already making saving that they can use it to buy, put some money into our reserves. And when you put your money into our reserves over time, I mean, this is before we even start having Dangote or NNPC refinery. I mean, by then we will use less dollars. But when you put money into your reserves and co, then the central bank will have enough reserves to interfere in the exchange rate. They can do a managed float, meaning if the price of naira is going nuts, if it's going, they'll release some dollar into the market and it will bring it down, and vice versa. So is what I hate, that I really can't stand, is the hypocrisy. When our debt servicing turned to 90-something%, we did not hear the last of it. Nigeria is bankrupt. They ruined Buhari, has ruined Nigeria. This, that. So when your country is going bankrupt, what will a rational person do? You fix whatever the drivers of the bankruptcy. The petrol subsidy, like 100 or 200 people are making a boatload of money that the entire country could be using. But because the price is cheap for everybody, we should also allow those 100, 200 people be stealing over half of the country. I mean, look, in the first month that they removed this subsidy, 1.9 trillion. They shared 900 billion. They put they packed the remaining 1 trillion. Do that in 12 months. What do you think our reserves will be? And then we will have a lot of way to intervene. But no, keep the subsidy going.
Kulata, is sometimes I wonder if it's not a race against time that Tinubu is embarked upon. Is it that the country implodes or he rescues it? So, but he needs a buffer period, I think, of 6 months where the people need to keep faith with him in order for his plans to come to. But if they take to the streets, then it's over.
No, if it gets to the street, all bets are off. It just needs to do whatever it takes to prevent them from going to the streets because you can already see some of these things. I think you're the one that showed me. I saw an article today that Google is not going to be taking Naira via the Verve card.
Yes,
if we did not liberalize,
I'm going to take you to that space. I'm going to take you to that space after I've gone round. Yes, yeah.
I mean, Google starts, who knows, PayPal next. Something that they blocked Nigeria, they blocked us since Buhari came. You can't use your card here, you can't use your card there. So those are the things. Over time, we will have enough money in the economy circulating. What we want is economic growth, not because exchange rate is this, exchange rate that. That's meaningless. If we're growing as fast and inflation is under control, if the economy is booming, who cares? Whether dollar is 55 million, it doesn't matter as long as you can afford it. It's the same way. Do you think?
And also, Kulata, I wonder if people have. I wonder if people have speculated the basic willing buyer, willing seller theory to this.
They're not thinking about me now. If Mr. Lagbaja puts petrol at 670, nobody's going to buy it if they can afford it. Then Mr. Lagbaja will say, I'll bring my price down so people can buy it. It's simple.
Thank you. It's that simple. Sometimes it can be that simple. Nigerians cannot afford petrol, so then the petrol has to adjust to Nigeria's affordability.
We have to adjust to what Nigerians can adjust. And many people will be bringing it in. Dangote will. I don't want to talk about that. I'm annoyed with that. But everybody can bring their price in. If your own is too expensive, me, I'll sell my own cheap. If I see that I'm selling too cheap, people are still buying, I'll jack my price up. That is life. That is market. We do it every day with Gary, with tomato, with this. Why is petrol now a godlike product that we perpetually have to keep it cheap? Does not make any sense. What are we? So we have no money to do nothing else but to pay subsidy and to put money into the hands of 200 people. That's what we want to do for the rest of our lives. And then we can no longer service them. So when the entire thing collapsed, like Venezuela now, like assuming we're Venezuela or Argentina, I'm sure Ajanle Koko will be happy. Isn't that the epitome of socialism? Both countries. Where did they end up? Venezuela ended up bankrupt.
Who told you that it's socialism that killed Venezuela?
What told you that it's
socialism that killed it?
What killed them?
Who told you that it's socialism that killed their economy?
What killed them now?
Is it not US sanction?
All right, gentlemen.
Why are you trying to mislead people? It's US sanction and European Union sanction against Venezuela that destroyed the economy of the country.
Let me bring other voices in, but before I bring other voices in, because our people have been around for a while, let me bring this commentary by Adeyemi Badejo, who points at you, Ajanle Koko. He says Ajanle Koko is an out-of-touch socialist. He believes government only exists to give freebies. So I think a lot of people think that Ajanle Koko is like what's that song of the Red Army song? I have to go
Let
and
me
dig it
tell
out.
you,
Red Army song.
those Tinubu supporters, people that doesn't mind seeing their fellow brothers and sisters suffering. They all because they want to support Tinubu, we support this nonsense. It is nonsense. Go to Nigeria, go and talk to your people, go and see your people physically at home, and you will know that what Tinubu has done in terms of removal of petroleum subsidy is a killer to the people of their country. Go and talk to your people. There you will know.
All right, Ajale Koko, let me bring other voices in, and let me bring the voice of Mike in to have a 5-minute space to speak to the conversation so far. So, Mike, there it is, the usual back and forth. We started with the coup in, which I think has now succeeded, by the way, according to Al Jazeera. It's quite a thing, though. It really worries me because that country is especially so close to Nigeria. Soldiers in Niger claim to have overthrown President Mohamed Bazoum. Your thoughts just on the conversation so far, Mike?
Oh, well, good luck to Niger now. It's not like it's just something new, something changed, or something better. Africa is still Africa, you know. So,
and this Renault Mockery chart on, although I was accusing Vin of cherry picking, Renault Mockery cherry picked as well to pick out, they say statistics and damned lies. So you can use statistics to tell any story. But the story that Renault is telling is quite compelling. The minimum wage in Ghana, $40, Nigeria, $38. Petrol liter in Ghana, $1.14, 78 cents Nigeria. Coca-Cola, 62 cents Ghana, 31 in Nigeria. But the one that really shot out, Nigerian university tuition average $65, average in Ghana $1,500. So sometimes maybe we're too over-cosseted in that country. We've been too spoiled.
One man, the search for Uhuru now. That guy that always go to Nigeria all the time.
Yes.
The black American guy. The guy was saying it now. He said the guy said Nigeria is way cheaper than Ghana, and the guy was saying it, He said, the level of Nigeria is enjoying too much. Like everything is just way too cheap. Like even when I go to Nigeria, I will enter a restaurant, I will eat like correct square meal with organic meat, organic everything, and I will pay when I calculate everything, I pay less than $2. I pay 1,200 naira. I come but I enjoy for this country, to be fair, compared to many other places, I think things are very cheap in Nigeria, to be honest. The real problem in Nigeria is just productivity, whether price or no price or this and that. Nigeria's always in crying anyway about, I don't get work, I don't get job. When they have land all over, acres of land, no one is stealing it. It even takes Chinese to come there to be digging to know that there's gold in the ground to be digging.
There was a story I came across that really upset me, Mike. I came across a story. This was a few months ago, maybe even a year ago, of a Chinese family that has gone to set up a chicken farm somewhere in the hinterlands of Yoruba land. So exactly. That really upset me. Why they're not bringing tech? Can we not even farm chicken now?
You see people just sitting around. They're sitting around all day. You see boys, and they have money to drink beer. They'll sit around drinking beer. Nigeria's the only place where people drink beer in the afternoon. In America, it's only drug addicts and destitute that drink beer in the afternoon here in America. Like anywhere in advanced country. Nigeria is the only place where I go visit. Boys come join us. We see afternoon, 12 p.m. They're ordering Star. I'm like, I mean, you know, if you spend that time actually, that afternoon, if you spend it actually calculating, cracking your brain, trying to figure out how to be productive, how to make something happen for yourself, you will discover that maybe I can plant something in the ground though, and grow some seed, grow some food, and then I can sell or feed myself, feed my family. So much. The problem is just lack of productivity. We don't have productive minded people. The people that actually name one productive Nigerian that's not rich. The
I don't
productive
know.
people that get rich quick, like people that engage themselves, they become rich, they become successful. I don't know any Nigeria that gets into any kind of endeavor. Nigeria is the only country where people are not even nice to customer. That's to tell you that business is good. Nigeria is the country where you start a business, it just don't fail. You understand?
You know this idea that they have priced petroleum out of the affordability of Nigerians. This is a space that is a curious space because, of course, if Nigerians cannot afford the petrol, then it stays in the tanks at the petrol stations. So then a decision has to be made. It's either the petrol station owners, they take out a straw and start to drink that petrol, or they bring down the price. Or if Nigerians are buying it, then they can afford it. You know, so it's economics now. It's free market.
One man, can I please say something, please? As we always say, Pansat sometimes speak yam yam. He make a comment one day, and I was still thinking about it till now. He said, "What will it make somebody in the rural area still buying tomatoes?" Don't you think about that productivity that Mike is talking about now? Who in Oyo State, in Ogun State, in a rural area, in Shaki, who will take somebody there still buying tomatoes when you can cultivate tomatoes at the back of your house? Cultivate one man, my mom grow tomatoes, grow everything in the back of her house, vegetables, everything fresh at the back of her house. So I'm just talking about the productivity Mike is talking about. So, thank you.
Yes, I agree. When he said that, I thought that every Nigerian, especially if you're not living in a major city, then you should have a garden at the back of your house. But back to you, Mike. Mike, I think this lady might be looking for trouble. Eniola Badmos. Nigerians buy cheapest petrol in the world, so you can expect that when she steps out in Lagos, they'll be throwing stones at her.
I mean, that's true, no? That's true. Because I mean, I remember when someone had to drive me from Oshun to Lagos. It was like about 6 hour drive. And all they asked me to pay him is 10,000 naira. And when I put it together, I'm like, in America, if I have to drive that far, the petrol, I have to spend close $100 to fill my tank to go back and forth, you know. That's total of 12-hour drive, you know, 6 to Lagos, 6 back, and you only ask me for 10,000 naira. I'm like, Don, that's cheap. You guys are enjoying it. So every time I go, it's like I'm not spending anything, you know. Like this is cost of living is very low in Nigeria, to be honest, you know. But the thing is, like it's even like price of like some technology, some equipment, like a charger, you know, iPhone charger, right? I pay more here than they actually pay in Nigeria. Like so many things, you know, even clothes, like things that people buy, man, they don't really spend that much. And unfortunately, things that people even consume the most Nigerian things they consume on a daily basis are things they don't even need. They import most of those things, like, you know, champagne. And that's another thing that's costing us because we import too many things, man. Like we over import, you know, over importation. So, I mean, if you ask me, man,
But
like,
with the liberalization of the naira now, people will just go wild with the imports.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing, you know. And if you think about this agricultural thing, man, like if people can just organize themselves, like maybe one thing I always think about is if I start you know, in America you have all these franchises, right? Like restaurants, you have franchise, like McDonald's all over the place, or these one particular restaurants, like you know, Applebee's. If people can create those restaurants, put them all over the place, and then give the contract of the food supply to maybe people in a rural area. Okay, these restaurants, we're going to need this amount of tomatoes per day, this amount of onions, this amount of beans or whatever. And just, those kind of things will keep the rural people like employed. They'll be busy in the farm. They'll be real busy growing food. So to me, the soil is there, the ground is there, the environment is there. We don't have winter, we don't have bad weather. We have all we need to just. I think the solution to our problem is just creativity, being organized, and just creativity is really the root of our problem. Creativity, productivity, will be fine. Honestly, it's not all these government. This government don't give me that one. No, they didn't give me job. Oh. I don't know how people see everything we blame government on. Usually, employment, price of something, and they almost of these things we don't have anything to do with government, man. I mean, West, yeah, in America, I've never seen a day where someone is looking for a job in America and they are going to the government. They start looking for a company who's hiring, man. It's like they start naming all the businesses who's hiring. There's this paper you go online, which company is hiring. Nobody goes to the government to say, hey, the only time you don't need job government can offer you is if you want to join the military. If you go to US government, say I'm looking for a job, they will show you all the military openings. The army needs more men. The Air Force needs more men.
Go and take a bullet for us, Abby. Go and take a bullet for us.
Those are the only jobs they offer you. You're a young person, you go on government website, say employment. You see recruiters. How many recruiters? Thousands of them. They'll start calling your phone. Come and join the army. Come and join the police. Come and join the Air Force. They need that's the only job government will offer you in America. Government don't create jobs, man. It's corporations, private people that are creating jobs. People, the creative people who expand their businesses. Like when one thing I've noticed when they start a business, when the business progress, they open another branch, keep opening branches.
Just on that space, do you think we are ambitious enough in business? Mike, because if somebody happens on a model that works, rather than look to repeat it severally as people do internationally, they're just happy to be profiting from that model.
Exactly.
And then stay on that model, build one or two houses, take advantage of one or two girls down the road.
2 girls, more wives, more money, more wives.
And that is their lot.
And that's why
internationally, if you perfect a system, then you look to repeat it and franchise it and turn it into like a chain. Are we ambitious enough? I wonder sometimes.
That's not. Maybe it's our indoctrination is what we need to change. Maybe somehow maybe we can incorporate into the curriculum as well. Like, listen, your existence, your success is not that okay. You start a business and you made money and you make money for yourself and you are now enjoying yourself. You should be to let people know that listen, you are into this to actually change your society, to help others, to create jobs, to these are the problems we have. We need you to become successful and create job for others and make name for yourself. And we need to celebrate those that do that. Things that we actually want done. Things that are actually going to change society. Anyone is engaged in it. Those are the people we should be celebrating. I don't know why we celebrate some people necessarily. There are some people because they have money. We don't even know whether they stole it or whether they are using it to help anybody. We just celebrate them because they have money. Oyimbos don't just celebrate you because they have money. They don't care about you. They want to know what you're doing to society. What are you contributing? So these businesses you're talking about, if we, the government or society encourage, like, okay, expand your business, make name for yourself. You can, grow your business to this extent. We give you this status or citizenship status. Like, okay, you are on this elite group of citizens that's impacting society. So people that can do these things exist. But the thing is, they don't have that extra push. Like you ask yourself, one man, you know that if you have to expand your business, that means you have to work more hours. If you have one branch, you want to open like 10 different branches. That means you have to work more hours or more. You have to put more time into it. I mean, sometimes you ask yourself, what do I need really to? Go through all this just because of extra money when I can just be okay with this one that I'm making and marry more wives and have time for my women and my that kind of stuff. And I enjoy myself.
What do you think drives the average black person, the Nigerian being the test case? What do you think drives him in business? Is it the the allure of bringing an idea to fruition to the maximum it can be, or just to make money.
It's just to make money.
Yes, that's really what I think. And that's the killer right there, isn't it?
Sorry. One man, can I ask a question?
Is that your Mohammed?
Yeah, that's me.
No, I was waiting for you to come back because I wanted you to speak on the Niger space. But I asked that question. Yeah, ask that question.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Mohammed. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you too. So one man, I listened for a little bit, but I had a lot of comparisons between United States and Nigeria. Like Mike was saying now that he drove from 2 cities in Nigeria. He thinks that's very cheap. And also, you know, in that space, I had you also say things like this, one man. But one thing that I was waiting for somebody to point out is that, see, how much do they get paid in America compared to what they spend? In Nigeria, like if you're working in a ministry or something, even in Abuja, your salary is 50,000 naira per month. That is $45. So if you say, for example, that tuition should be introduced and this should be done and this should be done, are you going to do that with the $45 that you get per month? That is my one. And for example, I have an auntie who studied law. You know, she went to law school, she did everything. And from all accounts, a bright person. Her salary is 54,900 naira and she lives in Abuja. Okay, she lives, and if you have this kind of salary in Abuja, you cannot, of course, live inside the city. So you are way outside, where like Kubwa or something. Just the drive from Kubwa to where she works, like that $74,000 is not even going to pay for petrol now with the increase. So when we are doing this kind of analysis, you live abroad where they pay you in pounds or in dollars, and then you just take this aspect, like that, the fact that something is expensive in America and is slightly cheaper in Nigeria. So we are just doing a very, like, it's the very lopsided kind of analysis that way. Like that's what I think. So what do you have to say about that?
Is it lopsided though? Because a can of Coke in the UK will cost you an average of about 70 pence. And in Nigeria, it's about 30 cents, which is even about 20 pence here. So that wage level is reflected also in the cost of living, is it not?
So, but do they pay you $45 per month in the United States or in the UK? $45. That's what most people get that work.
Yeah, yes, but that's reflective of their price point, isn't it? It's the price point now.
No. 55,000, like 50,000 naira. That's what people get paid 1 month, not 1,000 pounds like in the UK. You can be cleaning a restaurant and get up to 1,000 pounds. So when we see, Nigeria is a different country, is a unique country. We have
it's still
different
the
circumstances.
same.
When we are going to compare things, we should never compare, okay, it's UK, is like this. Okay, then I'm giving you another comparison. Okay, in the UK, even if you are doing the minimum wage job, you get maybe 1,000 pounds or more per month. But in Nigeria, you get 45.
No, everybody. You know the minimum. You know that no one in America can survive off the minimum wage. It's just not. It's not possible. The minimum wage in America is, I think, it's $7.25, something like that. You know, and no one can survive off the minimum wage. In America, the thing is, they expect you to, if you are on the minimum wage, they expect you to have 2 jobs or something like that. So the thing is,
but that's not. I didn't make any point about that, whether or not you can survive on minimum wage. What I'm saying is, like, we should expand the analysis to include also what people get in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
Can I interject?
Okay. See, it's very difficult for people, like the way that they live right now. Really, 1 month. See, I don't have this problem. I don't, like, I'm not going to say I suffer like other people, but what I'm saying is, if you earn, I talk to people, some people, they want to even stop going to work because it's just not possible for them to. Just the petrol aspect is going to just, wipe out their salary, and even maybe they get just negative.
Why can't it demand increase in salary then? Why can't it demand increase in salary?
So no. I was just kind of trying to I was just
You
waiting
think it's
for
a,
somebody to
you think it's
mention
an
the fact
you
that
think it's
people
an
get very
unfair
little in
comparison?
Nigeria. Sorry?
Mohammed,
Yeah, I think
you think it's an unfair comparison?
yeah, very,
Uh,
very unfair actually. It's not
i-
just
i-
very unfair, yeah.
Yes, but it's a comparative sort of analysis, though, because if you look at the price that people pay in Western countries, it's still pretty much the same thing. If you look at their wage bracket and the prices that they pay, it's still pretty much the same struggles as nobody balances the books. I'm not aware of a salary earner because you live to the quality of your earnings. I'm not aware of a salary earner that is not broke after 2 weeks of
Yeah.
payday.
In the West, man, you are broke. You are
Am I
constantly. It's like you are working
interested?
for free. Like you before you make that money, the money is gone before you see it. Like the bills, the cost of living, the
Yes,
minimum. I
it's
mean,
the same
like
thing.
like where I live right now, one bedroom is like 1,000, at least between $1,400 $1,600. You know, in this area. If someone
So
making $7 an hour cannot even afford it, forget it, man. Those ones they have to just go and go on government assistance welfare. You know, I mean,
sorry,
you
one
can't
man. I
like.
know. Okay.
You really have to.
Can I
It's
quickly
productivity that will make you
hold
shine.
on, hold on, Remy. Let Mohammed come back, and then you come
Yeah,
after him. Mohammed,
sorry,
yeah.
man. I know it's not my time, but I have to leave
No,
in
no,
like
come
10,
in.
15 minutes. That's why.
Yes, but I
So
want to hear.
the
I want to hear from you about
real
Niger.
point. Yeah, the real point I was trying to make is that like for me, like this tuition thing, I have to say I saw the title. That's why I entered. So when I heard that. When I heard the rumors that they were going to increase tuition, I said, really, if Tinubu does that, really, I'm going to start turning against him because we to going back to my earlier point, we try to say, okay, this is the real world. This is what everyone in the real world does. This is what, but in Nigeria, we have to have some certain things that we hold on to that we're doing right as well. So the average person, like I told you, if you're working, whether for government or private corporations or anything, you're getting 50 to 70,000. If you are getting 100,000 naira per month, that is a good salary. Okay, imagine you have to eat with from this. You have to transport yourself. You have to send your children to school. You have to with all this. So I'm saying it's very, very tight how people live here. So when some of these certain benefits that people are getting, you take them away without like correspondingly like maybe increasing the salary or just without increasing people's income when you come and remove all these benefits that people are getting. I think this is invitation to chaos. But my main point is this actually. See, in Nigeria, these resources, like for example, let's talk about the subsidy, like removal of subsidy and this and that. See, if you argue it like just based on what the world practice, yes, I can understand. I mean, I can agree. I don't object to removing fuel subsidy, but this is Nigeria we're talking about. Most of these monies that we have, even the ones that we had before the subsidy, 50-60% are just going to end up in the pockets of these politicians. So remove the subsidy, this money is not going to translate into tangible kind of benefit to the people. That's why people have very hard time accepting the fact that subsidy should be removed. See, I have been like, I know some people, friends of mine that have entered this political space. I've seen things done in my presence that makes me know how this kind of monies that are sent to these states are being spent. That's why I'm not very passionate about this removal of fuel subsidy. See, somebody will hire assistants or advisors or something, a common governor, and be paying them 700,000 naira per month. This land every month, 6-7 million. Just after like 3 months, they will give them benefit of the. So all this, they're just spending all this money on their political kind of re-election bids and to sponsor the next candidate that will succeed them to do this. So imagine in Nigeria, a governor will spend 2-3 billion just to become governor. What do you think he's going to do when he comes to power? He's going to recoup all these billions that he's putting in. He's not doing it because of charity. He will not give his mother that kind of money. So what I'm saying is that all this subsidy money that, I agree that it should be removed, but in the context of Nigeria, I think we should be very, very careful with this kind of things because this
Mohammed,
money is not going to translate into benefit to people.
No, it will. But before I go to that space, let me ask you this: Are you aware that even with the removal of this subsidy, petroleum is still being smuggled out of Nigeria at virtually the same rate? And if you are aware, why do you think that is?
Okay. Okay, I think you're trying to make the point that it's cheaper in Nigeria, or relatively speaking, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Well, yes, because Nigeria still, even with the removal of the oil subsidy, has one of the cheapest petroleums in the world, and we've gone through the chart to be able to say that.
See, woman, I get what you are trying to say, but consider this. See, people, I don't know when last you were in Nigeria, woman. Sorry for asking. Like, when last did you go?
1802.
See, one man, see what I noticed in
Okay.
Nigeria. Mohammed, let me tell you
Hold
something.
on, because Mohammed, I think is about to leave us. He said he had about 20 minutes. Yeah.
So the thing is, okay, I can give you example. Subsidy has, some people were saying it's a scam, it's a scam. There's a lot of scam in subsidy. I'm not saying subsidy should not be removed, but there are many things that has to be. I think for me, with immediate urgency, if I were Tinubu, what I would have done, this money that we already are getting, the efficiency, I would define efficiency as using the money on the people, okay? That has to be the number one thing that has to be improved. Then gradually, this subsidy should also be removed, so that the money, when the subsidy money is removed, is used in aspects that are going to benefit the people. For example, one of the good arguments I've heard about removing the subsidy, which I agree with, is like, there are many things. There's education, there's health. Why are we choosing to subsidize petrol or something? Yes, I agree with this. But then you remove fuel subsidy, and then you say you remove tuition fee, and then you say you remove the Nigerian is not going to bear this. I'm telling you, one man, since you have left in O2, if you really are in Nigeria and you see how people live, you're going to change your mind on this. See, I understand. I mean, I'm not saying subsidy should not be removed, but my main concern has always been the money is not going to be used efficiently. You see, so at least this way.
Sorry, Mohammed.
Yeah.
It is being used
Yeah.
efficiently because a lot of that subsidy is already being moved into the agricultural sector. Because there's an aggressive move to crash the price of food. And there's also an urgent review of pay scales in Nigeria. So the money being harvested from corruption is actually already being passed on to the people.
Well, if that were true, I will be happy with this. But I'm not just convinced that is happening. Again, I told you, one man, I've seen things happen in my presence. The way that the system is in Nigeria, unless you have seen it with your own eyes, you won't believe what is being done. These governors that you see, I'm telling you, see, just imagine how comes, like, if you look at the official pay of these people, like these executives, like, it's nothing to write home about. But just consider the fact that they spend billions of naira just to get to that position. What do you think they do with the money and the resources that they have? They
It's
just
not
siphon
only
it off.
government officials, even CEOs of businesses.
I think you cannot generalize, actually, Mohammed, that all the governors will do like that. So I want you to finish so that I can have my. I really want to speak to you, Mohammed, when you finish, please.
Yeah, sure. So if you can, so that was just what I wanted to say. Like, the way that things are
Woman,
in
let me say
Nigeria,
one thing before you
when you take something off, you should cushion it off, like, with something. For me, like this education one, that is the one that I think it should be a no. Like, I know that the title says that the tuition is not there or something. The removal is just a rumor. It's not true. I hope to God that it is, because I'm telling you, before I went abroad to study, I started doing ABU's area. So in my room, there are people like 2,000 naira in a month. They cannot afford. Like, they will come and squat with other people and eat off what other people are doing. What other people, they have from their pocket monies. 1,000, 2,000 naira. That's what they use to survive per month. They cannot even the way that it was cheap before. I grant it was cheap, but still, like, people cannot afford it. When you just introduce this tuition and all this, what is going to happen is that people are just going to leave these spaces. And what kind of society do you want to create when, like, even education,
But
people cannot get it?
but
So I
but
don't
but sorry to correct you.
No,
Do you mean?
hold on,
No, just
Bishop,
a
because
question. Just a
hold on,
question.
Remy had been waiting to have that
No, it's
interjection,
just
and I've
one
been.
sentence question,
Yeah,
but
sure,
that's
sure.
fine.
No, hold
You
on
can
now.
interject. It's fine,
Hold on,
man.
hold
If
on.
you have a
Let's have some fairness to it. Remy wanted to come in and stopped him quite heavily, but Remy,
Okay,
put your question to yeah.
okay. So Mohammed, I've listened to you, and I want to pay.
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. Comparing, you said somebody is receiving 54,000 in Nigeria, but you must know that they are not going to be at the same level for some years, because not everybody is receiving 54,000. It depends on your level. If you are a civil servant, for example, let's classify like from level 1 to 7, the salary structure will be totally different. And sometimes they do get a raise in a month. I know that everybody is experiencing some form of hardship now. But when you talk about people who live in diaspora, I will tell you the truth. If you want to make a living in diaspora, you have to have 2 or 3 jobs. You can ask all those people here. A lot of people do 2 jobs at a time. For where I live here, a 1.5 liter of Coca-Cola, because of the 24% VAT on sales here, is about 4 euros. You can 4 euros multiply that one by almost 900. We are talking about almost that is 9 times 4. How much is that? It's 3,000 plus, almost 4,000 in Nigeria. That's a lot of money. Okay, so things are not so easy as what you are talking here. Here also, the increase in inflation is affecting the rest of the world. And if you want your country, you want that quality, to like example, you said Nigerian school fees, they are paying $65, which is one of the cheapest in the world. But what about the quality of education that we are receiving? When you talk about engineers and everybody in Nigeria, they don't have the required practical experience. They might be very good in theory. I mean, knows everything. They can quote from their head. They know everything from the book. But in practice, they don't really know. And the reason why most of these countries that people are going to Ghana to go and study there is because they are practicalizing it. And if you pay a certain amount of money, you also expect a certain amount of quality. I am not saying that Nigerians should increase their school fees a lot, but in the future, I want Nigerian universities to be semi-autonomous or even autonomous. Because if they are not, most of our lecturers are docile, they are lazy. How come that over the years, most of our lecturers have not come out with one kind of innovations or innovative idea? So what they are interested in is going on strike like 6 or 7 months, because it's government that is paying salary. Let's assume government just pay 50% of their salary, then the remaining 50% will come out from the tuition that student pay, maybe international student and the rest. Do you think the school authority will be able to within the stick? If you are not doing the right thing, they can just send you packing. So, like we rightly said, you mentioned about the governors. You might be right, but it does not cut across the state. I always said that most problem in Nigeria is from the state. The people in the state should hold their governor accountable. If you refuse to hold your governor accountable and you are pointing a accusing figure to the president every time, that is the problem of the state. Look at a state like Ebonyi. Sorry, a state like Akwa Ibom. Look at a state like Ebonyi. It's a small state, but look at the turnaround. It depends on the people themselves. If the people are docile, they don't want to hold their governor accountable, that is their point. And we are now in the age of skill acquisition. It's no more about the certificate in your hand. You must have a skill to survive. And if you have a skill, you can also learn, if you can put, like most Nigerians sometimes, apart from working with some private organizations, they also have a side also they are going, that they do. They have a petty trading or whatever they are doing. I think what we should do is that encourage commercial bank to give a lesser low interest loan to small and medium. So maybe the federal government can set up that kind of loan. But I bet you Nigerian people like free.
All right. Let Mohammed respond to that, and then Mike and Bishop after.
Yeah. So I got your point, but for example, you said that people abroad do 2 or 3 jobs to survive or something like that, right? Average people. Yes. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is, in Nigeria, where will you even get that job? Like, this is the culture, for example, abroad is a culture of restaurants and, bars and this kind of things, like where you just go and get like side jobs. Like, I also studied outside. I see people, they go and, students, they will go and be doing their side jobs and be getting some kind of money. In Nigeria, where can you do that? Where is the jobs? They don't exist. It's not that people don't want to do it.
The jobs.
It's not there. Where will you? So who will create the jobs? That's what I'm saying. So I should create the job and employ myself.
Let me give one example, right? When I was sitting around with some boys in Nigeria. They were complaining that there was no job. And I said, guys, listen, we are looking at this street we've been sitting right here, and it's been like over 3,000 cars just drove by. I said, okay, let's get buckets, water, everything, and put a sign saying car wash. You see how many of those cars will stop in a day. And the moment they start doing that, within that same day, you know how much cars were stopping to get their cars washed. You know, in business, they say problems equals opportunity. If you look around Nigeria, so many problems like dirty things, grass all grown. People want these things to be fixed. There's so many things to be fixed. That's how you can start a business saying I can fix this problem and engage in offer your service. People will pay. You hire people. So we are not trying to be creative and be creating jobs for ourselves. We're just sitting around waiting for the government to come and create these
I don't
jobs.
disagree with you on
I
that.
think
Look,
most
I don't
Nigerians
disagree
are
with you
just
on that.
waiting for the white
Look,
collar
I don't
job that
disagree with you on that, and neither am I saying that the government should employ people. That's not that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm telling you just that as things stands, like, see, subsidy has been removed on petrol. I'm not saying it should not be removed, but I'm saying that we should be very, very careful with this kind of analysis that we do when we say that, okay, look, we're having it very good in Nigeria. Let's remove this, let's remove that, let's liberalize this, let's liberalize that. This is how other countries are doing it. I'm saying that Nigeria is a unique country of its own. It's a different country with its history, and we're starting from somewhere. So we cannot just increase prices like other countries, but then the pay that we're getting is just so low. It will get to a point that the people will not accept this. That's what I'm saying. So we should just be very careful. See, so petrol subsidy has been removed. I'm not saying it should not be removed. I remember the first time I joined this show, one man, you talked about the subsidy. I said that before even Tinubu was in, I said that he should be very careful, like with the way that he goes about this, because the people, the kind of thinking that you are doing, the majority of people are not going to think like this. The people just know the sufferings that they do, justification for that, the reasoning for that, they don't care. That's not how people think. For example, if people cannot afford like to drive to their workplace, and because of that they are sitting at, they're not going to give the government excuses or anything. So that's why, like, these things should be done very carefully. And what angers people the most is that this politician, like I saw like a headline before that the lawmakers or something, they want to double their salaries or something like that. So people get, so if you're saying that okay, these are tough choices that we have to make for the good of the country, like this, only why are you expecting only the people to make the sacrifices? Why don't these government officials make the sacrifice? These people are getting 25-30 million naira per month, but they want to double their salaries. Oh, where is the identification with the people? That's what I'm saying. So this kind of things, like I'm
No,
I'm sure that Tinubu has, I'm sure that
hold on.
Tinubu has enough sense to stop this. People will not accept this. Yeah.
Sorry, Mohammed, but the oligarchs, they've always taken advantage of the proletariat. Now it's not the oligarchs always takes advantage of the proletariat. It's not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. But what are you talking about? The
Yeah.
privileged always, yeah.
I get so yeah, that's so. See, for example, if I so what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, that it happens in other places too, but not in this brazen way. Like in the midst of this hardship that people are facing, you want to just double the salaries of a certain group of people that are just getting, as like they're the best paid people in the country. You want to double their salaries, and then to the poor people, you're going to tell them, look, guys, just toughen up. This is how the real life works. Well, in the real life, so you were just talking about how good we have it in Nigeria, relatively speaking, right? So average lawmaker or Senate or House of Reps, they get 25-30 million per month, like I mentioned. So this 25-30 million, you can get, like, you can live any kind of life you want with it in Nigeria, just like you mentioned it. So like you can send your kids abroad to go and school, you can build your 2-3 houses, you can do this, you can. So why do they have to double their salaries? Why do they want to double their salaries? And then why don't you double the salaries for the other people? So see, for me, see, I'm the kind of person, like, I take more pride in, in challenging people when I see that they're doing something wrong, than to support them and say, okay, this is good and this is that. See, I understand all the arguments for removing subsidy. I'm not against subsidy. That's not what I'm saying. But in specific context of Nigeria, there are so many things that are going wrong that probably this kind of things should be addressed. The leakages, that the efficiency, like I mentioned, of the monies that are being, handed out, especially to the states. See, at these state levels, if you know the kind of things that happen at the state level, I'm telling you, you're going to change your mind about a lot of things in Nigeria. You're going to
All
change
right,
your mind about a lot of things in
Mohammed,
Nigeria.
take a question from Bishop. I think he wanted to insert a question.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Bishop, yeah. Bishop, are you still? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the question I wanted to throw in was when he was making comparison, but I think it's gone past that. Comparison about the wage in Nigeria. I don't think that figure he was using was very realistic, but it's gone past that now, so let's just
Sorry, be more specific. What is not realistic? Like, is it the 55,000? You don't agree with what is it?
No, it was not exactly. He said that you put a figure for the minimum wage in Nigeria and you were comparing. I was also going to ask that what can that minimum wage do in those places that you compare to Nigeria? And that's what I said. That's what I meant by saying it is not realistic. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I didn't catch what you're saying, but I guess
I think it was more of an observation than a question. But Mohammed, I want to take your opinion on what is going on in Niger Republic, which now looks like we have a military administration there. So, what's your take on that, and how do you think it impacts on us as Nigeria?
Sorry, man. This is the wrong question for me. I didn't even know that there was anything. There was anything going on in Niger until I heard it from you now. I didn't even know there was any problem there. So sorry.
All right. There's been a clue. Yes, yeah.
Mohammed.
Yeah.
Let me just thank you for shedding some light into what situation in Nigeria and what people are going through in that country. This is what I've been telling my people at the beginning of this session. I said I just got back from Nigeria, and what I saw, I mean, it's not good at all. People are through very, very serious hardship. All either of the society, the poor, the middle class, even the rich. The petrol subsidy has taken away everything. Let me just say it has pushed a lot. I mean, all section, all cadre of our society into, it has taken away a lot of things from them. It has reduced their, standard of living, cost of living is high, and everything. So, but a lot of us here doesn't understand it. They don't know because they live in abroad. They don't know what is on the ground in Nigeria. So I hope a lot of our listeners that are living in Nigeria can come on this platform to enlighten us, to tell us the reality on the ground. So that's why I'm just coming in, just to thank you for coming in and shedding more light into the reality on the ground in Nigeria. I hope
Mohammed is a socialist like you now. He's a socialist.
No.
This guy lives in Nigeria. This guy lives in Nigeria.
I'm not.
You people are saying socialism.
Baba Jaliko, can I just chip in some few words?
Wama, I will just leave now. So I just want to also thank Ajali Koko for the comments he made. So Waman, I just want to make a point. Like I noticed this platform is kind of it's a kind of mostly pro Tinubu, and I am also pro Tinubu. But I think we should take the attitude of once the person is in power, I think we benefit that person and the country more when we challenge that person than to pat him on the head and support him for what he does, especially when the policy, like the policies that the person is making, is not popular with the people. See, this is elite kind of thinking. What is happening here? That this is how the way that we think here. Most people here, even before I know that most people here are living abroad. They don't really know what is going on in Nigeria. They don't really know how the common people are living, and how these things affect the common people. So I think we should have more empathy when we're analyzing things like this. What I'm saying, so even in the advanced countries, like I remember when a couple of months ago, when in the United States the gas price was going through the roof. People are not just complaining and saying, "Oh, this is caused by the Russian war," and we should understand. People will complain. That's what people do. People are not there. The citizens are not there to make excuses for the government. They're there to criticize the government. The government can make excuses for themselves. See, so what I'm trying to say is that we should be very, very careful and empathetic with the way that we analyze things. Really, I'm not against the president, but some of these policies that are being enacted right now,
I think Mohammed, sorry, I
yeah,
want to ask you.
hold on, Remy. Apologies, I keep telling you to hold on, but
it's all right.
let me just let me just say this to Mohammed because I don't want him to rush up before I say it. You see, Mohammed. I'm not sure that anybody is blindly supporting Tinubu, and look, actually, let me speak for myself personally because I can't speak for anyone. I certainly don't blindly support him. And I am also, I'm probably more for the people than you or even Ajanle Koko. But what I see is that what Tinubu is doing now is the ultimate rescue of the average Nigerian person. And what he's trying to do is to reinstall dignity in the average Nigerian person. And what we are going to have to go through is a short, very painful period in order to emerge into a trajectory that will bring us to growth. Goldman Sachs, they told us that we're on the cusp, or we're on the pathway to the fifth largest economy in the world, and you can see that. And if you look at what was shared out, what the revenue that the country garnered just in this month, 1.9 something trillion. All of these are rescuing money from corruption and putting it into the general coffers. Then you can see a pathway of rescue. So if they are able to harvest all of these monies and they put it to a greater good towards education, towards a better quality of life, towards electrification of the country, towards crashing the price of food, all of that, which is wrapped in the ideological, philosophical thrust of Tinubu, then ultimately that will rescue the people rather than continue to be dripping it. So it's a short, sharp shock treatment. But it's not, we have to go through that pain period, which is what we're going through now. So nobody is blind to the suffering of the people, no. But I think a lot of people actually see the light on the horizon and then they see the pathway to it, which I think you see too, Mohammed.
Well, yes, one man, just, okay, just to pick up, I will just use your words and then I will try to give you a perspective of mine. So you said he channeled the money from corruption into, so you term the subsidy as money from corruption, right? Yes, and I grant that a lot of corruption happens.
And the foreign exchange too, yes.
Yes, okay. But what you have to understand is that this is the only thing that at least the corrupt people are benefiting from it, and the poor people also are benefiting from it. I've been going back and forth to Saudi Arabia in the last 5 years, like many, many times. In fact, I'm there right now. So in Saudi, like it's the biggest oil producing country with their refineries, with their everything, the foreign exchange is fixed. It's basically their currency is the dollar. Like it never changed for the past 6, 7, 8 years, like against the dollar. But petrol price has always been like 2.19 real or something like that. So if you convert it, it's like 450 right now. So in Nigeria, just up until like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, before this was removed, petrol was 162 naira. So you cannot tell me that subsidy is just corruption. Like there is subsidy, like people benefit from it. But yes, I grant that maybe 50% of that, these big people, they are stealing from it and taking it to another countries and selling it. So this argument that you make, I accept it, but the people also benefit from it. People will just see the fact that they're benefiting from it. So this is the only thing, at least, that the big people are stealing from it, but the poor people also are benefiting from it. So let me just give you an analogy to what you just did right now. For example, when they were doing this currency redesign or whatever that they were trying to do under Buhari on the eve of the election. You see, the people in elite spaces on television networks and some opposition people, they were just talking about it. Look, this is the positives of this currency redesign. It will do inflation, this, it will do this, it will stop vote buying. They are not thinking about the common people. You see, this policy was dumb from the beginning to the end, but people were not thinking about it. They were doing this kind of ivory tower kind of analysis of the issue without considering the real life impact that this will have on the people. So I think something similar is going on with this petrol subsidy. I understand the arguments for currency redesign the way that I understand arguments for removing subsidy. But what I'm saying is we should consider the practical realities of people when we're doing these kind of things. So when you say, for example, that the subsidy is there's a lot of corruption there, I know, but I think the corruption aspect should be first and foremost tackled and make sure that the subsidy is only on Nigerians, and then gradually, sequentially, with a plan, remove the subsidy and use the money efficiently. Most importantly, you said, like you mentioned that there was 1.9 trillion or something that was given to the states, the highest in Nigerian history allocation. So my question is, what is being done with this money? This monies that I'm telling you, this monies in the states, the efficiency of this money is abysmal. One man, don't think the way that if there is some money is put into some program in the UK, that's how it is in Nigeria. If they're going to share money in Nigeria, they will share 50% and 50% will be stolen off. That's how things work. That's how this is how most things are. So this is at least one thing that at least the common man is also benefiting from. So we should be very, very sensitive with the way that we go about this analysis. Like the analogy I gave, I think you will get very well. When they were trying to redesign this currency, they will say, okay, it will just do this to inflation, it will do this to that, it will stop vote buying. So you are just trying to curb the corruption of few people. If it is vote buying you're targeting, how many people are politicians in Nigeria? Maybe 2-3 people. Because of 2-3 people, you are willing to let 200 million suffer. It's the same way, I think, what is going on here. So because how many people are doing the corruption on this fuel subsidy thing? I don't think they are up to 100. These are probably known people. These are people that do fake bill of lading, and these are extremely wealthy people. So just to stick it to these people, you're willing to also sacrifice 200 million people. So that's what I'm trying to, that's what I would say about that. So we should be very, very careful, really. One man, like it, for me, I'm very emotional. I rarely get emotional, but I am about this. Because when you know people, when you know these are not strangers, I knew them, these people, when you see how they are suffering, you're going to change your mind. I'm telling you, Mama, if you go to Nigeria today, spend 10 days and go back to Nigeria, all these things that you're saying, you'll drop it. That's what I'm telling you. Because
Well,
when you
but are you
see the
saying people were
reality, all
enjoying
this
before? Like,
intellectual
there's
analysis,
never
you're
been a
going to
time in
drop it
Nigeria
to
where
the
people are
side.
not suffering. To be honest, like,
Sorry?
are you saying people were
See, I am
enjoying
not
before?
suffering. I've
Like,
never said I'm suffering. I'm not suffering. I would be lying if I
no,
said I'm
no, no.
suffering.
I'm
That's
saying
not.
like,
not you, not you.
I'm saying
Yeah.
like Nigeria from beginning of time, it's always mass poverty everywhere. You understand? So like the way you're making it look right now is like, oh, that poverty just started, like it just came in now, like that extreme
No,
poverty
no, no,
situation.
that is not what it's saying. It's telling you that it's worst. It's worse off now. That is what it's telling
It's
you.
true.
It's
Within
worse.
2 months,
Initial
within
stage.
2 months of assumption of office by Tinubu, the poverty in Nigeria has risen like 30%.
Okay.
Go and check it out.
Baba Janle Koko, please calm
That is
down.
just listening to him. Just
Baba,
listen. Don't listen to him
Baba
with your
Janle
bias.
Koko.
Where did you get 30%
The
from,
biases
Ajani Koko?
in your
You are not being objective with your analysis.
what
We mentioned
objectivity? What
before.
objectivity do you want?
Listen, Baba Jale, just give me 1 minute, please. We mentioned this is a country that we have a lot of recurrent expenditure, and our debt is so huge that most of our money we are paying for debt. We are not also generating revenue anymore, and moreover, there is a monumental on subsidy for past years. What do you expect this man to do? You are also talking that they should kick on with the subsidy regime, and we don't have money to even pay for subsidy anymore. What do you expect him to do? And you and Mohammed are talking about these people are suffering. Tell me which country have not suffered.
Look. It
No,
is
no,
not
let me
the
finish.
removal.
You
Hold
have your
on.
time.
Ajani Koko, let him land. Let him land. Yeah.
Let me finish. You have your time. Tell me which country in the world have not suffered before they become prosperous. If you are not ready for the sacrifice or for the pain, then we can as well say Nigeria bye-bye for life, and the country will go under. You as you said, a lot of Nigerians are not even making their mean. I went to Nigeria in January this year, and I see some Nigerians still building houses. I see some Nigerians still suffering. I see a lot of improvement also. It might be slow, but there is a visible improvement also over the years. If you have been going to Nigeria like once in every 2 years, you will know that some states have improved a lot, while some are dragging their feet. This is the situation we find ourselves. It's either we keep on with subsidy. Unfortunately, we don't have the money for the subsidy. Everything cannot be free. Where you stay in America, tell me what is free for you there. You don't pay your bill. There's a lot of taxes.
A lot of things are free in
Well,
America.
you pay a lot of tax. Can you tax Nigerian that way?
A lot of
There's nothing free in America, man. Come on.
So please let's be objective in our analysis most times. It's not about pro-Tinubu or no pro-Tinubu. We find ourselves in a terrible situation. And you are talking about they remove the subsidy. Aren't we what? It saves a lot of money. If today the dollar is even up to the naira is appreciating little by little. So we should also give him time. It's just 2 months old, and then you have
you guys don't get
So I think I just want to say this last thing. So there's one thing that you're missing. See, for me, this analysis I'm doing.
You are too
first of all, I'm
emotional
not
about
speaking
this.
Hold on, Remy. Yeah.
Yes, but first of all, you have to understand that I'm not. See, I don't even say that Tinubu. It's not really about Tinubu. Everything was removed even before he came. I'm not really saying that Tinubu was the one or I'm faulting him. That's not what I'm doing. By the way, everybody said they will remove it. All the presidential candidates, I think 3 of them, all or BRT, everyone was going to remove. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the issue. I'm not talking about the policy of Tinubu or we should give him time. One man, I think you asked me before that how long would I give him before, like I will start on the economy. I said I will give him 2 years, and I'm giving him 2 years. I'm not criticizing him personally yet, but what I'm saying is I'm just describing a situation and the way that people, like it affects the common people. We should be very, very careful with the way that we do things about this. So this, if the system, see, and one thing that all of you have been mentioning is that we should sacrifice. See, I'm willing to sacrifice, but are they willing to do that? I just mentioned to you that these people that earn big money, billions. So just in the midst of this subsidy hardship, there was this something of cars or something for National Assembly, 700 billion or something. So in fact, let me just tell you one story. I have a friend who deals with this car business and all this. In my presence, I think he got some contract from some House of Reps member or something. This guy went to Dubai and bought some cars and came and sold it. I think it happened like 3 years ago. Just the profit that this guy made is more than 100 to 150 million naira. So these are the kind of people that we're talking. This is the kind of institutions that we have in Nigeria. These are the kinds of people that we call leaders, and we say that are supposed to represent us. This is a contract that one person that I happen to know got, and if he's getting this kind of amount of money from just this thing, so how do you think the system inside this House of Reps and this Senate and in the midst? See, my point is, okay, let's sacrifice together. We the leaders and the people together. If it is really about sacrifice, and if this money is going to benefit the people, I'm all for it. I can go for it. Again, you will never hear me objecting to removal of subsidy per se, but I'm saying in the context of Nigeria, I get all these things that you're saying about economy and everything, but what I'm saying is I just don't agree with you on the fact that this money is going to, improve the Nigerian economy or anything. I'm just telling you that this money is going to mostly be siphoned off. They will just steal it. I'm telling you.
No, well, you can't say that yet. But let me ask you this, Mohammed. I'm sure you know that. For Nigeria to really make that change that we all want, that there has to be a pain period. There has to be some sort of pain price. Do you agree with that broadly?
I agree with that.
Okay, what did you imagine the pain would look like? Because we all knew that the way we were going is unsustainable, and for us to pivot in the direction of growth and development, a pain price has to be paid. So what did you imagine that pain would be?
See, this pain that people are suffering is a predictable kind of pain from the fact that subsidy will be removed. I know that if subsidy were removed, regardless of who was in charge, regardless of the year, regardless of the time, people were going to suffer. I know that. And I'm not against removal of subsidy, I said per se. But But what in Nigeria, what is happening right now is that the pain is selectively is being felt only by the most downtrodden, the most poorest of the poor, and then the rich people that are in charge of the politics of Nigeria. They choreograph a situation where they come out of it richer and more like prosperous than they were even before. It's not a pain that everybody goes through. That's my point. If you get it, I'm telling you, in the midst of this, they want to double their salaries. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When they are the best people that, so what is the sacrifice that they are doing? See, one man, if you come to me as a leader, you say that, look, this thing has to be done for the good of the country. This is where we're wasting the money, but we will take it and use it on the economy and revive the factories and do this and do that. And if really that's what is going to happen, really, I'm telling you, I'm not going to say a word against this. But that is not what is happening right now. See, the suffering is just dumped on the poor people and the rich people. They're just going to double everything that they have, double their advantages. They have more money at their disposal to siphon off, as they usually do. And then they will tell us that we should just be patient and we should just sacrifice for the sake of the country. Where is their sacrifice? That's my question. What sacrifice are they doing other than to tell us that we should? That's why I said, one man, for you, I will not be too critical of, because you said that since 02 you have not been in Nigeria. In 02, like in Nigeria, if you're getting 150,000 naira, this is huge money. Like, it's not what that money can do to you. It's not a small thing. You see what you're saying right now, the comparisons you're making, you could make them actually in 02. What was the dollar at that time? I don't remember 02. I was very young then, but I can remember 08. That was the first time I traveled. I'm telling you, 60,000 naira at that time, it's like $400 or something. If you want to buy a house, you could own a house with 5 million naira at that time. And the salaries in 08 are the same as the salaries now. But look at all this inflation. Look at all this, how the price of everything has tripled, quadrupled in this last 10 years or so. But the salary is the same. If you're earning 50,000 before, you're still earning 50,000 now. So see, I don't know if I'm making sense, but what I'm trying to say is that we should be very empathetic with the people, really. Like, if you're living abroad, and I'm not also in Nigeria right now. I don't suffer a bit from this. But we should be very empathetic. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you said that, but let me ask you this question. Who buys all these inflated products in Nigeria? Who buys all these overpriced things?
Yeah, of course, the people. So so I see where you're going. You're trying to go with this. If the people can buy it, then they can afford it and that kind of thing, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Well, it's market forces, isn't it? They put a price point, and then if I put a basket of tomatoes at my roadside kiosk or whatever it is, at my roadside spot, and I put 100 naira per one piece of tomato, and then at the end of the day, it rottens off, and I take it back home and throw it away. When I come back tomorrow, I'm going to put 80 naira, and if it rots away, and then I'm going to put 70 naira, I will continue to make the adjustments until there's a convergence. So I don't know. All this highly inflated, nothing is inflated beyond affordability. It's just inflated to adjustments. That's it.
Well, yeah, it's very easy for you to say that, one man. It's very, very easy for you to say that. But I really don't know how. See, this kind of, there are things that if you don't experience them, you're not going to understand. See, because you live abroad in UK, I believe, and there are things that you see. You can make this objective, like rational ivory tower analysis on these issues. But what I'm telling you is that just try convincing a normal person about this kind of things and see where that takes you.
Man, let's cut this. Man. Poverty is always in Nigeria,
one of them.
It's always there. It's always been there. So let's not blame poverty on subsidy removal. It's there. Since I was born, I've always seen mass poverty
What are you
everywhere.
talking, for God's sake?
It's
so
always there.
That,
you can't blame it on subsidy removal or anything.
So
it's always there, man. If we have to solve problem, we can't say because poverty. If we have to solve problem, we need to solve it.
So he has not affected.
Before they remove subsidies, Ajali Koko was there crying about poverty. So what's the difference? He's still crying the same cry, man.
this
Anyway,
this
yeah.
subsidy removal have not impacted the life of people negatively. Is that what you are saying? I mean, what are you talking about?
It didn't change anything, man. I beg.
It forced adjustments. That's what is done.
That's what it
Because
is. Exactly.
as Mohammed just said now,
So
they are
one man,
still buying things.
somebody, I asked somebody about this yesterday. He told me that he said that Buhari told Tinubu that if he had removed subsidy during his time, that Tinubu will not have won. I don't know if that's true. That is true or not.
That is true.
That's
That
true.
is
He said it
no.
said so. Yeah.
I know that
That
the
is
statement
true.
is true. I'm saying I don't know if Buhari said that really to
So when
Tinubu, but
Emefiele
if he had
destroyed
removed
the
subsidy,
will have been
economy,
I'm
what
telling
did
you that Tinubu will
Hold
not
on,
have won this
Mohammed.
election.
Yes.
Yeah,
Tinubu will have been
he said
beaten
if he
like a
had removed
baby.
subsidy.
Hold on. Yeah. Come on, Mohammed. Yeah.
He told me that Buhari, we were just discussing the issue. He told me that, look, I Buhari again, like he told Buhari has mentioned this to Tinubu. If he had removed subsidy, this is something that people will not accept. And APC, regardless of who they bring, would not have won this election. So
they will have been beaten across the board.
Man, this is not even something that
everywhere.
is up for debate, because this is not about sentiment anymore. This is about real
That is the
money
good
and
thing that
bread,
Buhari
food
did
and
for
bread.
him.
This is really a big gift that he gave him. You know, the subsidy was going to be removed anyway, but I think the delay of this subsidy that he did, I think that's partly because that's partly the reason why Tinubu. You see, if Buhari had removed it, I don't know if you object to that, Tinubu would not have been president, because
I
this
have
is something
mentioned
that
it
is
here
so
before
unpopular.
to Mohammed. I have mentioned
Yeah.
it there. That Buhari did that favor for Tinubu, and Tinubu should be grateful to Buhari for
So
life.
the Emefiele
Hold on. Buhari did not do that favor for Tinubu. He did that favor for the party. So he did that favor for whoever the candidate was going to be. So, but not specifically Tinubu.
Tinubu already the candidate for how many months? What are you talking about? Since last year?
No, but he could have removed the subsidy pre even the primaries, because he budgeted it till July, which is to say he budgeted it for the party.
Tinubu became the candidate of the party since last year.
Yeah, no,
and they renew. Remember, they renew.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. The Nigerian financial cycle, it runs from the calendar year. So they budgeted from January till July for that subsidy. So that is to say that they budgeted it for the party, and that they've already budgeted. That plan was in place pre the primaries. So it wasn't essentially for Tinubu, it was for whoever was going to be the party candidate, which they did not even envision was going to be Tinubu.
No. Yeah. You got it wrong, one man. Look, at the beginning of the year, if Buhari had wanted to remove it when they brought in the new budget, he would have removed it. But he chose not to, so that he will save the candidate of their party across the board, including.
But that is an assumption. That is an assumption. It's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. No, it's what Buhari said. Buhari said so himself.
Yes, it is not an assumption. So Buhari did not do that.
But the same Buhari that came with Naira swap and petrol scarcity.
No, hold on. No, so let's stay with that. No, let's stay with the topic. Let's not go to Naira swap.
No, what I'm saying is it's the same thing.
Yeah, let's land. Yeah.
Yes, we know about the Naira swap. If Buhari had removed that this thing with the Naira swap, APC will have been party of the past in Nigeria. They will have been beaten across the board, everywhere across the country.
And then Atiku will be the president, right?
Let me tell you what happened. Like we said, they budgeted from January till July. So of course in January, nobody knew who the candidate was going to be, and nobody knew it was going to be Tinubu. But
no. Tinubu became the candidate since last year.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's true. Okay, carry on.
So Tinubu became the candidate since last year. I think it was August or September That was when they did their what do you call it? Their party primary or so. So
all right. Yes, you are right. Yeah.
yes. So if this guy, when he brought in the this year budget, if he had removed it, Nigeria would have started feeling that pains and hardship, suffering from September, and Nigerians would have gone to the poll and voted against that evil party, and they would have been party of the past. But now, so Buhari did that good thing to help Tinubu and others to
Woman, if you will allow me to ask Angelica a quick question, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Do you know how much Nigerians bought petrol before the election? This same thing that you said they used to help Tinubu. Do you know how much they bought petrol before the election?
How much was the official price? Let's go.
I'm not talking about the official price. How much were they buying petrol at that time?
Price is the official price we have to go by. Forget about
it. Cannot go. Why are you shifting? What was the price?
No. Scarcity is a different ball game. Let's go by the official price.
No, you are. You know that was what you are trying to rationalize, and I'm helping you to rationalize. Just wait for me, Ajali Koko.
Then
wait for me.
Price now.
What is official about what people are not getting, and they are getting it at 500 naira, 600 naira? Then
okay.
What was official about that?
Hold on. Before the removal of subsidy that Tinubu recklessly announced, what was the price of petrol?
I'm talking about, you are talking about in relation to election. You are saying that Buhari used subsidy to help Tinubu. I'm telling you that even before that election, how much was the price of the petrol? I'm asking you, because if you are linking it to election, because you are linking to election.
Scarcity.
Why did you want to remove it? It's not different, because Nigeria was still passing the same pay, and they were buying it at exorbitant price even before the election.
How much was that exorbitant price?
They were buying it 400, 500.
Okay, how much is the price now?
What we are saying? Oh God. Okay, I think I made my point.
All right, I think you made your point, and then so let me use this window to bail out. Let's see if Thomas is ready. Thomas, are you there? Otisalo, Thomas, I like Babo. But Ajale Koko, let's bring Brownberry's voice out, because there's still so many.
I think Mohammed is still there.
Let me come in, please.
Mohammed has dropped. He told us he only had a minute. But I was surprised. I didn't know Mohammed was a socialist like you, but there it is. That's a new discovery now. Another socialist.
Can you read the socialist?
I know Baba Ajale Koko came to Nigeria, spent 2 weeks, and he was the one that sees everything in Nigeria. And
a lot of them will go back to poverty environment and tell you what is yours.
I have been in Nigeria for almost 2 months now, so and you see more than I can see. Well, no problem.
Oh, okay. See, but they'll go to places like that's always been there. It's always been poor anyway.
We know you are pro-government now. You are pro-government.
Did you go to Lekki and they became poor there?
Let's hear from Brownberry, who has been with us for a while. Brownberry, what are you making of the conversation? The discovery of the day, Mohammed is a socialist.
Yeah, I'm just laughing. I can, Mohammed. I don't want to, I don't want to give anybody an uppercut, here. But I'll just say that Mohammed and Ajale Koko, they are really making sense. I also want to give kudos to a lot of a lot of the Southwesterners that are in the platform today. They are defending their own, and they are defending him very, very well. It's a good thing, to defend your own is a very, very good thing, because in 2012, when we had a situation like this with Jonathan,
how can you defend your own? That is killing you. How can you defend?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let's hear from Brownberry. Yeah.
Ajale Koko, in 2012, Jonathan came out with Sanusi, and they said that was the right time to remove the fuel subsidy. saying that this fuel subsidy was a crime, people are stealing money. And we know what happened. We know how people came out, mostly the Southwesterners. And even
Not me. Me, I've always been
I
against
don't know you
subsidies since I
then.
was born.
Mike,
Okay.
who sees you will know that you were part of them.
No. In fact, I invite people that knew me back then. They will attest. I will confirm
you
that.
are part
I
of
was
them.
against it.
I didn't know you. I don't know you, but I believe you're
Exactly.
So, even people from Niger Delta, they were all support. They were all coming out and said, they were all against it. Now, a lot of people that support their own, they are standing by him and say whatever it is, But what we are saying that nobody's against removing of subsidy, but that empathy that we are just talking about, that Ajani Koko and Mohammed they are talking about, is what some of us here don't even get. I don't know. Maybe they are just saying that things have really changed. There's a turnaround. Under the twinkle of an eye, things has really changed from from bad to worse. So, but they're just standing by their man. So earlier on, you guys were talking about Davido situation. Let me just see if I can bring that in.
No, we're listening. We're all listening to you.
Yeah, you were talking about the Davido situation.
Yes, and him being forced to take down a video for reasons of having dancing imams.
Yes, and Madam Zita also talked about what was happening in Osun during the election and everything. Like I always tell some of my friends that the Yorubas, they are one of the best tribe, I could say, in the world. One of the reasons is that their relationship with, they put their race first. I mean, their tribe first before their religion, which is a very, very good thing, because religion, you were not born with religion. You don't know where the religion come from, but but your Yoruba-ness should be the number one before your religion. But what is going, I think right now, bad people are crippling in mostly into Islam in Yoruba land, and you people should be very, very careful. You people should guide against it, because if you see what Rufai said, I know you guys have never spoken about that here on this platform. I don't know why you guys are hiding away from it.
We did.
We did just come here and
we've talked about it many times.
Praising Rufai. Yeah. Somebody was here praising Rufai as the best thing that has ever happened since sliced bread. I was just, Rufai is not somebody that should be in this government. If Rufai is in this government, I don't know. It is well. So he said that one of the reasons.
Sorry, Bramberry, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, El Rufai is going to be in this government.
That is very sad.
Look at this headline: Wike, Edun, Oyetola, El Rufai, Adelabu, and they're going to be there.
El Rufai should be this, because El Rufai is just an evil person. He should be in this government. El Rufai should just be left alone.
Why, Bramberry? Tell us the reason.
One man is the list out. Is the list of ministers out?
So, it's not out, but not fully yet. But yes,
El Rufai was the one that stated he displayed everything that El Rufai stated to the Malams and the Imams. Is what he has displayed in Kaduna, removing a Christian deputy governor in the second election and bringing a woman Muslim to be his deputy. And when this new guy was coming, Sani, they came with Muslim, and he said,
"No, just wait. Let me take you up on this.
Don't take me up. Let me just finish
because whatever we are saying, you have to be objective about it. Let me ask you. We have a state called Plateau State, and I hope you know that in Plateau State we also have Muslim. At least we have, if they are not at least like what happened we have in Kaduna. But they also have Christian.
How many percent of Muslims do we have?
Just listen to me.
Are you from?
We have a Christian.
Plateau is just like Kaduna. They have more Christian than Muslims.
Are you from Plateau
So
State?
they
No,
have
we know. We don't have to be
Christian.
from there. We know.
No,
They
okay.
have the
Now you
similar
tell me.
issue they have in Kaduna and Plateau states.
You just see this. You tell me how many percentage of Muslim are in Plateau?
Even if they are 30%, even if they are 30%,
And they are not
let's
even
say
up
they
to
are
30%.
30%.
And they're not even up to
Plateau,
30%.
Plateau is more like Kaduna in reverse, in the sense that
That's untrue.
No, it's the same. Listen. It's
That's
like Kaduna in
untrue.
reverse. Like how they
Oh
slightly have
Jesus!
more.
Please, these guys are just you guys are just everywhere.
How they slightly have more Muslims in Kaduna than Christians.
You
Same way
cannot
Plateau,
just say
but
something
they
and you don't
slightly
want
have
people to challenge
more
you now. Why are you
Christians than
saying? Why are
Muslims.
you saying you guys are just? You can't just make a statement and you don't want people to challenge you.
Okay.
All right, carry on, Branberry. Yeah.
And so you guys are in support of El-Rufai. You know what we always do. We from the south.
What do you mean by support? Does that one now? Does that one exclude him? No, he said. I asked him a question. Woman, you have to follow us because I was one that I interjected him. I asked him a question. He said El-Rufai should not be in the cabinet, and asked him why. And he was rationalizing by saying he made the statement, he removed a Christian deputy governor or whatever. And I made the example, what about Plateau State? Then even if he did that, does that one a reason for him not to be a minister of a country? Does that one exclude him under constitution?
Hold on. Let me just agree with you that.
Are you just basing it on moral ground?
Let me just agree with you now, right? That Joss is 50-50. Okay, let me agree with you. But this man didn't only do that. He said that with his mouth. It wasn't doctor. That's their plan for Nigeria to be ruled by Muslim for a long time, for long. And also in Kaduna. Did anybody from Jos came out to say something like that? They want Christian to be ruling Nigeria. They want Christian to be ruling Jos forever.
So is that the reason why it's not being minister?
Hold on. Branberry, which religion has ruled Nigeria the most?
I mean, that's obvious. I mean, is Islam.
Can you name them?
I don't know if I should put a file about.
Yeah, go through Nigeria's presidents. Nnamdi Azikiwe was a Christian.
Nnamdi Azikiwe for how many? Nnamdi Azikiwe was ceremonial.
Yakubu Gowon was a Christian. Obasanjo was a Christian. Goodluck Jonathan was a Christian.
So what about the rest of them?
No, look at the years. Look at the years. Let's start.
Gowon was there for 12 years.
Gowon ruled from 1966 to 1974, 1975. That was Gowon, 1975. So how many years is that?
How was Gowon's government?
In fact, from 1966, just hold on. From 1966 to 1979, it was Christian. And from 1999, Aguirre was a Christian, yes. From 1999 to 2015, we just have a 2 years interruption. It was Christian. So you look at the number of years and look at it. So what are we talking?
So no, from 1970.
What about Babangida? What about Abacha?
Hold on, from 1979 to 1999, Muslim.
That was let us be fair. So how many years compare it? Because the way he was saying it, as if it was only Muslim that has been ruling the country, and that's why we are trying to let you know that it was almost equal. Number of years.
I don't know what your name is. I was telling you what El-Rufai was saying. You are not telling me what was.
What I'm saying, whatever he says, does not exclude him under Nigerian constitution to be a minister. That's what I'm telling you.
Woman, can I jump real quick?
He's not fit to be a minister. He's not fit. We don't.
It's by your own assertion. It's by your own. It's by you. It's not by any standard. It's by you.
All right.
Don't
worry about the breakfast.
You guys said the same thing about Buhari. You said Buhari is the best. You guys said the same. You guys from Southwest said the same thing about Buhari.
That is not an argument. That's not an argument. What you are doing is not an argument.
I'm going to mute you. Otherwise, the guy will not speak.
You want to make
Hold on, Brownberry. You know, we don't try. We try not to, because if you've ever spent any real time with this platform, you know that everybody comes here. So I'm not quite sure this. You guys Southwest. That's not really. Is the conversation has to be in the nuance, not all this ethnic whatever.
Okay,
Mike wants to
when
come.
did that start?
Yeah.
Now, when did that start?
When did what start?
When did every conversation has to be? It doesn't have to. You don't say Southeast anymore.
No,
So
but
when Mike is speaking here, where are you?
We speak to topics. You understand?
Mike,
and that topic may relate to what's going on in the Southeast. And if we're talking about, but anyway, let's not move. Let's stick to this point. Let me make this point.
Last week,
hold on, cool down.
Last week, when this
bro, forget last week. You are here today, man.
Thomas was here. Thomas took over from you, and it was just.
Bro, forget all that one, man. No one cares, man. No one cares.
And I was writing there. They said I should go away. That this is your time to talk. They are going to talk about
when
Southeast.
you came on this show. You came on this show.
No, I was there listening and writing down. Writing there. I was in the comment section.
So we kick out of the comment section.
Just destroying this platform.
Bro, forget. I know you're upset when I speak you truth to the Southeast and other things. I know people like you get upset, but it's okay. You guys speak truth to the Yorubas too, but we take it. It's okay. But the point I want to make is regarding that so-called Muslim, all this Kaduna thing. You see, one man, you see, Plateau states, the same thing. That's Plateau state and Kaduna, two states where you have a situation where they have population of Muslims and Christians, right? Like Christian North, Muslim North, Christian South kind of situation, right? And the difference is, the reason why I said earlier is that Plateau is Kaduna in reverse. Like in Kaduna, they slightly have more Muslims than Christians, but it's a huge Christian population. The same thing in Plateau, where they have huge Christians and less Muslims. So most of the times, when election comes, the Christian governor will usually win more, usually win in Plateau. And then in Kaduna, the Muslim governor usually win. Now, this clash, religious clashes, they had a lot of it in Plateau. And I remember when this Governor Jan, he was a Christian. Woman, just go back and go and listen to his radio. Whenever they had a religious crisis, Governor Jan will clearly take a side of the Christians. Now, he would literally just pick a side. The guy was literally, even back then, I was more like on the Christian side back then because I was younger and kind of a little ignorant. But I still kind of felt like, that's not a way leaders react. But Nigeria never exploded like, look. But the moment, if you compare the way Governor Jan was doing compared to Rufai, almost nothing. Rufai is more like, will look more like a saint. Because Governor Jan was talking, we were talking to a reporter, said the Muslim. You are the leader of everybody, But people like this, they never raise issues. Same thing with Obi. Obi was doing his own religious statement too. But nobody's exploding. Now, this guy wants to be president. Now, this man here will not tell us that Obi should never be president for making that Christian take over your country. We are overreacting. It's all political. It's politics. We know when these guys talk, when they want to win election.
Brownberry, the overriding question will be: Is El Rufai, is he an effective administrator? That's because what is being, if he's made a minister, then he's been employed as an administrator. Is he an effective administrator?
He's not a patriotic Nigerian. These are just pretenders.
It was the best mayor or whatever it is for Abuja. It's still the reference point for that space. He modeled that city as he has gone on to model Kaduna as well. So he has two marquee achievements on the CV.
One man. I beg you in the name of God. Can we just move on, please? Please.
All right, we're still with Brownberry. So Brownberry, you still have the floor. Carry on. Brownberry, have you left Brownberry? Yeah, carry on.
I'm still here.
Yeah, carry on.
I would like to go back again to that Davido's issue, because there has never been a extremist Yoruba before, but now the way things are going, with that man, I remember that man they were talking about today, that was saying it is time for Muslim Christian, for Muslim Yoruba, leader that will be leading, so and a lot of things on social media, and I just hope that the Muslims Yoruba that are that are Libra, the one that has brain, they should be very, very cautious and make sure that the children that they are bringing up are not brainwashed, so that the love between the Christians and the Muslims, will continue. So that's what I have to say about that. They should be very, very careful.
Don't worry about that.
But let me say something.
Don't say anything. Let Branberry speak. Branberry, speak to us about
I've
Niger
said
Republic.
it to all the person that said I shouldn't worry about that. It's okay, no problem.
No. The Niger Republic coup. The Niger Republic coup. Have you spoken on that?
No, I've not spoken on that. I was just this was this evening that I heard about that. I don't know, how that came about. When was this man elected? I think it was elected like a year or so ago, and he came to visit Buhari after. It was his re-election or thereabouts. I didn't even know that they have. They even have some military might like that that can overthrow the government. But I don't really know the details. I don't know what's going on afterwards now. With this, if the man is under house arrest, if he's still, I don't know what's going. But whatever is going on, the French are in charge of that. If anything like this happens, the French has their fingerprints on it. So we don't know that. Maybe the details before the end of this week, we'll start hearing the full details, what is going on, how this coup came about, how it was planned. So I really can't.
And the DSS versus the prison service. So the DSS now, they've come out today to tell us that their personnel overstepped the bounds and there'll be disciplinary actions. Is this development a good development, the course of action that we want to see from that space? DSS promising to discipline overzealousness of their personnel.
That's just a media talk. It's their spokesperson that will just put that out there. They've already done it. They did this in Igbo's house. They've done it everywhere. And DSS should be respected secret service, just like the CIA and FBI. Because if you see what happened yesterday, who are the are they even what's their name? Prison what they call them?
Just call them the prison authorities. I don't know
who are those people?
These new funky names.
Can you imagine those kind of people dragging with DSS? I was just wondering, who are these people dragging with DSS? Just look, they are not known. But unfortunately, that's what the DSS turned themselves to. I was just watching the prison people. You are not even known, and you are dragging to one of the top secret police in Nigeria. They are the whole. Come on, but they would have just allowed the man to go, and they would go and rearrest him instead of just waiting, doing it there.
It was an ugly scene. It was an ugly scene, wasn't it?
Can you imagine? Saying that FBI, what police, what are they calling in the US again? People that guard the prison, a warden. That's what they call them. That they are dragging with the FBI. Who are those people? They are not known. They are not even well trained.
All right, Branberry. Let me take you to this space, and then after this, I'll hand over to Thomas. Let me read it out to you.
I'm here. Don't run away.
And then you have the first reaction to it. Google to accept Naira payment.
Woman, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I heard you. Okay. Google to accept Naira payment on Play Store. So this is a real huge move. Google has partnered with Verve to make digital transaction on Google Play Store easier for Nigerians. The firm noted that as from Wednesday, Nigerians could now use their Verve cards to make purchases on Google Play Store. It stated that under its new partnership, Google will process Valve transactions within Nigeria, and the transaction will be undertaken in Naira and treated as local transactions by the country's banking institutions. Commenting on the development, head of retail and payment partnerships, Google Play, Anthea Crayford, said, we are thrilled to collaborate with Verve, expanding Google Play access for more Nigerians. The introduction of local payment with Verve cards is a significant milestone, enabling more Nigerians to participate in the app economy and access the apps they need. The managing director of Verve International, Vincent Ogunnude, added, the integration with Google Play is a significant stride towards achieving Valve's vision of promoting financial inclusion. We are excited to bring digital content and services closer to Valve card holders, hence bridging the digital divide. So why this story especially strikes, this story is an offshoot of policy changes. Because Tinubu said he was going to transform the Nigerian economy to X trillion dollars within 4 years. And I've always said that policy change alone should be able to turn the Nigerian economy to a 5 trillion economy within 2 to 3 years. And it is within this space now. When Tinubu set free the Naira internationally, the international space then seeing that they can transact with Nigeria without an impediment to finances, they are now bringing more play into the Nigerian space. So what are you then making then of Google now accepting Naira as a payment form?
It's a great thing. I didn't even. You are just the one mentioning that is because of the exchange rate that what they call it again? Is it
because they have set the Naira free?
The dollar, yeah. I didn't know it was because of that. I don't know it. You are just the one saying it though, but I don't really know if it was because of that one that they, that Google, came up with this. But the winners are still, because Nigeria is a huge market, so they are still the Google and that Vash. Is it Vash, the guy?
Verve.
Yeah. So the company hopefully we now employ more people, to map this area, and it's good for Nigerians, but it's more better because it's going to make more money because Nigeria is a huge market. It's an elephant. So I wonder how they have felt since they've not been able to get in. They have just been looking for this opportunity, and this is a great opportunity for them to make loads and loads of money. So hopefully that was
what Google have done. Google are just first movers. A lot of, like you said, Nigeria is a huge market, and a lot of people want to come into play. But when they hear all of these experiences of all of these airline companies that are not able to repatriate their money, then they don't want their money stuck in Nigeria. They want to be able to come into Nigeria, move the money to South Africa, come to South Africa, move the money to Nigeria. So they want their money to have fluidity, and they don't want it just kidnapped and captured within one state. But with this total liberalization of the international transactional space by the Tinubu administration, the confidence is now growing within the international market that Nigeria is in play now, and we're seeing it with Google Play Store.
I just hope that more of them continue to come in, because our people need jobs. Like you guys have been saying since, that the gas is more cheaper. It's more expensive in the West, even in some African countries. But in those countries, they have jobs. They have opportunities. They have good roads. They have electricity. They have running water. They have everything. But in Nigeria, you have to
You have to bring out. You have to get your own water, get your own electricity. So that's one of the reasons. That's why we can't really compare Nigeria to these countries, to other countries. That it's not that Nigeria, we don't have the money to do all these things. Like I said it last time here, that even as Nigeria is right now, with I know we've been talking about restructuring. Even without restructuring, even with those money that comes to the states every month, and with the internal revenue that these states are generating, if we don't have corrupt politicians, if we don't have, because somebody was here talked about Boeing, and they also talked about Akwa Ibom. I mean, are those not human beings? But you go to some states, all they do is just share, and there's nothing left. No education, no health, no roads, nothing. The garbage are fit. There's garbage everywhere. So it's not that. It's just that where are these people patriotic? Where are they looking at? Are they looking at how to put their money? Most of them are looking at how to put their money outside the country, how to loot the country, how to move their children out. They are not even, they don't look at the future, If I'm buried, okay, where am I going to bury it when I'm dead? Is it going to be in this bush? Is this area still going to be like this? If you think when you are buried after you died, you want to make sure that even if you are not here, think about it, that this area will be, this my environment, this state will be beautiful, the roads will be good, it will be, the market, good marketplace. We don't have marketplace, we don't have cemeteries. What do we have? We don't have anything. They bury people in most states. They bury people in their houses. They bury people in the house, which is terrible. So that house, if you bury someone in the house, who's going to buy that house? That house is forever dead.
So sorry, why don't we burn them like some other countries always do, to create more space? We do, because you bury people, you are also holding on to the land for farming and everything. We can also burn them and put them in a glass or a cup and give it to the family. What about that?
It is the duty of the council, of the council. I know we don't have council.
No, I'm just asking your
government.
opinion about that one. I'm just asking your opinion because Nigerians are religious people. Do you think if we change the law and start burning people, do you think it's right?
Nigeria will not do that. They have attachment. but a cemetery should, in every village, in every local government, there should be like, if the local government is like if there are like 30,000 people in the local.
Do you know that cemetery in developed countries are another source of revenue?
Oh yes.
So would you like to be paying a lot of money for burying their dead?
Okay. Let's say in Nigeria.
Because you guys are complaining too much that Nigeria has been overstretched, people are poor or whatever, and then
you know why people are complaining, because they don't see the fruit. They don't see.
They don't see. Every time you guys also generalize the state, everything. It's not.
They don't see anything that they are using the money for.
Generalizing most time. The problem about Nigeria, what I see about Nigerian people is that
you don't see anything that they are using the money.
Listen, just 1 second, so then you'll be back to your analysis. What I say about Nigeria is that Nigerians want good things, but they don't want to work for it. You want all the best of things in life, but you don't want to work for it. All of these countries you are equating, the developed country you are talking about, if you ask objectively, people question, they will tell you how many tax they are paying. And it's not also easy to live there too. But you don't know, although they create a lot of.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something.
No. I'll be finished and then you just go. Like in Nigeria now, most of the companies are by private. Government does not have business. Continue to say, okay, I'm looking for a job in private, public institution. Everything is being commercialized or privatized. We're not really private like in Nigeria with our article, because that one is a fraud. Is that? What I'm just trying to say is that the government have to have put on the enable law and regulation to make people create their own company and access funds. But unfortunately, look at the banking system in Nigeria, the commercial bank. If you go there to source for loan, they ask for 35%. That's a lot. How much profit are you going to make? So I don't know how, and you cannot force them because they are also into banking to make money. So it's just a way that government will have to talk to them. I don't know, so that they can reduce the interest on loan, that can give more people access to loans to start something. But mind you, some Nigerians, even they collect the loan, what are they going to use it for? So at the end of the day, if you continue to blame your leaders, what about the followers themselves?
My brother, let me tell you something. Let me just tell you one thing now. Leadership. When you lead, people follow you. Leadership. I'm not talking about president only.
Is it not leading by remove the subsidy, and you guys have been crying to hell?
Hold
Now,
on,
we want to die. Oh, everybody's dying.
Come on, man. Let me talk now.
All right, carry on, Branberry.
Leadership that I'm talking about, I'm not only talking about presidency. When Tinubu just came in 2 months ago, you understand? So I'm talking about leadership everywhere. Leadership in the church, leadership in the school, leadership in the local government, in the state government, in the federal government, in the judiciary, in the National Assembly. Leadership everywhere, because people are looking at leaders. If leaders are leading well, people will just be following. Leaders just direct you, and you follow that path. But when they see that leader is directing them, and the leaders are not following the same path that they are directing them towards, people will be they will rebel. They will always disobey.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Saying. The leadership are not even showing any example.
All right. Thank you, Branberry.
Okay. If these people are paid, what are they using their money for?
All right, thank you, Branberry. So sorry, Mike. Let me just use the window to bail out, and then I'll leave you guys to it. Thomas, acknowledge your presence. Thomas, man.
I'm here. Yes, Daddy.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, before I bail out, just when I hand over, try and protect divergent voices, so that if somebody has a contrarian view, don't let them be beaten out of that view. So that's one. And then try and manage the interjection too. We've spoken about it before, but sometimes it's just too heavy. So hold on. Try and manage the interjection. If somebody is in the flow of a thought, they must land that point before people chop them up, because we spoke about it severally, too much heavy chopping off of a thought process. So try and manage that as well, and all the voices coming in at once, try and manage that as well. So I'm just saying that to you now, just for the purposes of the panel, so that they know that these are the feedbacks that we're getting from the audience. So say, what did you want to say?
Yeah, what I want to say is, please, let's just follow what Mama just said, but I will be taking drastic step. If you want to interject, can I please interject? Then the person talking, if he wanted to give you the chance, if he stopped, then he can interject. But he didn't stop. Let him finish his thought. Then you come after him. If everybody is talking each other, I'll just be putting you at the background. That is my rules now. Why we talk about this? You remember the feedback I gave you about people talking? It's just all over the place. You know what I mean?
And we're getting from the audience as well, because if the audience are not enjoying it, then we're not really doing anything. But let me do the my beats, and then I'll hand over to you.
Don't turn it to a tribal beating.
All right. So Thomas, I don't run it into. I don't think he turned it into a tribal beating.
I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense.
All right. So yes, Isaac Ojo joins that super chat space. So thank you, Isaac. Kulata, of course, man and boy, he was on the super chat and then on the screen for a moment as well. I think he'd abandoned because he had to go to bed, I suspect. So Isaac Ojo continues with the supers. So thank you, Isaac. And he continues still. So thank you, Isaac. Sonny Utar, he's in that space too. We've seen him there before. So thank you. Ayo, of course, is never completed unless a mention of Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. And Prince Daddy, of course, a regular occurrence in that space. So thank you all, one and all. Keep them coming. Of course, now, you know what it is. The civilian administration is over. Now comes the jackboot. That is the general known as Thomas. So, General Thomas, I'm just looking for your, and here he comes, General Thomas.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you, man. See you tomorrow. I'll start with Adewale. Adewale, you always said they marginalize you. You are the Southeast on this
No, my
panel.
one man ran away from time.
Yeah, let me start from you.
For the
Let's
past
start
2 days
from the
now, I've been
coup d'etat. Yeah, in Niger. What do you think?
You know, today when I saw the news flash on my phone, because I usually turn my phone on, and I was like, "Ooh, deja vu." Now, what is the problem with coup d'etat in the West Africa, especially? There's a similar case in East Africa, but it's most of the time it's usually at the West Africa. Is it because of the affiliation of some of the countries in West Africa to the Francophone? Because it seems the British are not actually keen about, toppling the government, especially civilian government, democratically elected leaders. And I'm so glad because it seems the West African region of Africa must have, thought deeply and felt that, you know what, this is a new administration in Nigeria and we're going to need the support of this country. So they decided to bestow that chairmanship position to Tinubu so that he will be deeply involved in ensuring stability, political stability, and economic stability in the West Africa. So when I saw that, I was like, there's no way a coup would take place without the interference or support of the Western power. So could it be that, the Francophone uh, government still interested in toppling government in West Africa, which shouldn't be anymore? Because if we look at it, not that the militaries were trained to be a leader, but not to govern. Governing is the different ball game, different from leading or restoring peace. So I'm glad that it was a coup that was attempted but never happened. So, but
One
because
man,
of
don't get it twisted. They already take over now.
they did
Yes. In the
in
course
my
of this section, the news broke. They already took over now.
are you kidding me?
Yes. Not kidding.
In Mali,
Yes, sorry.
No.
Yes, Adewale, they already no, it's not Mali, Niger or what?
No
no,
Mali,
sorry,
Niger.
Niger, sorry,
Niger.
Niger.
Yeah,
Niger.
they already took over now. It's all over the news now.
They already took
Despite
over now.
They should
de-
just kick them.
despite Buhari's support, it's a shame. But I think the ECOMAG or the West African coalitions of the military personnel can still restore civilian government into that country. It would be a shame because it would take them step back, years or decade of steps back. Because if you look at it, military is not going to build the country. It's still the only way that
Adewale, don't you think Tinubu has to? They should go and just take over that country.
not necessarily because it's a sovereign country. What we can do as a brothers keeper, number one, is to isolate that country. Thank God we are very, very close. We are side by side. So they depend, especially on this western part of the continent, more than their other part in the north and in the east or west. The west. So to me, the Tinubu has his job cut out for him. Number one, not just Tinubu only, because he's now the de facto head of the West African sub-region uh, uh, community. So
Is the ECOWAS chairman now?
yeah,
Tinubu is the
he is.
ECOWAS chairman.
I know that's what I'm trying to refer to without saying the name, but to me, he needs to step in. If we are going to bring in troops to restore peace and democracy back into that country, the country also can't do it alone, because it seems for now we are broke, right? So other sub-regional countries too needs to, come to the aid of the country. So we are not going to be the only one picking up the tab. Other countries need to pay their due. Other countries need to contribute as well.
But
But
we are the big brother, isn't it?
but see, you can be a big brother, but at the same time, you are paying more. You are inconveniencing your people. You are using taxpayers' money, okay, to ensure there's political stability and peace in your neighboring country. I know sometimes that's what is required. American is doing it. Britain is doing it, but we can't do it alone. Just like America can't go all the way alone. Sometimes they require.
Adewale, can I interject?
Yeah, if you can interject, but that's where I feel. But it's a shame, and to me, it doesn't speak well of the West Africa that in 2023 we are still having coup d'etat. As a matter of fact, when I saw that breaking news that it was an attempted coup, I was like, God, why? Why? They swear for us. But now that they've taken over the administration, they've taken over the administration and the entire country, we will now see how they are going to progress, because it's more or less like a from fry pan to fire. I don't know if the Nigerian Republic is going to be rejoicing over this. Yes, the politicians are corrupt, but it gives people, ordinary people, who in thousands of years that would never dream of being in charge of their people, contesting just to test water and try if it will work, if it will not work. But to now have military that will dictate, taking over the government with force and telling them what to do, not by what the entire country wanted. To me, it's a shame that we are still, immersed in this coup d'etat and all that. That doesn't happen in South Africa. And I doubt that is going to happen in Nigeria, because that would be the end of the Nigeria. It's as simple as that, APC. With all
No,
what
man,
we are.
Adewale, please don't even think of it, please.
No,
It
I'm
scared
just
me.
saying, because some people called for it during the election period.
No, those are
Remember?
yambets now. Those
No,
are
no,
obedient
no.
yambets.
Those are people that actually never witnessed military being in charge of the affair of the country. That is why they were talking ignorantly there. I'm even surprised that even those who are expected that would know better than
Adewale,
those people making noise.
let Simba
Yeah,
interject.
Simba, please
Simba.
go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning.
What I want to say about this, let me give examples. West Africa is dominated by francophone countries, and we only have like 3 or 4 anglophone. And if you look at right from maybe from 80s till now, if you look at how many coup has actually happened apart from Nigeria in the anglophone country, apart from maybe the recent one that happened in Gambia, most of the coup in the West African country has been taking place in francophone countries. Even the recent one that happened in Chad, and even Chad is being ruled by a military regime up to now. So, and if you look at the ECOWAS intervention, ECOWAS intervention has only been successful in Anglophone countries. That has never been successful in Francophone countries. And we all know the obvious reason, because of France. France is the brain behind all the problems that we're having in West Africa, especially in the Francophone country. And I don't know the problem they're having with the present president in Niger. Because most of the energy that they are using, especially uranium, that they are using to power their nuclear plant in France, is being mined in Niger Republic. And France is they are getting a lot of uranium and a lot of mineral deposit that they have. They are mining
Simba,
it.
before you go on, can't we liberate ourselves totally
Because we are
from
tired.
We cannot. Let me say something. We cannot do that. You know why? Even look at what we are doing on this platform.
Yeah.
Instead of us to be providing solutions to the problem, you see people coming with you just be seeing problem. Even the ones that are not there, they will put pepper and salt to make it look bad, so bad. That is what you are good at. We always bring ourselves down. We don't promote ourselves. And that is what we are very good at. You know, the discussion that they had about 3 or 4 days ago, what is actually the problem with us when we cannot think collectively for our own common good? And that is the problem that we have. We cannot reason together. Somebody like the government that we have in Nigeria now, instead of all of us to rally around the government, support the government for the government to be successful, some people will always pray for the government to actually not to be successful so that they can have a point. And that is what they are praying for. And they can never say anything with the government. And that is the same thing. We are always after our own selfish aim, service goal. And that is why the so-called our own what they call them now, the people that colonize us. That's what they use. The so-called colonial master. They know that we are we are very, very individualistic. We
Sima,
always
can I have
look at
something to what you
ourselves
just
first.
said? Can I have
Okay.
something to what you just said?
Hold on, Mike.
It's
Remy wants to come.
Adewale.
No, I'm asking him now.
Remy wants to come in. Then will you come
No,
in?
but I'm not coming. I just want to add one statement to what he said. Statement, no
Yeah,
question.
go on. Yeah, go on. Then Remy will come
Almost.
after you.
Do you think
Yeah.
if the obedience would prefer the British to overthrow Tinubu?
Obedience and yam heads now.
So that's what we have going on in Francophone now. If the British offer them, hey, do you want us to come in? They will tell the British to come in. Do you agree with me?
Exactly.
Nobody
Exactly.
can ask
So
you
and
for
those are
military
so
to take over. Does that? Hang on, please. Let's talk about that thing.
Okay.
Your candidate doesn't win election, and somebody with their right senses going into the military barracks telling them take over Nigeria. Does those people have brain? Do they
woman,
know what it means to go to a military regime again? I don't get it.
Now Nigeria is going to it's going to be isolated from the rest of other part of the country. Economically, they're going to be sabotaged, except if France have
he's going to Adewale is going to do that to them.
Oh, the sub-regional organization is going to do that.
Who are the sub-regional organization?
Of course,
most of them are under French too.
You are just talking all these things. They just theory.
Only Nigeria. Only Nigeria is isolated.
As it is right now,
yes,
Niger is in the same trouser with France. However, United States is also partnering with Niger Republic. They are trying to make incursion into that country's economy, and they support them because they believe Niger.
And you think United States will work against the interests of France?
No. Of course, I'm just reading an article on Associated Press now saying that United States is in discussion with French.
Are they not the same? Are they not all?
See, let us be optimistic. I don't want us to.
It's not to be. Let us be realistic. Don't be optimistic, Adewale. Let us be realistic.
I think what we pan out. Sorry to interject. Adewale, can I go on?
Hold on, please. You guys know me. I don't want to kick anybody out. One voice at a time, please.
So, Adewale, can I interject, please?
No, I'm the one on the floor, so you should ask me. I'm the one holding the floor now.
So, Simba,
I'm still. You interjected, Simba.
You are the one interrupting Adewale. Adewale still have the floor. So let Remy come in. Yeah, Remy come in. Simba wrap it up. Then we'll go back to Adewale. Yeah, Remy.
Okay, so I think there are 2 or 3 things that is panning out here. France is still dominating the French-speaking West African countries, and politically, financial, and everything, they are the one controlling over there. But the those ones that are being colonized by Britain, some of them are financially okay, but politically they are also being controlled by Britain. Example is Nigeria. I think what will pan out in Nigeria is that probably they will force the coup planner. It's just a way to start another election, maybe probably a transition program in the next 1 year. But we all know the end result. The leader of the coup planner will become the next president because it was being probably supported by the French government also. Then you ask a question that can we really dissociate ourselves from the Western power? Ask yourself these few questions. Who control World Bank? Who control IMF? Who control the resources? Who dictate the price? Everything by this
We have
development.
African Bank. We control that.
African bank, how many people are really contributing their quota to that bank? How much? All the rest African that are poor, they are not doing nothing. And some of these funds are also coming from the international market, maybe World Bank and the IMF sometimes. So at the end of the day, you will see that they control everything. Look at America there. All the financial
Remy, why don't they cuckoo come and take over?
that is what is left. You know what? And to not make it worse now, to make it worse, before they were just picking our best brain, but now they want everybody from Africa. Look at all the country, they are looking for skilled worker, unskilled and unskilled worker. If you're a carpenter, come to Holland. If you are a plumber, come to America. If you are this, come to Canada. So what is left? You see, at the end of the day, so you in the next 10 years, even our so-called plumber, mechanic, everybody, they are taking them over to this developed country. They're moving them there.
Remy, you know why?
Yeah.
You know why? Because China, they can't compete with China. The Chinese population, they are very productive citizens. So these big other powers, superpowers, their citizens are welfare. They can't work like the Chinese citizens. That's why they are coming to all these poor countries
I
to
think
take
it's
us.
Mike, you said somebody that in Nigeria, somebody is drinking beer in the afternoon, right? I will tell you in Finland here, people also drink beer in the afternoon. There are people, they will sit under the sun. Europeans are relatively lazy. They will sit under the sun, taking sun tan or milk, and they will be drinking beer in front of a restaurant.
But Remy, don't deal ridiculous. A old adult man is not handicapped drinking beer in the afternoon.
It's the system now, because here I'm telling you, we are playing what we call unemployment support. Any amount of money I'm making, they're collecting unemployment support from. If I make 10 euro, they'll collect unemployment support from the money I'm paying. That's what I'm paying, like 3 or 4 taxes. They will collect it from you. So what can you do? And I said that if Nigeria want to be like Eldorado like that, is Nigeria ready? We tax Nigeria unemployment support so that we can take money from people who are working and give it to the people who are not working. Can Nigerians do that? All Nigerians need is just crying. Everybody is. But the point is that if you want your country to be better, people must be ready to sacrifice both leaders and followership. And then we put more people into work. And I said the easiest way to put more people to work is agriculture. Because that is what I know, that today you put people into that space, in the next 3 months, then we can see results. Even if you plant small tomato or whatever, 3 months you see a result. And if you even empower people in the value chain of agriculture, so many things people can do. Give them a soft look. This is the easiest way. But Nigerian people think like when I was in Nigeria too, once you graduated, I'm looking for that white collar job. I did a lot of interview, want to get into the bank because my brother is also a banker. I like to work in the bank, but it doesn't come my way. But at the end of the job I get, I can even make more money than be a banker in Nigeria before I move outside. So that's the problem with an average Nigerian that graduates. They all look for the white collar job. Nobody wants to put their hand in the ground. It's dirty, and they want to show off. You see in Nigeria that does not earn any living, just depend on people in abroad and already showing off in Nigeria. So our people become so docile and so lazy, especially in the south. So they don't want to put in the hard work, but they want to live a good life. They want to live a better life. Like Ajanliko and the rest have been complaining today. Where is the alternative for people? You don't want them to remove subsidy? You still want them to be doing dual exchange rate? If we are doing dual exchange rate, how come the Google or whatever will go to Nigeria with this? Just a split of like 2 days ago, the Naira continue to appreciate. If we continue to save money like that, as we continue to save, that means 1 year we can have more than 50 or 60 60 billion external reserve. It's possible if you continue this trajectory. And I know reform is always difficult, but if you get it right, things will turn around quickly. But people always go free. Everywhere that live abroad, tell me what is free. There is nothing that is free for you. They already collect that tax from you and they now spread it. If you think you are getting something free, it's a lie. If you are working, you have to contribute to that pool and they now spread it. Anybody that work, you have to. But here, because they think, okay, I don't need to work, government will give me child unemployment support. And if you have a bachelor degree, there's a certain amount of money government will give every month. If you have a master's degree, if you are not working, there's the amount of money government will give you. If you have a child, you have opportunity to stay at home. Husband or wife, one of you must stay at home for 1 year. Government will give you money. They give you child support. So many support. But now it has been overstretched. So they're having problem with that one too. So can we follow the European standard 100%? No. Can we follow the American standard 100%? No. Because we are totally different set of people. But Nigeria does not want to accept that. Everybody just think, okay, everything is that they are siphoning money. And they talk here. You said your governors are sharing the money. What are the people, the citizens in that state, what are they doing? They fold their hands and they are the ones that will complain. And they are the ones that also, if they give them money, they say, it's my turn, I'm getting money. And if they don't get the money, they also complain. Things are not being done in their state very well. So the people have to handle their governor very well. So like now, some states have started paying the palliative, and I see the federal government will still roll out the palliative again. So, I mean, so many things on the offering that they are going to give to people. Give this money a chance. At least you have to save money, then we start to do a lot of things for Nigerians. I think they are not so folding their hands. So I don't know how I'm going to put it. But I think that if we can endure the pain and put in the work, everybody will be happy.
Yeah, quick question. If I can ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think it was Mohammed saying earlier, and I think Angelica also trying to justify that the subsidy is worth it because about 100 or 200 people have benefited from it from the top, but the benefit of the common people also outweighs the theft or corruption that goes on in the subsidy regime. What do you think?
Yeah, there's a huge subsidy, and what they're trying to say to curb the corruption, I think it's not easy, because how can you curb the corruption? Because this has been there for a long time. You can be there, you want to stop the corruption, but you are still subsidizing the what do you call it, the oil. Where is the money? We don't have the money to subsidize anymore. So we've been in
Remy, sorry, please, Daddy.
Yeah.
Somebody that mentioned that is only 100. I don't even know where it came about that statistics. Okay, let us assume that. Okay, let's say 200 people. Fine. We are looking at the direct beneficiary. Okay, what is the effect that these 200 people, the corruption that these 200 people? Though I don't agree with it, because I know people that are doing it. They are not even captured. They are not the one that the person is referring to. He is talking about people that are actually doing the importation and doing the racketeering. But what about the station? I mean, the filling station owners that are siting filling station very close to the border, and are the one? Or what about those ones who are using the Okada to actually ferry this thing across the border and all those things? So the millions of Nigeria are engaging in these things. So don't let anybody fool you. But the effect now, if you talk about the money that we are now spending and the benefit, is it commensurate? What about the money that we supposed to, some of this money that we're supposed to use to finance our education, that people are now, we have substandard education, substandard health facilities and all those things. If you are looking at it, the effect of that subsidy is more than the direct effect that people are now looking at. And somebody will just come and say, is it 200 people, then the other people are not. No, that is a problem. Then when we now look at it, from the economic point of view, we all agree, even before the subsidy was announced, removal of subsidy was announced, that even for more than 1 year, government did not even have the money. You agree with me, Prince, that the government did not even have the money?
Yeah, actually, like the NNPC chairman said that for 1 year, the federal government has not been paying them that subsidy.
Exactly, and we're already borrowing money to pay salary, to do whatever little things that we are doing in the country. So so to me, if somebody is saying, okay, don't let us remove the subsidy, then they should give us the other option that we should
They
have.
don't have
But it's
any
not
other
enough for
option.
somebody
They want
to
us to
just
go
come and say, people that they walk around the Nigeria and they see people suffering, they are dying of hunger. I agree that people are passing through pain. People are, yes, it is true. But the way they are saying it, that as if you walk on the street of Nigeria, you see.
Saying that the perceived benefit of the subsidy seems to be more more beneficial to the people advocating for it. Is that not the
No,
case?
no. Prince Daddy, you have to look at it in several ways.
No, I
Let
know
me
by
just
the
say
passive.
this.
Let him expand on that now, so that we know
Okay,
where
okay.
Well,
I
he's
just
going.
okay, go
see,
ahead.
okay, sure. So as for me, I am for the subsidy. If you guys heard me, my position on it. But listen to somebody that lives there, like Mohammed and Angelica, who also you just came from Nigeria, and they're talking about the effect of the subsidy on the people. So see, in life, just like you guys know, perception sometimes is greater than fact. So the people don't really care. I mean, just like Mohammed or somebody said that, look, if 200 or few hundred of people are benefit from this corruption and subsidy, well, we have the benefit outweighs this so-called corruption, that they don't care as long as they are able to afford the gas in fuel in their cars.
But Prince Daddy, do you think that the country has the means to do this, to finance the subsidy?
I don't think so, and they don't care. They don't seem to care.
So for me,
Can
I think
I would
if
like
this
So
government want to, if this government want
gentlemen,
to continue to
I
like
would like
look
us
for
to dial
people
back
and
to
jail them or something like that, it's total waste of time. They can do that one later. But for now, we need an immediate result. And the result has started coming in. Just for 1 or 2 months, we're able to save up to 2 trillion naira. That's a
I,
lot of
I I
money.
think that if he didn't do that
gentlemen.
subsidy, our country will have been like Sri Lanka by now. We will not
Yes,
even be
we
able
are
to
doing it.
finance any
And
importation.
moreover, I want people to know one thing. Throughout this subsidy regime, look, it's not that people are even buying it at once. Sometimes there's so many fuel scarcity every time, so many trouble, so many fire, so many trouble with it. Even with this subsidy, you can see that people are also suffering. You see today the queue up, there are a long line. But now with subsidy removal, where is the queue? No more queue. They have the fuel, they have the petrol to sell. But if people have a choice, I can either buy, I don't buy. Sooner or later, they'll be forced to reduce the price. I want to tell you something. There is a man in Kano. His name is Rano or something like that. He has a lot of petrol stations. He is selling his
Rano.
petrol. Okay, he's selling his own per 580 naira per liter. Any of his own petrol station, anywhere in the north, he's
Even
selling for
even this guy, this our former player, what is his name? Ahmed Musa. His own filling
yes.
station is also selling at 589.
So by the time
Here
you
here
see
in
at the end of it,
Ilorin, here
price
in
will be
Ilorin,
yeah.
we are buying at 580, between 585 and 580 in
I don't
Ilorin.
know how
That's
much
what
they
we
are
are buying.
selling at Lagos now. Lagos is supposed to be even more cheaper now because if you sell your food for 617 in Lagos and somebody is selling for 550, why go to you? That is the bit of demand and supply.
Nobody
Gentlemen,
is selling for 600 in Ilorin.
gentlemen,
The maximum you get in Ilorin is 595.
we need to dial
I
back
quite
I'm in
agree that there's
Ilorin now.
people are going through a
hello.
lot of pain, but telling us that blah 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 Nigerians are complaining. Most Nigerians also like the
Nigerians, this
subsidy
is
removal. They love
how
it.
we don't hear each other. I want us to dial back to where this topic stemmed from. We've digressed too long. Now we are going back
It's
to
Prince
domestic
Daddy.
policy. No, we shouldn't look focused. Now the question
So we are
being
talking
asked is
about
about
Niger. We are talking
ne-
about Niger. Yeah.
the Niger topic now devolved into domestic policy of
That's what I want to
inequalities of
interject, but
Nigeria.
I will allow you Adewale to
You
continue.
know,
Go ahead.
something is raging and is going on that I want us to pay attention to. Having a sovereign country, having a sovereign state is not enough. The stronghold that the France has on these Saharan West African countries that are going through political turmoil at this moment shows that France is not letting go of this country. The only country that is enjoying, I mean, to level of peaceful political stability was Niger. But now that that position is vacant now, that means it's in the hands of military, and France are going to be smiling to the bank. So, should we cut ties? Should West African sub-region organization cut ties with these countries to let them take their own destiny into their hands, since they refuse to detach from their paymaster? Or the other West African countries continue to pump money and resources into ensuring stability in this region? Which to, because Mauritania decided not to join ECOWAS and be with the Arab country. So, and they've gone with the Algerians and the rest of them. So, should we cut ties and let the Mali and Niger and Chad go with the Arab world, or we should? Because that's a, to me, I see it as a begging question, because it seems the Algeria or the neighboring countries are not actually pulling their own weight in ensuring stability. In those other regions, they align with the Arab uh, world, and they experience some level of stability. But if you look closely to the other Western countries, at the same level with us in this West Africa, I mean, there's still some level of political stability. So why should us paying, picking up the tab for these people, sending our troops and wasting our resources just to ensure this Arab, fake Arab, let me call them fake Arab, to be stable? Why should we? Because it seems
No,
France
but
is not letting go.
Niger and Chad, they are not Arab.
Oh,
Can I
but
interject?
they are close to. They are Arab. They are some of the
They are
regions
not.
are
They are
Arab.
not. In fact, they are like the northern part of Nigeria. They speak Hausas.
See,
Fulani and Hausas majorly.
we are interconnected. But if you look at the way they're positioned, they are more closer to this Arab world than we in the western part of the continent.
Hello, can I interject? Can I
Yeah,
come in?
go ahead.
The reason is this. Religion has everything to do with it. Because one, you see,
Religion.
even religion, let me tell you, even in West Africa, the Muslims in West Africa will align more to the Arabs than even to their brothers in West Africa. So it has something to do with religion.
But we've been the force of stability in these countries. We've been the one picking tabs. I mean,
I know, but the thing is that, my brother,
Nigeria is pumping money and resources and personnel to the Guinea-Bissau for stability. Because if not, they will have, gone beyond where they are and making sure that
So,
Guinea-Bissau is
Adewale,
also.
quick question. Can I ask a quick question? So, I mean, say the problems that these people are having in these countries, Niger, Mali, and Guinea-Bissau, I don't think is unique. But nonetheless, what do you think are the attributes or the reasons why they are easily manipulated or conquered by the French colonial masters?
It's because
Because
of their economic ties to France. It's as simple as that.
we know that. But see, at the end of the day, it's all about exploitation, right? See, it's always a handful of families or people in all these countries that rule everything, and those people are easily influenced by the French. All they do all the time is nothing new. Is divide and conquer, just like the Chinese are doing right now. Although at the end of the day, I blame the African countries for everything that happens to us. It's like they exploit our human weakness. There's nothing unique about that. The greed, selfishness. That's what they're exploiting.
How are the
Because I can
Chinese
guarantee.
doing it?
please,
Well, the
can I
Chinese.
come in?
Well, let me answer that question. The Chinese are doing it again, not because I blame the Chinese, but when they go to these countries like Tanzania and Zimbabwe and give them loans, they know the people are greedy. The same playbook that the British used
That's
also.
not divide and conquer.
Well, it is.
Listen,
Well, hey, see, it's not like a
But
dictionary definition of it. It's divide and conquer also because I know
it's
if I
not. It's
can
not.
go. Well, Mike, you don't have to accept it, but I'm telling you,
Well, it's
that's
a fact.
fine.
It's not divide and conquer. That's not how you divide and conquer. You can't say they give them no, and that's divide and conquer. Come
So
on.
you,
No, no,
Mike, you should try to understand Prince Daddy, because China is using this kind of giving them a soft loan, helping them build roads, infrastructure, and in essence, they pushing their finished product to that place and also get their natural resources back to their country. That's what the Chinese are doing. So
because they
what
know
we
the
Yes,
people come
yeah,
pay.
which is not
They,
divide and
But
conquer.
hold on,
Can I
guys.
come in? Can
Hold
I
on,
come in?
guys.
Can I come in? Can I come in? Please,
Go ahead. Go
you
ahead.
see, yeah, okay, thank you. You see, when people come here, the thing is that why West Africa is in a mess is because Nigeria, which is the big brother of West Africa, has not been able to do the thing they should do. Like, why for the French are like the France is kind of manipulating the Francophone countries because of this. There was a time they suggested a common currency. I know the French pushed back and the Francophone countries did not accept it. But what the West African would have done, to me, is let the Anglophone countries in West Africa should come up with a currency because Nigeria still has the biggest market in West Africa. Let them come up with a currency. Everybody would queue into that currency. The thing is that Nigeria has not taken its leadership in West Africa. That is why. Just like what Gaddafi did and they eliminated Gaddafi. You understand? That is, we need something. We need our own bank. We need our own structure. We need everything our own. We should stop borrowing money. That's what we need. You understand? To push the French, because the French are the problem of West Africa. To push the French out of West Africa. We need our currency.
Yeah,
We need the currency.
but
Get out.
but
okay, if I can.
can I
Obina,
say
See,
sorry,
something real
Prince
quick?
Daddy, sorry, Prince Daddy. You have to look at how many countries in West Africa. How many French-speaking countries? We only have 5 English-speaking countries in West Africa, and out of these 5, how many of them is richer enough to take on? It's only maybe Nigeria and Ghana can also try. The rest are poor: Liberia, Gambia, and which other one
Sierra
again?
Leone.
Sierra
Well,
Leone. And they are small, but they don't have. And another problem is that the I don't know whether you have been to any French-speaking West African countries. If you have been,
I have.
if you have been there, you will see the influence of France is a lot
I
from
know.
their
That's what I'm telling you. I know quite well.
so, and when it comes to actually, I'll tell you objectively, most of these French-speaking West they don't like Nigeria, and they always gang up against us. So it's very difficult for us to convince them because they
Another
don't
thing.
trust us.
Please, can I come in just 1 minute, and I will allow you to speak.
Okay,
You see,
fine, please.
the problem with us in Nigeria, see, we have the biggest economy according to statistics. We have the biggest economy.
We're
Let's
still dialing
let's
back to
like
Nigeria.
if the francophone countries cannot cooperate with us, let the Anglophone, because the Anglophone still have even Ghana and Nigeria has a strong economy. Let's bring out a currency and let Nigeria become a manufacturing hub. Everybody
See,
will queue into it. The other West
this thing,
African countries will queue
see,
into it.
guys, this thing is much deeper than we think. I'm just reading now
I
that
agree.
after some of these francophone country gained their independence, there was an agreement, a defense agreement between the francophone to ensure with France to ensure, you know,
I think they call it French assimilation and blah 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 like
no, no, yeah, it goes beyond. I
Well,
mean, it usually
economic ties.
transcends.
Economic ties.
Economic ties also, but there's a defense agreement with the Francophone country, in Africa, so that it will guarantee their stability and also spread out to, affecting the culture of these countries, whereby they imbibe the culture of France and languages and way of life. So now it seems the defense of these francophone countries solely in the hand of France. So they choose and pick and decide when to, how and when and who to install. And that is why it seems countries like Nigeria or any other, outspoken West African country or any country in Africa seems to be helpless because interference from this country would not actually do much because their big brother, the paymaster, has really, really established themselves. So my question I'm trying to ask is this: in as much as we are trying to use our domestic issues to justify or to mirror what is actually happening in this francophone. Whether we like it or not, they are our closest neighboring countries. So if anything happens in any of these countries with any instability, we will have no choice than to harbor a spillover of what do you call them? People that flee from war or something. What do you call them?
Refugees.
Refugee. And we've had that before from Liberia. We know how that impacted our economy. So, and Yoruba has a saying that, if you watch your neighbors eating cockroaches in the daytime, when it comes to the night, you yourself will not sleep. All right, because the aftermath effect of that eating that cockroaches. Now, what we witnessing happening in this part of the Africa is that they continue to give themselves poison. And for how long are we going to ensure seeing that it's like Africa? I mean, America is not going to close its eye. Even Mexico, despite that they don't want their people migrating to their country, they will not want them not to have political stability. I mean, instability, because they know what they are experiencing now will be a child play if there's a coup d'etat or, let's say, an epidemic or something happening in Mexico, because people will move en masse, and at that time there will be no border or anything that will stop anybody. People will be desperate. So my question now is that, in as much as France is deeply involved in the affair of these francophone countries and is impacting the life of these people, and whether we like it or not, we are still going to continue to pick up the tab. What can the West African country do? Now, this is beyond just monetary involvement or monetary impact. What can West African country do to change the narrative? Remember, on this platform, we've spoken, somebody suggested that Nigeria dominate the sub region economically, politically, in such a way that we influence the culture of other neighboring countries, and so that we'll be able to spread and then grow economically and become the powerhouse in Africa. So can we use that? Because right now we are also helpless. Our defense is only in the hands of the Western country. If CIA does not clear who becomes our president, we don't have a president. They dictate how our country is going to be, whether we're going to be stable or not. So, is it possible for us to be able to influence this by continuing to pump in money and ensuring that there's a democracy? Because, look, just like what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq, American is trying to, establish democracy in an Arab country that is not democratic, right from their culture. And we all saw how he ended. He ended badly after wasting so much resources. What do you think we can do? Because culturally we are different. We are different from these folks. What do we think the West Africa can do to ensure that all this incessant, political instability is not continue? Thank
So,
God
yeah.
we in the West Coast are relatively okay. I mean, if you look at the West Coast, we are okay. The Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, we are all democratically, you know, uh, uh, governed. So, what do you think we can do? We've been pumping money. I mean, it seems Nigeria is not well. Maybe the proximity of Buhari's village to Mali, that or Niger. That's why he was pumping money, building bridges across, But the same now that is out, someone from this southwestern part of the country probably may not say the reason why Nigeria should continue to spend money ostentatiously to ensure in another country in up north. So should we continue to, strengthen our collaboration and towards this country, or we should just sit back and let it crumble? Because it seems whatever how we do, it seems you know
Well, yeah, I do want to interject real quick. See, just like the Americans and the French, they have a foreign policy. What is Nigeria's foreign policy? It has to be established first. What do they want to do? And it's kind of hard for any country that its economy is highly dependent upon the West, especially in Africa, to have a say or to direct their own affairs. It's a tough one. Um, See, one thing the American did in the past years, of course, they use that influence of Hollywood or their culture in many. Even the American culture is very strong in Russia, believe it or not. See, and that opened the eyes of the Russians to the West or to America, so to speak. And
Prince Daddy, 1 second. just to remind you that Tinubu also committed to ensuring, political stability in the West Africa. So that already defined is, a foreign policy and the scope within West African region, not
Region.
necessarily in
That is
Africa.
that is that is true. Did that? That's a pronouncement. But unless you can tell me that has become Nigerians' foreign policy, that is meaning that is enshrined in every parastatal, every institution in Nigeria. That anything they do is geared towards, like the American, no, what do you call it, State Department. They they send memos to every institution that does anything internationally based on their foreign policy. Now, if we have that, that'd be good. But again, how can we really have that? We not is Nigeria truly independent to be able to do all these things? I don't think we have the resources in a country whereby we pretty much import what 80-90% of the things that we consume. How strong are you? See, Nigeria's economy, just like any other
Prince
African
Daddy,
economy,
Prince
can be
Daddy,
destroyed.
including toothpick.
Is that right? Okay. Including toothpick. So we don't have any base. We don't have any economic strength. Yeah, we keep. By the way, if you look at Nigeria's economy, we talk about Nigeria has what almost half a $1 trillion economy. Nigeria can easily be a $1.5 trillion economy. We have no manufacturing base in of any kind.
Prince
A
Daddy,
serious one.
Prince Daddy, do you
Yeah.
think if the rest of the West African country impose trade embargo on these countries, these uh, Arab countries, so-called Mali and Niger and the Burkina Faso and co. If other West African countries impose economic and trade embargo on it, do you think it will make much impact?
No, see, just look at Americans' foreign
Consider that this country are landlocked country. They are not, open to the sea or to the oceans or anything. Do you think it
right.
will make much impact?
See, let me answer quickly. See, just, if you look at Americans' embargo policy around the world to run in many other countries. See, we know see, we are going to be killing, making the poor people suffer. That's all we're gonna do. The rich people, they have money. We talk about this Nigerians and the Malians and all these French-speaking
But
countries
remember,
from
they did it to us before. They did it to us during the Abacha time.
But we are
being sanctioned at
by
every front. One, the AU did not, but economic. I mean, what do you call these people?
this. I understand, but this
It
country cannot
was only
survive.
travel ban. It was only travel ban that they
No,
imposed on the leaders that time. They were still
no,
buying our oil. They were still buying our oil. So what
Yes,
kind of sanction are you
we
talking
sold a
about?
lot of oil. We sold a lot of oil during that time. A lot of it.
You
So, see,
remember when we imported this fake PMS that was so toxic that people were
The one
dying
that is
then.
knocking our engines.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
during the time that the embargo was placed on us. That was why we were importing from a different country. Remember that during the Abacha era. I want to think that was when Kasariwa was killed, or I'm not so sure then, but there was an embargo. There was a economic embargo on Nigeria. We were sanctioned at every front, even sports and
but
everything.
Nigeria can absorb
And we paid for
embargo
it then.
more than Niger or Mali, especially when they're landlocked. We can do a whole lot better, especially also given the Nigerians overseas in the diaspora. We are more, say, our tentacles reach far more than these other countries. Overnight, I mean, it's going to be a disaster if you place an embargo on there. I would not suggest it at all, because we have to me rather, I rather go militarily against the leader. That's all you can do. We don't want the people to suffer, but the leaders, they're always going to find a way to survive and do well. We are only going to be punishing the poor people, the
Yeah,
common
but
people in those countries.
Prince Daddy,
Prince Daddy,
but it's going to have effect. The reason when I say this is that yes, they.
Simba, let
I'm
Simba
just
come. After
I'm trying to
Simba,
interject with
Land it. Yeah, then we have from Simba.
I
I want to
interjected
go
Prince Jan
to.
just to chip in an idea, and he hasn't even
Yeah, that's
landed
all right.
that
Yeah,
what
go
he's
on.
talking
You
about.
go on. Then I want to go
The
to
reason why I
Josefa.
said it will make much impact is that yes, the political elite will not really feel much that impact. But when you now have a stringent condition imposed on your country and the people are going through it, there will be an uproar, there will be protests, there will be challenges, and then when you have unrest in your country, and that means you have problem in your hand. That is what the aim or what is object. I mean, it was expected to achieve, because people will now begin to protest. People will be coming out and challenging the administration.
Right. At the end of the day, we're gonna have a power struggle. There's gonna be a vacuum. You know that. So there's gonna be a vacuum. And how
Yeah.
long would that take? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years or 20 years? Is it gonna be a Sudan? The Arabized Sudanese north and the Christian south?
Prince Daddy, don't mind Adewale. What Adewale? Let me break it down for you. We are talking about France that is controlling this francophone country, and we are saying that even in the West African, we have more of francophone, and you are saying that we should place the embargo. Who is going to place that embargo? Is it Nigeria only? Even they don't import
No.
things
I'm
through
saying
Nigeria. Let me talk. They cannot do it collectively, because is France that will still dictate to all these other francophone
And
countries.
that was the reason why I asked.
And then you are looking at it. Hello, excuse me. Why are we crying? Why are we even crying for the coup in Niger, when the political master are the one that orchestrated it and they wanted it? So why do you think Nigeria will have an impact? The one that we had when we have wars in Sierra Leone and Liberia, we don't have the same economy now. We are struggling with our own internal situation. We are struggling with internal insecurity that we have in Nigeria now. And you think that Nigeria, we don't even have the money. We know how much we spend to execute our peacekeeping forces in Liberia and Sierra Leone. We can't do that any longer. I think, and we don't have the resources, as Prince Daddy said. We don't have the resources to do that. And
my words. You are the one misconstruing my word. I've asked this question before. Not that I'm going all out to say that we should do this. I ask it so that people can bring in idea that Nigeria continue to pick up the tab and doing all these big brother policing and all that. I've asked this question before. Or should we even let them be on their own, take care of themselves, whatever it is in the case? I've asked the question before. Yeah, go on.
Hold on. I think Simba, have you learned what you want to say?
I've not learned what I want. What I want to say is that
let's Simba finish.
What is happening in Niger is what France wanted. And the other countries, the other francophone countries, they don't have anything against what is happening. It's not as if we have a collective aim that, okay, we don't want any military. Look at what Mali just did yesterday. Mali is one giving his only country in the former francophone country that actually giving France problem. Just yesterday, they said they don't want to even speak French again, that they want to remove French from their national district. But what I'm saying generally is that look at the whole of West Africa. Can we even challenge France? We cannot. Even the whole economy of West Africa is not up to 1/10 of the economy of France. We don't have the military power. We don't have anything.
No, Mike, hold on.
Okay, let me know. When it's my turn.
No, just let me go first.
So what I'm saying now, what you are advocating that we should sanction so that there will be political uproar by the time people are suffering. No, nothing will happen. Look at what is happening in Chad. For how long has the military person been ruling France? Chad. What happened? Is what they wanted. So far, whoever is ruling that country is doing what France wanted. There will be peace and there won't be any problem in that country. So I think maybe what we need to do is that we should not be crying for what is happening in Niger. We have a lot of problems in our own country, and we should face our problem. I think that is how I will conclude.
Yeah, Remy, let's hear from Remy. Yeah, Remy.
Okay, thank you very much. I think at this situation, we have been helping our brother for a long time.
You guys just talk about peace mission in Sierra Leone, Liberia, even in Guinea-Bissau, and even in Angola, even in South Africa. We have been all over the place in Africa. And we have been helping subsidizing the fuel, Ghana, the rest of them, Benin Republic and the rest, for the last, even more than 10 years. I think the brother wants to die now. I mean, the big brother Nigeria. The way he did that. It's not a loving. I really. So at this particular point in time, I think we should just look inward. I think what Nigeria can do is recruit more people into the military and man our borders.
Secure your
So that
border.
all those Niger terrorists or whatever, or from Shah, they won't come into us again. Let's secure our country first. Let's make ourselves prosperous first. Let them let them be planning coup every month. Nothing we are going to do. And if the so-called brother that we want to help, they don't want us to help also. That's another thing. Do you think an average Cote d'Ivoire, a Chad or Nigeria or whatever, they like Nigeria? You can see them in the diaspora. They detest us. They say we are too proud, we are too arrogant. They don't want to talk to us. And when you're in abroad, you see them very docile. They don't talk. They are very submissive easily or something like that. Look, that is why the white man don't like Nigeria, because Nigerian can talk. We know our rights, and then we can say, oh, this is your constitution. You want to follow your constitution. Why are you?
Remy, can you make that comment again? The big brother want to die.
The big brother is about to die now, and we don't want the brother to die. It's true. The big brother, if we not help South Africa, what do we get from it? Look at what happened to South Africa. What do we get? In Angola, we did not help them. Tell me in Africa we have not been to. We send military, we send money, we send everything, and still they call us we are nothing.
Big brother wants to die.
How we continue to help them? Now it's a coup in Niger now. If it's like, okay, let's send our troops to them, let us dislodge them. Before you know it, they will castigate us again. And then Nigerian human rights organization say, hey, Nigeria is bombing innocent people all over there. I don't understand this Nigerian stuff. We have an internal war here. Terrorists are about to kill most of our people in North-East. And Nigerians, they call them, we are, what do you call it, human rights activists or something like that. Hey, they're killing innocent people. Amnesty International will come. They are killing innocent people. Like, innocent people don't die in war. That they also involved America and the rest in Iraq and all those countries. Look at what do you call Libya. Innocent people don't die. But when it comes to Africa, it doubles down. And the problem we have, you guys have highlighted, is our own people ourselves. Everything in our own country is bad. Before we know it, some people will stand there, I'm going to report to America, like the big brother, the biggest brother, we come to small brother in Africa. America have their own problem. In fact, they cannot even, the problem in America, look, ask people that is living there. What about, I don't want to say, the drug, the gun, everything like that? It's not so sick. Every country have a problem now. And it's either everybody just sit down and look at how are we going to solve your country. Unfortunately for Niger, we just have to let them be. We have a huge problem, or even bigger than them. So we are many people.
But Remy, in a nutshell, what people are saying is, when they start their kasala from their country, possibility is going to spread to Nigeria.
So that's why I said we recruit now. We have a lot of people.
We have a porous border.
We put more people in our border. So if before they come, we're already, oh, sorry, we can't.
Thomas, there won't be any kasala. No kasala. Is what they wanted. No kasala, boss. Believe them. This is not the first time. They've had so many.
I'm not sure that the present president there also go there by election. I'm not sure. I don't know. But coup is something always happening around that axis. Onto all those,
should not be scared.
Onto all those French-speaking countries themselves come together and say, we really want to fight this big brother France. If not, forget it.
Thank you, Remy. Mike, before the big brother die. That would make my day. Oh my God. Before the big brother die, what do you have?
No, what I was going to tell Simba earlier, when Simba said, how can all of us take on France at the whole West Africa? You know how you take on France? You just don't you don't collaborate with them. That's it. You just what you do is, you see, let me tell you, these Oyinbos, they can't survive and they can't do anything in that place themselves. They can't do it. So they even the minerals, the mining field, is the African that are using to dig everything. They can't work in
Mike,
African environment.
sorry for
They will tell
cutting
you
you
that
off.
mosquito will kill them. They will tell you that the weather is crazy. They can't operate in Africa, so they have to use Africans to do everything they want. So
Mike,
this
you
the way you will
always say
take on
this
them.
word that even the time of colonialism, or what they call this English, I hate that word. That it's our African person that sold us to the Western world.
Yeah, even during that time, the soldiers there were the Africans. They will use our hand to do everything they want there. See, today it's still our hand. We don't need to cause them or fight them. We just need to just not collaborate.
Cut them off. Cut them off.
Just cut them off. Exactly. That's it. But we just can't do that. So what they always do is always find friend among us, and they will find a way to sponsor that friend to get to the top by supplying him weapon and money. So he find his way to the top,
Mike,
and then
hold on.
he will just be the one
When I
giving them everything
hear,
they want from that country, from that region. That's all they've been doing. Simple game.
Mike, when I hear that some obas get mirror
They will sell
and
you for
give
mirror now.
slave mirror.
50 people for one mirror, you know.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Yes, Joseph. My brother, hold on. Mirror,
okay.
gone. They use it to exchange slave. Go on, my brother.
Okay, you see, you see, the thing is that we are looking at the African narrative from the European, looking at Africa from the European narrative. You see, most of those things they wrote in their book that Africans were this, all of them were lies. Let's just don't go to all those places where telling our brothers were there. Yeah, they were actually people that were hunting for slaves. They would do hunting for Africans. You know, the Arabs started it. The Arab slave trade even before the Europeans started it. Let's just no. What I'm saying now is how are we going to push France out of West Africa? That should be our core discussion. You know, in West Africa. You understand? Because do you know how much the French government is getting from Africa, from these francophone countries every year? $400 and something billion. 400 and something billion. And that is why they will never leave West Africa. They will never. So the only way we can push them away is for Nigeria to build a very strong economy that everybody, all the way to West Africa, will attach themselves to it. And with that, we are gradually going to push them out.
But no economy is built in isolation.
No. You see, Nigeria has the capacity to build a strong economy, to make Nigeria a manufacturing hub of the whole of Africa, even Africa. We can do it. It's not that we have corrupt leaders, but if we can do it and make everybody come and just like the way everybody's coming to China to do business, if we can do it that way, we'll push these people out. That's what because and again, these economic soldiers. Hello.
Go ahead. I was trying to say that you will become America to Mexico.
So the thing is this. We are still the big brother of the whole of West Africa. We are still the big brother. There is nothing that we are still there. Like there was a time
the big brother is about to die. The big brother is about to die.
I don't know. We are too much to die. We are too smart to die. And the thing is that if we build our economy to be very strong, so that every West Africa will be reliant, they will rely on our economy, then we can push France away. Because most of these people trading with France is just that they don't have any option. They don't have. And if you look at it now, a lot of French colonies are not actually, they don't even like French again. They are even pushing back. You understand? So we have to now, this is the time Nigeria will come up. Let's have a very strong economy, build our economy internally, so that we will not be dependent. And you should also build a financial institution like African Development Bank. Why can't we have West African Development Bank so that we can't go borrowing outside again? We'll be borrowing within. You understand? So that is what we should do. Because when we
who is going to be the financier of the bank?
Don't worry, Nigeria again. At least they want to brother.
West African Development Bank. Where did they get their money from?
Africa. The
Yeah,
Afrexim
you
Bank.
see,
Boys, please. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's
You
sit
know
back.
what? You know the problem with Africa. You know with the problem with our leaders is that you see corruption. It's like
You and this your
endemic to
corruption.
Africa. No, my brother. See, our corruption has put us where we did today. If you know, they look at all this like this subsidy, whatever you are talking about. If you clean up if you clean up the corruption in that subsidy scheme, you see that even that subsidy is no problem for us.
It's not easy to clean up like that. Something that have been so many years.
And clean it. You mean?
Easy. If
You
it's
know?
very easy,
Excuse me.
You are going back to subsidy again. You are going back to subsidy
I
again.
don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back there. See, can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? You see, just like our oil now. You know our oil. We are supposed to produce we are supposed to extract 1.3 million barrels of oil a day. That's what we are supposed to produce a day. But at the time, we're even meeting up to our quota. You understand? We are not meeting up. That is another wasted money. Like money going down the drain. Who are those stealing those oil? We have to go after them. You understand?
So that is the issue. The oil
You are diverting the attention again. We are not what you are talking again.
Don't let us go to that. We are talking about the Niger Wahala.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think Thomas, change the topic. We cannot have Niger. Let Niger go and die. Let Niger go and die.
Yeah, everybody.
Let me tell you my problem. Let me tell you.
It seems bad. We can't let them die. No, we can't just let them die.
No. Please, Daddy.
Please, Daddy, don't mind me. You know, we are dying also now. And they don't. Let me tell you,
the big brother is about to die. So we don't want to die.
No, the big brother is not about to die. The big brother is
we knew what the instability in the southeast. We knew what France is contributing to it, the so-called Boko Haram. You understand? And they are the one that is making it difficult for us to control. It's part of those instabilities that they are causing not to make us great.
My brother, can I interject a little? Can I say something? You see, I listen to Al Mustafa.
In 1 minute, we want to move away from this topic. Yeah.
No. I just want to say something. After this thing, I will leave. You see, Al Mustafa, the AD camp to I don't know what he was to Abacha. He said something. He said most of the problem in that northeast or in the northern part where you see all these Boko Haram, bandits, all those things, it is not about religion. It's about resources. He said it. He said there are huge resources there. Everything. Sometimes when we say the north is poor. The north has enough resources, even more than the south. But he said it is the resources there that is fueling all this instability in the north. Then what we should do is get our soldiers, round all these things, clear these bandits, and push them out of the country. You understand? And let's mine our resources and use it for the betterment of the people. That's the thing. We cannot leave West Africa because West Africa is the big market for Africa, for Nigeria. Sorry, the big market for us.
Yeah. Before the big brother die, let us move forward. Don't let us die in their war. Yeah, I'm coming to you. Don't go away. I'm coming to you. Finally, the prayer of Adale Koko has been granted by Almighty and Tinubu. Tinubu declared the tuition fee in Nigeria free. So what do you think about that? Universities, their tuition fee is now free. So Adale Koko, if you are hearing me, your prayer has been granted though.
No, where did
Ajale Koko will still not be happy. Thomas, you still come back and say, hey, they don't give them free meal and free uniform.
They say they are not going to increase the money. It's not.
That is to Josepha. That is to Josepha. I'll come to others. That is to Josepha.
Tuition fee is not enough. Everything should be
free. We'll be doing wedding free in Nigeria now, so you can marry as many wives as possible. Government will sponsor it.
So why can't they give us free wedding? Free wedding.
Free wedding. Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
What is
You will never
free wife. Because so will
Baba Jale Koko, well, it doesn't require one walk money. You can marry more than 2 wives because not enough men there.
Yeah, Mike, take that topic on. Let's start with Mike. So, what do you think now? Ajale Koko is asking for free Wi-Fi now, free food, free everything to live in Nigeria.
So, are you saying no more tuition for federal
Tuition fee,
universities?
yeah, the federal government universities. I don't know about state, but their tuition fee is almost free before. No,
You know the
11,000.
dangerous thing about free. The student will not be
Yeah.
serious anymore because they are not giving their money to.
Are you sure?
Sorry, Mike. Just to correct that a little bit. It was always free. They are just saying it continues to be free. So
Free.
just to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Ah.
So it's not outrightly free, one man.
So that means they are still going to pay their $65 per tuition fee because they also pay money tuition. I mean the university.
Yeah, 11,000 naira.
It's highly subsidized. $65. Oh my God.
And it is very funny. There was a time I mentioned this thing on this platform, and Baba Ajayi Kuku said it was not true. When I said that it was free, they said no, it's not true. They are paid. In fact, they said what I was saying is ridiculous. I said 25,000 naira. That's what they are paid. They said no. It's more than that. It's not now. Is that now? We are not eating our words now that it was free before. You understand? Sometimes there are a lot of things that the citizens are benefiting, but sometimes what I want us to do is that when it is convenient for at least when we see good things, let us appreciate. When we see it, then we criticize. But every time we close our mind as if that country is not even doing anything for the citizen, that is what is actually my own problem. Anything okay, go ahead there.
In addition, federal is paying 25,000. State is just paying like 80 to 100,000 per year. And when you compare that kind of money, you compare with some of these universities around the world, it's virtually free.
Remy, my child that is in primary 2, my last child that is in primary 2, I pay 105 per term, 105 per term, 105,000.
Consider Nigerian private university that is paying 1 to 1.5 million per year. Compare with.
If you go to Afe Babalola, if you are studying medicine Afe Babalola today, you are going to pay 6 million naira. That is the tuition fee for a session.
You have your child registered in private school. That's why you are paying 150,000. Why don't you let your child go to public education?
In America,
why don't you let your child go to public education? Public school. Public school.
Let's ask Remy, hold on.
I'm asking Simba.
That is Simba. Yeah, Simba.
Why didn't you let your child go to public school?
And I'm not crying. I'm not. I can afford it. That's why.
No, why didn't you let your child go to public school?
Not saying that day. That's your quote. I got. When we see this, close our eyes.
Let your child go
was
to
not
public school.
Best thing to subsidize.
Why didn't you allow your child
And we are talking about.
Why didn't you let your child go to
free
public
from
school?
primary?
Voices, please,
that's what federal government.
Everybody.
So why are we not about that?
Are you hearing me, Simba? You can't hear me.
Yes,
hold on.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Hold on, please. The conversation I want it to be between Ajale Koko and Simba. Ajale Koko, put your question to Simba again. The next one I want to hear is both of them.
Why didn't you let your child? Why didn't you enroll your child in public school? Why are you going to private school to pay?
Okay, let me answer your question. Even in UK, even in America where you are living, people still send their children to private.
That is not the question.
The question I can afford it. If I cannot afford it,
you can afford it. Okay.
Yes.
Because
you don't want your child to go to non-functioning public school, right?
That's not the truth. People,
That's not
I
the
will say how
that,
people.
no,
That's
come
not
on,
that
man.
is not the.
Come
No. You
on,
cannot
man.
put word in my mouth. People
Yeah,
still go
that
to
is
public
why.
school and they excel.
That
They
is
excel. People
why.
still go to public school. They excel.
That is
So what
why.
are you talking?
Why?
You are the one
Why?
that you cannot put. Cannot ask me question and answer the question for me. You want the answer.
You where did you did okay, so you said you are so
The
rich,
people that are
you are so
taking their
wealthy. Hold on, hold on.
excuse me, the people that
You
are
are
sending
very
their
rich,
children
man.
to, I'm
You are
not saying I'm
wealthy.
very rich.
You
I
are
said that I'm not whatever. Okay, continue what you are saying because you
okay.
are just whipping up public sentiment. That's what you are doing. That's not an argument. No, yeah, that's what you are doing. That's what you are doing. That's what you are doing. You are just instigating. Want to instigate public to or me. That's what you are doing. You are not being fair. That's what you are doing. It's not there. It's not an argument. What you are doing is not an argument. You have to be fair in whatever you are doing.
Okay.
In America, people still go to people. I can choose. It's not by standard. We have standard public school in America. Some people still send their children to private school. It is what you like. You choose for yourself. So you cannot say because.
Tell us the reason. Tell us the reason why you like to go and pay. There must be a reason behind it. Oh, I like to go and pay because of so reason. Tell us the reason why you like to go and pay for your school, for your little child elementary school education, instead of
When
letting
the
him go
government
to
one is
public.
free. When the
Yeah.
government one is
Okay,
free.
the people
Well,
that
yes.
send their children to America that you are staying, the people that send their children to private school, why did they send their children to private school? Answer me.
Yeah, because public education is not, they don't give qualitative education as it used to be anymore. And they want their child to have good education that, they can they can be well equipped to compete in this modern world wherever their child to compete with other students in any part of this world, in this current world where we live in. So tell us why you didn't want your child to go to public education. There must be a reason. You just don't want to go and be throwing your money for fun that, oh, let me just give them money there. There must be a reason why you don't want your child to go to public education.
It's because it's convenient for me. That's it.
No, come on, Ben. You are not saying the truth. And it's easy. I mean, you are not going to lose anything for saying, well, look, public education doesn't function the way it used to be. I mean, the way I like it to be. And I don't want my
Remy,
child
hold on,
to be
please.
going to a public
Hold on, please.
park.
Let the conversation take between them, please. Yeah, you interject after them. Yeah, Ajale Koko, go on.
You should be bold to tell us why. Why are you dodging away from telling us why you don't want your child? Forget about you can afford it.
No,
People have
the
reasons why they
question,
don't
the
want it.
question, the question, that question even from the beginning is uncalled for. But what we are saying is that what we are saying, what you are preaching, because you are a welfarist, you are saying that they should
you
make
are
it.
sounding guilty now.
I'm not sounding guilty. I'm not sounding guilty
No,
because let me tell you, Thomas, Ajale Koko doesn't like the truth sometimes because sometimes.
Why did you go to Asarudin Primary School? Why private school?
Oh my God.
Initially, I can remember on this platform, I came here.
Please hold on. This is a round robin question. It's been long. We
Okay.
know that. Very short. I don't want essay. I don't want some
yes,
curriculum. No.
Okay, go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
start by myself. Can anybody here tell us the primary school that you went to Nigeria? I will start by myself. I went to Baptist Primary School, Idiodo at Challenge.
I know your school.
Yeah, I went to secondary school, Baptist Secondary School at Liberty Road. It's public. So Ajali Koko, primary school, is it public or private?
Primary school is Baptist Primary School, Sabo Yaba. So
is it public or private?
Yeah, it was a public. It was a public. Was a public. I mean, it was a missionary school. It was a missionary school, like a public school. I mean,
yeah, my own too is a missionary school, public school.
Yeah. So, look,
Thomas, if you ask most of us on this platform, probably majority of us will go to public schools. We went to public schools, so there's no doubt about that.
Why didn't you let your own son? Why didn't you let your son go to public school?
It's because of prestige now. Simba is okay, so you can do that.
Let's Simba speak now. Don't speak for Simba.
Okay, let me agree with you because of the standard.
And I also
finally.
Simba paying 105,000 is not a big money.
And the question is what is actually influencing the standard is the funding. And if we say funding,
okay,
funding of education.
Simba, you say you're paying 105,000, right?
Went to public.
Let's Simba speak now, for God's sake.
I'm asking Simba a question. Are you paying 105,000 naira per term?
Per term, yes.
That is not big. Come on, compared to when you go to private school in Lagos.
What do you mean by it's not big? Who told you that 100,000 is not big in Nigeria?
It's still chicken change to private school.
Because Simba is a medical doctor, so it's a chicken change.
No, this not about medical doctor.
Go and ask Yalakara, Abi Yaoli Dodo, Abi Yaoli Pom, to go and pay 105,000.
Children are in Nigeria. Children in public school. You will send them to private school. If your children are in Nigeria and you are in abroad, you send your children to private school. Let's get your.
So the school that you guys graduated from, you couldn't send your children to that school, just to continue that tradition.
Because things have changed now.
Wait, people, are we staying in the same place? We are not staying in the same place again now. Adewale, you attended your school in Ekiti. If you are living in Lagos, will you not say your children should go to Ekiti to go to school?
Benio.
So now you can listen to Simba, so you can see his hypocrisy right there. He will defend government.
Exactly.
Yeah. Simba will defend government every time. Oh, Nigerian government do this, Nigerian government did that, Nigerian government is the best. Oh, they give everything. But he can't allow his own son to go to public education. No. You see, you can see hypocrisy of Nigerian people.
No worry, my own time will come. Don't worry.
Actually, I will support Simba in this dispensation.
No, he has not done anything wrong. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing wrong he has done.
It's about choices. Anywhere in the world, it's about choices. If you have the means, you can send your children to private school.
No, he want the best for his child.
Why would you have money and not give not send your child to
more? It is not the money. If the public education function well in Nigeria, he will not send his child to private school.
What the hell are you saying? So okay, the public education are function in America and in England. Don't people still send their children to private school?
Hold on. People can send children to private school for several reasons. But let me tell you this. If you have a public education that functions very well, that you have school that is well equipped, school that you have teachers that teaches well.
So it's government for that teachers not teaching, are we?
Listen now, why do you like to interrupt person? You come to my county school. Come and look at my public school here.
Is it owned by the federal government?
No. I'm talking about the state where I live in the
I
United
know,
States.
and then
Come
I'm
to my
saying that
county.
that county
You will see. It's by county. It's
why
controlled.
is
It's a
even
county.
federal government
Every
paying the school in
elementary
the first place?
is controlled by. So, but what I'm telling you is that majority, absolute majority of Americans, 95% of Americans have their children in public school.
It's not
Why?
true. It's not true.
Because they
It's
function
not
very
true.
well.
Thomas, can I come in, please?
Because
Upper
they
class
function.
Americans don't send their children to
Hold
public
on.
school.
I think
Always
it's
private school.
sorry, Thomas. Can I quickly chip in something?
No, hold on, Remy. Hold on.
Thomas,
Ajale
it's my
Koko,
turn now.
land what you are saying, then we hear from Josepha. Ajale Koko, land it, please.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is that in my own country, don't let me say majority of in the whole of America. I will tell you, 95% of students are in public school because private school is very, very expensive. You pay through your nose. So what do you want to go and pay money for when you have public education that function very well? And they have the best of the best equipment, the best teachers. What is it that you don't get there?
I will debunk you real quick. Do you know that
No, I
Nigeria?
don't know about your county. Just don't say
Okay,
don't
now
debunk me.
you're contradicting
You don't
yourself.
know. You don't know about my counties.
Thomas, do you know that
So you don't know about my county.
Nigerian children, they come out of public school in Nigeria. They come to America and they are ahead of American children. They are come out of their public school here, and it's a fact. I'm an example. I finished my in fact, I finished my last high school year in America, and I came from public school in Nigeria. Did my final year in America, and I was ahead of them, ahead of their children. Nigerian children, when they come from Nigeria public school, they are ahead of American children in their public school here. That's the fact. Go and look it up.
Okay, what I just want to say.
So what is the point? What is the point you are making there?
I'm telling you that our education in Nigeria, we still get better education out of our public school than the American public school.
What is this one talking about?
It's true. Go look it up.
Mike, you are contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself.
You could look. Even if you are Olodo in Nigeria, and you get to America, that provide you the best of the best classroom, the best of the best equipment, the best of the best books, the best of the best teachers.
That's not what makes me learn.
You function. Hold on, man. Hold on. Listen, because you don't want to consider every other factors that.
But your point is irrelevant. Now.
Listen. Don't interrupt. Let me speak.
Oh my God.
Because every time you just want to interrupt. Look, I know people that had just only primary school education.
Buhari?
Primary school education in Nigeria that are medical doctors today in Nigeria. In America. So what are you talking about? Because you have a system that provided you everything to succeed. And it gives you all the assistance to succeed. To have the best of the best education. Why won't you be on top of the class? Unlike what you have over there, they don't have good teachers. You don't have
Nigeria don't have good teachers.
You don't have all that it takes for you to succeed, and they will make
somebody that came in the final year and still perform ahead of his class. So you want to tell me that the education, the knowledge that he has, was actually the one you got from America?
How do you know that? Go and look it up. Go and look it up. The Nigerians, we come from Nigeria. We are outperforming the Americans. We are not talking about our children born here. We that went, and you can't tell me all of us came from private school in Nigeria. We all came from that public school. When we come to America, we are outperforming them. Straight from Bobby College, straight from Cowboys, straight from Baptist Academy, straight from public school in Nigeria. When we come here, we are ahead of the American children. The only American that can compete with us are the one that went to their private school here. I'm telling you for a fact.
What I'm telling you is
Baba
that
Koko,
America.
don't you think that even the people that go for public or private is a matter of affordability in the US? Maybe most people cannot afford
That's what it is now.
the private
Only the rich
school and they
Americans.
now resign to public school.
No, let me tell you. There are so many reasons. There are so many reasons why people take their children to public school here. Some for religious reason. Some maybe the school in their district have some kind of bad. How do I describe it? But the
rating.
the rating. Yeah, something like that. They believe
Even
it's not.
sorry, Baba Koko, even my
Yes.
daycare that I put my own daughter here,
Mm.
that daycare is charging me through the through fire and brimstone now. It's like how do I call it now? Adajo Shomolu every week. And if I look how much is coming out of my pocket, I say, is it not Jello see me? But it's the district. What I mean, a child that is not even up to 2 years, they are already teaching
You
them.
don't have pre-K. You don't have pre-K. Free
We do.
pre-K. So why
We,
did you let your child go to pre-K?
that pre-K thing is I mean she's barely 2 years old, but then that district is kind of like, you know, even the elementary school, they have a very standard, as in they benchmark the standard of that district to every other district around within the city here. So it's more or less like, because it's a middle class area, so the standard here as the only place that is rivaling this district is the charter schools and all that. So they want to make sure that they give them, and that's why the taxes that we pay in this district is we are paying through our noses, because they're making sure that they provide them with, you know, the standard is just, you know, is there. That's one thing I want us to understand.
That's it. That's it. So, but what I'm saying, yes, you can come from Nigeria and come to America to be on top of the class. And the reason, some of the factors why you come on top of the class is that they provided you with everything to succeed and to be on top of the class than what we provided in Nigeria.
Provided what? Angelico, hold on one second.
Nigeria already quit me. In Nigeria, we are already doing calculus in high school. Here, they don't do calculus until they get to university. They are just doing algebra in their final year. Yeah, Nigerian curriculum, we are way advanced.
No.
Who told you they don't do calculus here? What are you telling you?
They start doing calculus in university, in college.
It depends.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
Look,
It's not true.
if you go to STEM school,
it's only in private.
They do calculus in high school.
They teach you calculus.
They do calculus in high school.
They teach
I know
you in
that.
high school. What are you
Yeah,
talking?
my daughter took calculus in high school. Yeah, it's not in college, high school.
He doesn't know. Maybe he went to
calculus
kind
in
of
high school in America.
Low graded high school.
Why are you so surprised, Mike? Is that strange to you?
They
What are you
are
talking
not doing
about?
calculus in high school, except if you're
Mike,
except you are in a special program. That's it. Or you are
Mike
taking
is
college
an
courses.
argumentator. He will not
What do you
listen.
mean he's an
You are telling
argumentator?
that your daughter did it. He didn't want to listen.
And by the way, Mike, even in Nigeria, hold on, in Nigeria, we called it Add Math. I remember very well. And it was optional. It was more like elective. It wasn't for everybody. Am I mistaken?
Bro, the fact of the matter is, in Nigeria,
am I mistaken?
You are right. It is optional.
Exactly. It's called Add Math. It's optional. But I took in high school.
Whether that or no, the fact of the matter is, in Nigeria, we are more pushed into learning. We're more forced to learn.
No, you know why, Mike? I tell you, because in Nigeria, you only have a linear way of learning. Children here are more robust in learning. Okay, they do sports. They do
that come out American school. They are public school. They are retarded. Don't even go there.
Well, maybe the one you are used to, not the one I'm used to.
Except
his district. Look,
exactly. Maybe your district is retarded, not the one I'm used to.
He went
My
to
brother,
judge the whole
Nigerian
of
children,
America,
18-year-old
like he
Nigeria
wanted
is way ahead of
his
America.
own district.
They're not way ahead. They are good. They are good at test taking. They are very, you can say, focused for the most part. Children here are largely distracted, and I can tell you that I have kids too. They are largely distracted. But guess what? They have so much stuff to do also, from sports, from extracurricular activities, from playing
That's the excuse you are
instruments.
talking. We that will play football
How
all
is that
day in
excuse?
Nigeria.
No, that's
We have to go
learning,
and
Mike.
work.
It's not an
We have to go
excuse.
and sell market
That
after school.
that's
What are
part
you
of
talking
learning.
about? What kind of excuse are you giving me?
I went to primary school. I went to Jelio Simi. There's nothing called daycare. Or I went to primary school up to college in Nigeria. None of those classrooms have air condition. None of those classrooms
Uh-huh.
have even ceiling fan. Okay. At times when it's raining, it rains on every one of us. Now I'm sitting down in air conditioned classroom whereby there's no even window. However, we are not that many in the classroom, probably maybe 20 or 30 in the class. And
Uh-huh.
at the end of the day, everybody know each other, right? So we do everything together. We all learn together. There's food. We all eat. They provide food for us. So tell me how I would not pass.
Why
Now,
won't you pass?
a Nigerian found himself or herself in that kind of environment. Now, eventually,
Why won't he excel?
it's going to perform excellently
Excel.
beyond those kids that have already have those privileges from day one.
Yes.
So,
Thank you,
Mike,
my
when you
brother.
say
Thank
Say
you, my
say
brother.
you got
continue,
1 second. So you guys make it sound like every damn child that went to the primary school or high school in Nigeria is so smart. Is that the case?
I don't
see,
understand. That's what
the,
It's
Mike
a
is
joke.
trying to portray to us.
the quantity
Yes.
of what we are
I don't get it.
Maybe Mike and his kids
No,
are smart, but not every. I mean, we went to school in high school in Nigeria. Not everybody's super smart. You make it
no,
say, but
nobody says super smart. Nobody use the word super smart here. Don't put
You
word in
said
our mouth.
every.
Did
You
anybody
said
use the word
every.
super smart?
You said every Nigerians that come from public school to our
I
American
said
school,
no, no,
they
no.
come on
I
top of
said
the class.
a
That's what you said.
Nigerian for the most part.
a
Bros,
newsflash, Mike.
bros,
Guess who's
we
better? Guess who's
wait.
better? The Indians are better. They average better than
see,
every other category in high school,
we like to
and the
Did I say
Chinese.
India? I say America. You're talking about India.
Yeah, Indians in America. And Nigerians not in America. You're talking about? I'm talking about Indians in the Indian kids. You can Google it also. The Indian kids in high school in America, they're super ahead of every other
when
category.
we
They
are
are
I
immigrants
think,
now, like us.
Prince Daddy.
What are you talking about? It's the same thing. We have one of them. Nigerian, Indians, Asians. Yeah, we are ahead. But I'm telling you,
but
the
I'm
night.
somebody, and I'm also telling you that guess what? The American kids are more creative than us, than these other categories. I'm
More
telling you.
creative. More creative in what sense? Explain their creativity to
Well,
me.
look at their society now. Do I have to tell you? Look at their society and your
Look at our
society you came
society.
from.
Is this where these little children that drug addicts they're coming from public school are the one that are making America? It's immigrants. Go and look at the most of the invention, all of the things being for
Say,
America.
Mike,
Is
Mike,
it an immigrant?
Mike,
No,
do not be an
wait.
arrogant immigrant.
No, bro.
Before the immigrant came,
Let's keep it fact. Let's keep it factual.
Prince
The
Daddy,
most
that's
successful
a political
Americans,
voice right
if
there.
you go to the Ivy League schools, all 80% of the students they will find there were immigrant children that just came. Were not born in America.
Mike, I'm not.
Immigrants.
That's not an argument. But before
It's
that,
fact.
It's a statement
say
of fact that Nigerian kids, when they come to America, they exceed beyond standard when they get to America because
so
of
do the
Yeah,
Chinese
and
kids.
they
So
started
do
off in
the
Nigeria.
Indian kids also.
well,
But I'm not.
But we're not
I'm
talking about
still not
Chinese and
impressed by
Indian now.
that because the last time I checked, I think Zuckerberg went to school here in America, primary school and high school, and even college. You know, the last time I checked, what's the name?
how
The Twitter
smart
founder.
how
Zuckerberg, I went
smart
to
is
private school.
Zuckerberg?
I'm sorry.
He
How
went to
smart is
private school
Zuckerberg?
now.
Prince Daddy, you are
Is
We
talking
are
he not
about
talking about the
American?
public school system here.
Oh,
How
see,
smart is
Mike, I'm sorry about your perception about public school in America. I think you have I don't know. What you're talking about. If you go down, I've heard about, for example, in Atlanta, that the teachers had to forge results for the children, mostly blacks, because why? So they can get all the benefit that the government gives them. I know the poor performance, especially of blacks. I mean, there are studies about it. See, and also actually make the argument. See, I'm not arguing against you guys for that matter. There's a study right now which I guess probably know about, that black kids in America, they perform the worst in America. And I told the researcher, hold on, let me
So
finish.
now
Let me
you're even
finish.
making my case, you know. So we the
Listen, no,
black
hold on.
black did not grow up in Africa, and we are performing better. So if you are
Hold
both black, doesn't it tell you that?
Hold on. Okay, and I'm making the point that look, that they generalize as black students, and I say you have to separate the black students from the African American blacks. Okay, because if you could that number skews, because just like you said, the Nigerians high school kids or kids that come from Nigeria, they tend to perform very well than the average African American. In fact, you can put them in the same categories as the
Is
Chinese
it
and
not
the
the Nigerian
Indians.
school system that structured them to be like that?
So, but Babajalico said that Nigerian
Thomas, please, can I say something? Thomas, I don't know if Thomas is sleeping.
He's asleep. Go ahead.
Okay, you see, what the argument is this. Angelico asked Simba, was it Simba? He said, why didn't you allow your kid to go to a public school? That is the argument for went to this American stuff.
I think he has answered. He can
Yeah, no, that is where the argument is, not going to America, who is more intelligent in America and all this stuff.
I think
The thing is
the
that-
argument is no dive to
Yeah.
school.
No. I'm just trying to say public schools. You know, in the 80s when Jaconde, when Jaconde.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, excuse me. Let me just finish what I want. You see, when Jaconde was the governor of Lagos State, when Jaconde was the governor of Lagos State, everything was working perfectly. Public schools was at its peak. Like, it was the quality education was in public schools then. You understand? So even when Jaconde, Jaconde built schools all over Lagos. We'll call them poultry those days, but it was schools and they had quality education. Most of these our leaders, Fashola, Sanwo-Olu, all of them went to these Jaconde schools, and they are what they are today. Which school will I go again now? Then 90, let me say 80% of Nigerians, Lagosians, were going to public Jaconde schools.
You are right. There's not a lot of private school at that time. But what I just want to say is that when you talk about American schools or something like that,
and to support your point, a lot of people took their children out of private school to public school during the time of Jaconde.
Exactly.
Because it was free, they're giving people free books, and everything was provided. So a lot of public school packed up because they couldn't have anybody to come to the school.
And the quality of the teachers too were pretty good.
Yeah. And education was expensive then before Jaconde came in, because you have to pay for
Angelico could remember this.
Yeah.
Angelico could remember this. You know, before Jaconde came, they used to have morning session and night session, evening session in schools there.
Yes.
Primary school.
Jaconde changed everything.
Yeah, I changed everything to one session. So you see, but
so what I want to say is this. Sorry about John Leko, because you talk about American system in your high school or something like that, and you talk about some schools are not paying money. I think the standard in America compared to the Scandinavia is quite low. In the Scandinavia here, no private school. Everybody go to public school, and their public schools are quite good. In fact, extremely good. Whether you are children of the rich or the poor, everybody goes there.
You said there's no private school at all, right?
There's no private school here. Every school is public. Even the university.
That's why
is free.
they will have Samuel Hepburn there now.
So, no. You can see public university is also free. But for international students, you pay money. But after some time, if you want to continue to study on, then you don't pay.
Why do you have public? Why do you have university free there?
You mean over here?
Yes.
That is the system of government.
Because they tax them almost 50%. They tax them almost 50%, and also.
So you live in a country where they provide free education.
I am not free. I pay though, but if I want to continue from today, I'm not.
Hold on. You live in a country that provide tertiary institution as free of charge. But you don't want it in
From
Nigeria.
not only
But you
tertiary institution,
hold on.
from primary school
From
to tertiary institution.
okay,
everything
from
is
primary
free.
to tertiary. But you
Everything
don't
is
want
free.
that
Everything
in
is free.
Nigeria.
You
Because
cannot
you
have
Nobody
already
that
have
doesn't want free
why
stuff in Nigeria. Well, we just trying to be, we just
no, let
presenting
me
reality
speak
to you
now.
that
I'm directing my question now to Remy. Why
let
don't
me
you want
let
it?
me
Why
answer
don't
that.
you want it?
the Remy
Why
ever say he
don't you
doesn't want
in
it.
Nigeria?
Let me tell you why we cannot afford it in Nigeria. Here, we pay a lot of tax.
Who told you that we cannot afford it?
We can't afford it in Nigeria.
Who told
trust
you?
me.
Pay a lot of
During
tax
the
that
time,
we are paying here.
Hold on, Remy. During the time
can.
of Jakonde, it was free. Even
During
the
the time of Jack on first,
hold
see,
on,
I
hold
would debunk these free things you guys keep talking about. I would
on.
debunk it very soon.
What is the population of where Remy resides? What is the population?
The
Hold
total
on.
population is
Hold
below
on.
5
Hold
million.
on. No. Hold on, Remy.
5 million.
Oh no, forget about 5 million or 15.
No, you don't forget about it. That's
Okay,
big.
let me explain to you. It is not the population. It
It
is the
does. It's
responsibility of government.
Population count too.
It is not population. Let me tell
Population
you.
of Lagos that was like 300,000.
Are you telling me that the population of those Scandinavia country does not increase?
It's not relative to amount of tax revenues the
Why
revenue they get, all those things, their budget. I mean, it's enough to cover
what
their
I'm
this thing.
telling you, what I'm telling you guys is that during the time of Jakonde, we don't even pay taxes as we are paying today. But then they were able to provide.
How would you raise the money? How do you come up with the money?
Listen.
They just print the money, Abby.
Can you just listen? They were able, they created this.
Mike, I'm going to kick you out if you don't let Ajale Koko speak.
They created this.
The big brother is about to die.
Good night to everybody.
Lagos State University, Lagos State Polytechnic, College of Education for free of charge for Lagosians. So don't tell me that it is population that were responsible for that. It wasn't population, it was responsible people in government that were committed to giving their children education and prepare them for challenges.
Thomas, can I say something?
That is true, Angelico, that is true. But also,
can I quickly say something after
I
Prince
want
Ade?
to leave, but I want to ask a question for Angelico real quick.
Thomas, can I say
Sorry,
something?
guys. Sorry, Tim.
Everybody can talk at the time.
I know that's why.
But Thomas, then tell us when we can talk now. I don't even know. You say we are interviewing. We don't know when are we going to talk.
One question for Angelico. How is Nigeria, Angelico?
How old is Nigeria?
I said, how is Nigeria? I learned that you travel to Nigeria. How is Nigeria?
Oh man, hey, people are suffering.
That question.
Don't ask Ajale with that kind of question now.
Okay.
You know what
People, Adewale.
Dangote was suffering there now. All of them, like they were suffering.
Oh,
Adewale.
wow. Yes,
Adewale. Sori gbogbo òyìnbó tẹ̀ ń sọ lórí platform ẹ lọ sílé kẹ lọ rí àwọn èèyàn.
I just came back now. We did that in Ghana. I just joined this Ghana.
Ẹ lọ sílé kẹ lọ rí àwọn èèyàn. Ìgbà yẹn lẹ gbogbo òyìnbó grammar tẹ̀ ń sọ ẹ gbàgbé ẹ lọ lé kẹ lọ rí àwọn èèyàn yín sójú. Kọ́ ṣàlàyé.
Let me tell you guys something. Let me be honest with you. Nigeria, see, back in the 90s, if you go to outside of Lekki, all those Ajebo area, if you go to poor area, nobody can afford to eat egg. Back there, it's only fufu, and it's only Ajebo that can afford to eat luxury food. Today, even the poor people, they can afford to eat. If you go to even all these towns like Oshogbo, these places, you'll be like, you guys are living like Lagosians now. Because back in the olden days, if you go to those places, they don't even know what to cook oatmeal, all those kind of food is. Now they have it there. Now in Nigeria, you produce a lot of successful people. Now you see more mansions and more people that have made it in life. So just as there are poor people, there are also people that are making it in life. So this idea of there are poor people, there's always been poor people in Nigeria. There's never been a moment in Nigeria where there's no abject poverty all over the place. It's always been there. On the other hand, we have to also look that there are people that the economy has also expanded. People were telling us that African economy is growing. Nigerian economy has also grown over the years. So when people sit around and say, back in the days, there was no poverty. There was always poverty in Nigeria, abject poverty. And to come to that point of that free education, yes, back then when they were doing free education, but there was quota, so the amount of people that can take in. it was not enough school or enough this thing that they can take entire population. There was quota, certain amount of population they can accept in.
Which quota are you talking about? What are you
There,
talking
it was you are you telling me it was the whole wait, give me a second.
Which quota?
During our level of free education time and during Jack on the free education, are you saying it was the entire population that went to school?
Hold on. Which quota are you talking about?
There's only amount of populate number they can make it to, they can go into the schools, they can accept.
Well,
They didn't even have enough school for the whole population.
Hold on.
Did they have enough school for the whole population?
So now, they don't have number of people that can offer admission into school, or what are you talking? What's the difference?
They work with a budget. Okay, this budget will put it for free education, and it was not enough to educate the entire population. That's what I'm telling you.
What are you talking about? What you don't
was
know?
it the entire population that went to school?
Hold on.
In Lagos, they didn't have that problem.
What are you?
No, it was not the entire population that went to school.
No, in Lagos,
what are you talking about?
They had that problem. They have to put two schools together. I think maybe Thomas will know about this. Some of the high schools, they have to put 2 or 3 schools in one particular area together. And after
exactly, you're right.
About 6 or 7 years, then the school started having their own place to relocate. It was not easy because the population was so huge, and sometimes some people just sit on the window. Sometimes, but they manage it. They give us free book and something like that. But it's not so easy. Lagos have money, so they can do whatever they want there. But like Oyo, Osun, and the rest of them, initially they put 2 or 3 schools together in one particular area.
And in fact, during that time, there was almost like a population what do you call it, expansion or explosion in Lagos, because most of the kids coming were from the southeasterners, and everyone was pretty much accommodated. I can't remember kids being left at home because they can't go to school. There's no classroom for the kids to go to school. So maybe it was
as a matter of fact, Lagos State passed law back then that every child must go to school, because it was
okay. All right.
That when they passed a law then that every child must be in school. Every child. That was the law. It doesn't matter whether you are from Igbo land or you are from Hausa land. Any child that lives in Lagos is against the law for any parent not to allow the child to go to school. That was the law.
So is right.
And it was because of the quota system they have in the federal university, because it was the only federal university that was existing across the country there. There wasn't state university. So in order to stop this quota system that deny a lot of us to have admission into university, that was why the Awolowo and their team said, look, we have solution to the problem. Guide them to their federal education. We are going to have our own university at our own state level. And they started it. And what happened after them, you see other parts of Nigeria, they followed the same suit. It was UPN that started state university. And it was UPN that started free education at secondary school level. It was not free in Nigeria back then. But they said it was not possible. They did it. Other parts of Nigeria saw it. Then Unwobodo from the east came to Lagos to meet with Jakonde and the rest. How were you people able to do it? I want to go and do it in Igbo land. Then Rimi, they came from Kano, say, how was it possible to do free education at secondary school? We want to go and do it in Kano. So it started the free education at the secondary school that federal government has adopted today. It started from the west by Awolowo. The same free education at tertiary institution started from the west. So those are people that are responsible, that really want to prepare their children for the challenges of the future and make them resourceful for their community or their society.
those are the people that you can see, and those are real leaders, and not people that you have today that cannot solve problem but give excuses, and a lot of you will support them and say, oh, there is no money, oh, they can't do it. We can't continue to say nothing it never can't be done in that country. But when you have people that are not prepared to lead and manage your resources well, they will not solve problem for you, but give excuses that, oh, we don't have money, we don't have this. So it's unfortunate we have people like that in position of authority, and we don't have anything working in Nigeria. So that's my take. They did it well that time. People enjoy it, and that was what gave the West that edge over other part of Nigeria, because we have leader back then that gave education at free of charge for their children. So people, let us look into this and know that there is nothing that is insolvable if leaders really want to solve their problem. But you don't have leaders today that really want to solve problems because they are there for their own pocket, because they are there for their own family and their political associate. So they don't care to solve problem for you. So that's my take on that, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Mike, we have to shut down in 10 minutes. Mike, come in, Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Well, anyway, I don't tire anyway. Well,
You don't tire.
yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I just think Nigerians just. I mean, we got to be productive. I mean, no one is against creating a social this thing in place. But we have to. I support it. I prefer government to get into it as well. But they have to come up with the money. So the argument here is not that we don't want things to be provided for children or for people. There are many steps that have to be taken. For one, we have to first of all account for the population, whereby everybody has some identification number. Because what happened in Lagos back then, as he was talking, when they were trying to offer these free things, people were coming from Togo, Benin Republic, Ghana, all over West Africa, Cameroon. I remember in the secondary primary school back then in Lagos, I have kids from Cameroon, Ghana. So you want Nigerian government to be providing free, where all these other people from Africa will just start flooding in. So come and be taking their own free this thing. Because first of all, we don't know who's who. We don't have database. We don't have a way to identify who's from where and what. So there's so many things that have to be done before we just jump into this. Look at the subsidy now. Where we've been paying for subsidy. We find out we're paying for subsidy for all these other countries.
Hey, Mike,
All
but
these
quickly,
years.
I thought you're not against immigration.
What do you mean? You said?
You said immigration is positive. So what does it matter if people from Cameroon and Ghana come to public school in Nigeria?
Immigration is positive. Yeah, it is positive if you use it to your advantage. Yeah. Like for example, if I'm leader of Nigeria, I will create immigration policy where I will be tapping for the talent from. In fact, I create immigration policy especially for countries from like Asia. You understand? For Asia, I'll be screening. I mean,
Mike, you're
even
talking
Africa.
about controlled immigration. Last time we were
Yeah,
talking, you
control
said
immigration. Exactly.
any immigration is good for you. That's what you said because they come and pay taxes. You said.
Say it again.
You said any immigration is positive because when they come here, they pay taxes and it's good for the economy.
No, I never said that, man. Why are you putting word in my mouth?
That's okay. That's what
I
you
said
said.
control immigration. What I said is control immigration is good. That's what I said.
You never
And
use the
I'm
word
telling you that
control.
United States is not stupid. No, that day you were thinking I'm saying it's okay that the United States are just flooding. I'm telling you, America know what they're doing. They know who's coming in, but they're ignoring it. But what they do is the ones that they don't need, they deport them. Then the ones that they need, they keep them. So when people come to America illegally, they know them. So that's what I'm telling you. But when they just watch you, so if you commit crime, they just deport you. If you come here illegally and you law abiding and you're very productive, they know you are illegal, but they will not come and deport you. They will keep you. That's what I'm telling you. So that's the control immigration. So immigration is not a bad thing, because usually when people migrate to another country, they don't go there to try and be lazy or to trying to be dependent on government for anything. They
They
go
add
there
to
to,
the quota of the country.
huh?
They add to the quota of the
Yeah, exactly. They
country.
want to. Yeah, they know what they are going here to do. So they already know they are not coming here to sit around. They know in that place there's opportunity, and they're coming here to work, to put in work. He said it's two things. It's either they're coming here to work hard and achieve something, or they are coming here to commit crime. Those are the two things. So if you are smart, the ones you start screaming them, find the ones that are criminal, you deport them, and those ones that are productive. Trust me, they work. They will work 3 times more than they would have worked when their own homeland. Because typically, when you are in your own country, you are in your comfort zone. But when when they migrate to another land, they are thinking about going back home, and they don't want to go back home broke. So they'll be thinking of ways to be very creative and to be productive, so they can become successful. Those are the kind of population you need. People that are thinking productively. And that's why I'm telling you that immigrants is always a positive thing. If you bring poor Chinese people to Nigeria, trust me, they'll be thinking about ways. They'll be thinking about what's in the ground, mining, or those kind of things. And you can tap into their skills, their mining skills, their whatever skills they bring from China, way of things, and they can even help your own people to push your people to be as creative as them. So you need immigrants. I'm telling you, like that's what
Which
my
which
country.
who told you that Chinese really want to help you to achieve anything?
No, I'm not saying I want to help you to achieve anything. You have to be smart to tap into whatever they are bringing, the energy they are bringing, the intelligence they are bringing. You tap
You
into it.
don't need Chinese. You need your brains around the world. You bring
That's
them.
what I didn't say only Chinese. I said around. That's what I meant. I meant immigrant. I didn't just specifically saying only Chinese. I'm just giving you an example. Like people, I will be going to places like that where they have very productive population. Just like
So,
America target country with very productive population.
so
They
Mike,
target them like India and
so
all these places. Yeah.
Mike, just to add what you said, do you know that there are more than 11,000 Indians working at Dangote refinery?
Exactly, and they probably be working harder than the Nigerian engineers because they
Yes.
want to go back to their country and they know.
11,000. When you go to Nigeria through maybe Qatar or Emirates or through Ethiopia Airlines, you will see how many Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Indians going to Nigeria. I was surprised because over the years, I always see them on the plane. What are they going to do in Nigeria? You will see them going to Port Harcourt, going to all of these places. They are using them over there. The
And when they
foreigners
get
are
there, they work very hard.
if you
Even
want the
Nigerians, Remy, do you know? Even Nigerians, when they leave Nigeria, when they go to all these other countries, the kind of work they will first do. If you offer us, if you offer them that same job in
So,
Nigeria, they will never
so
do it. Like
let me
most
talk.
Nigerians, wait, let me say this, Prince Daddy. Many Nigerians, when they leave Nigeria, when they get to Europe,
5 minutes
America.
to go.
Okay, let me land. They're almost done.
Yeah, land.
If
Yeah.
the first job, even Thomas can agree, the first job they will take is either cleaning gutter or go and be working in a hospital where they be packing shit and cleaning old people's body. But when they were in Nigeria, if you offer them that same job, they would never take
they
it.
will do it.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you, immigrant. Because now they're in another man's country, they can't be telling government to come and give them. They will do
No,
whatever.
no. When such job in your country, it doesn't come with good pay. What are you talking? And you get abroad, you are
No
paid.
man, who you
You
want to pay
pay.
for Nigeria to go clean
You
old
pay.
woman
You
yansh?
make millions.
They won't do it.
You make millions in a month. When
So
you
you are telling me
convert
that wait. You telling me
in
those
abroad,
Nigerians in
it
Europe they
comes
are
to
paying them big
millions.
money, minimum wage. They can't even survive on. That's what they pay them in Europe and America for those dirty jobs. Come on now.
See, all those Indians coming from, of course, from India to work with in Dangote's refinery. Um, what is the benefit for the country? I mean, apart from, of course, helping to build. Obviously, it sounds like we don't have the expertise or the workforce to do such technical work. But are they transferring knowledge to the Nigerians when they do all these things?
I don't know about that, but you must know that most Nigerians, maybe they are joiner or mechanic or welder, most of them did not go, they didn't learn this through the normal school system, like technical college. And moreover, maybe some of them are also, they don't, most of these guys they brought in, maybe they already went to technical school in their country. So it's very easier for them to follow the laid down pattern or what they want to build or what they want to do. I think that's why they are not using Nigerians. And another problem might also be that they don't have enough people to work in that project from Nigeria And you know, sometimes Nigerian people too, maybe they are thinking about the money you are paying me or something like that. I don't know. But I don't know whether they're also transferring this knowledge to Nigeria. I don't know. So it does, but I think it also has to do with trust. Because when you bring in foreign worker to work in your country, it doesn't need to talk about the policy of your country. You just come down there, do your work, and get your money. So I think that's why, even in the management set of Dangote, they are all Asian, especially for that for refinery.
So finally, we Nigerian, we don't have brain.
Only that we can say we don't have brain.
The big brothers are dying.
Thomas, if you have done anything, you are in Australia. If you have done a business with Nigerian people, everybody have a kind of sour story to tell. People just make you. They don't do the right thing. If you can ask a lot of people in diaspora, maybe they do business with their
They
people.
don't want to be corrupt. You know what Dangote drivers do? Those ones that deliver cement on the road, they'll be selling the cement on the road. Then they will lie and say they got robbed. You know, so many corrupt practices, corrupt behaviors, man. You know, so Dangote doesn't have time. He just invest 14 billion. Doesn't want to risk his investment, so he has to go and find people that from another place.
So you can say in Nigeria, I'm posting a video. This facility is not ready. Come on, man. And that's where you are working and you are eating. And then you post such a video for everybody to see. Do you think a foreign worker will do that? So you can see the level of distrust and level of, you are working in a facility like that. They have been providing you job for the last, who knows, maybe 2 or 3 years, and you are excited.
See, I don't know the detail of that Dangote refinery, construction, but of course it's worth about $20 billion. You see, I think, for example, before
don't go far. We have to shut down. We have to shut down now, guys.
All right.
Yes, 8 hours sharp. My Oga don't call me say we have to shut down.
Okay, nice.
So thanks,
Sean. All right.
Yeah, sorry for that, please. Yeah, I will catch you later. Everybody, thank you so much. You've been so amazing, man. Mikey, Ajali Koko is coming for you. Ajali Koko is coming. Watch your back. Watch your back. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah. Now we have come to the end of the section again. Another day, another dollar. Thank you, the super chatters, the comment section, the panelists. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Carry the conversation in the comment section. And I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, The venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.